Out of Cruel Space, Part 301. A scion of many worlds. It takes only a moment of pulling hard to kill the woman. He puts aside just how good that tasted and just how satisfying the meal was. That's one for the therapist, likely alongside what was probably a hallucination earlier. Once again, he has too many questions and too little information. The corpse drops to the ground and he pulls in his proboscis as he turns and begins to look through the area. Something's strange with this place. The whole city is on the water, but here the humidity levels are through the roof. The sound of slopping water greets him as he slowly pockets the cannon and creeps along. The area is big, likely due to some connection to the larger Jorgwa, so thankfully, he has room to maneuver. Although why they would have so tiny a staircase when there are larger people down here is something else to consider. Then he comes to a chamber that leads down directly into water without any other entrance or exit. A smuggling tunnel, of course. He covers himself in axiom and then dismisses it before covering his antenna and the expanded pouch on his belt that has both his map and the cannon. Water on any of those three would be a very bad thing. He dives into the dark water and almost instantly catches himself against the floor. Pouch or not, he's a big one with a lot of weight to him. There is a tunnel up ahead and he pulls himself along the dark corridor. There's a shifting to the water and there's a slight. He alters the axiom around his antenna as he drifts forward through the water, and suddenly it simply opens up. His eyes widen as he realizes that it's a damn honeycomb of tunnels that reach under numerous buildings, worming around the foundations and popping up in numerous locations. He surfaces into the air and adjusts the axiom around his antenna again. It fails to cut through the interference. His eyes narrow a bit as he tries to place exactly how he did that. The process is extremely complicated to readjust an electromagnetic sensitive organ to properly take in input from water as opposed to air. But the formula is in his head along with an answer, one that worked perfectly. It was even adjusted for the fact it was salt water. God damn it. Things are fucky, Jasper concludes as he quickly searches the area. Nothing here. He needs to find some kind of sign or smuggler's marker. He slips back into the water and then grins to himself as he feels something swim through it. He quickly pushes through the water after it, and whoever it is swims off far faster than he can follow. He surfaces for more air and there's a gasp. Looks like he got lucky. There's a single midwife here, chained to the wall. Who are you? The Earthani are, wait, you're that odd one. The one from the stars, she says with awe in her voice. I am Jasper, I've been sent to help. He says and she nods as he reaches over and slowly uses his claws to cut through the manacle around her wrist. Have you seen others here? Yes, I've heard screams. She says and he curses. They want the secrets of procreation. But the way they're asking, I don't think they're from Bright Dawn. Really? Damn, so this is a smokescreen. No, there are two groups. That's what I mean. One group is using the actions of another to disguise their own actions. Someone wants the midwives, someone else has another target. He says, all right, now don't fight this. Just let it happen. Don't fight what? She asks as he pulls out the confiscated laser and hands it to her. I'm teleporting you to the temple in the main hub of the city. It's secure for the most part. They'll tell you how to use that weapon. Let them know I'm still looking for the rest. He tells her before putting his hands on her shoulders. He's very careful, very, very careful to slide the odds, and then she's gone. There's a slight sense of the temple from his antenna, and he nods. It worked perfectly. Then something jumps onto his back and he slams it into the wall. It's a Nagasha, and she starts wrapping around him and burning with heat before pulling him into the water. The heat ramps up and the water boils as he tries to get a grip on the slithery assassin. Knuckles wrapped in metal slam into his face as she starts to beat him around the head. He feels a tooth loosen before he can really start applying torque with his wings to force her off somewhat, and he manages to grab onto the wall and heave up. They break out of the water and he can now hear it properly boil around her as she tries to cook him alive with her self-heating abilities. He slams them both into the wall and she only grunts. 2 more slams and she goes limp and starts sliding off. But she's a fighter and has her focus back in just a few seconds. Unfortunately for her, he has enough time to plant a solid stance and grab her around the face. She tries to struggle, but finds herself against the blades as his antenna lay against her forehead. "Good morning, sunshine. I have some questions, and if I don't want to answer them," she snarls at him. "Oh, I'm getting the answers. How unpleasant it is for you is what you have control of," he says softly. "Lives of good people are at stake, and you have made yourself the enemy to me and them. Good people! Good people! The midwives enslave all of Lakron. They issue commands over the people that never asked for it, with future generations held hostage. Every daughter I have is a hostage to those lunatics, and every daughter they have as well. They interfere where they are unwelcome and force their ways upon us if we are to exist at all. And what have they asked of you that is so horrible that you feel as if all children you have and will ever have are being held hostage?" he asks after a moment. He wasn't quite expecting this. He should have, but he hadn't. "They interfere with our entire nation from the seafloor up." "Yes, okay. But how? What are they making you do that you wouldn't already do?" Jasper asks. "They manipulate us from the cradle to the grave. They're the ones that put you in the cradle to begin with. But putting that aside, what is it that they actually make you do?" Jasper asks. "They stop us from living to our greatest potential. And what potential is that?" "How do you not know this? Just answer the question. They keep us from our destiny. And where are you keeping them?" "2 junctions down. That's where the Wait, thank you," he says with a bloody smile. "Also, perhaps you can explain to the nice ladies that you're fighting against, why you're fighting against them." "What? No. No, I won't let you do this," she says as he starts to teleport her. "If you fight this, you'll just be cut in half. Is that really what you want?" he asks her, and she deliberately disrupts the teleportation hard. He's left with a bloody smear and a torso-less tail that starts to slip into the water. He grabs it and makes sure it's all out of the water. This is going to scare the hell out of whoever's house is above him. But that's the least of his problems. They'll have something interesting to tell me when I get back," he notes as he slinks back into the water. 2 junctions down, he adjusts his antenna again and notices that there's movement in the water. 2 junctions down. He moves forward, still not so much swimming as just grabbing the sides of the tunnels and pulling himself forward. There's something wrong as he can sense through the water, but there's still fair amount he can't make sense of. He slides through the water easily, heading upwards to get some more air. Something grabs at his leg, but he's an Earthani. He has knives there already. Whatever grabbed him is easily sliced into with a roll of his foot as he embeds his claws into the stone landing above and hauls himself upwards, to come face to muzzle with a laser cannon. "Who are you?" "The man who's going to make you eat that weapon if you don't get it out of my face," he retorts as whatever's trying to savage him from below comes back for another round. He's distracted, he's annoyed, and he's in danger. So his answer is simple. Slice at whatever's come back for round 2, teleport behind the laser wielder, duck down as she apparently has friends he didn't see, and in the dim the telltale light-up effect is really obvious. Boot the woman into the water while grabbing the laser cannon. Turn around and fail to fire, as his Earthani claws are too thick for the trigger guard, but roll with it anyways, as the woman with the other laser does not know about his current inability to fire, or at least doesn't figure it out until he adjusts his claws to be able to fire it with the tip of the jagged spear he has, instead of an index and middle finger. It's a shit grip on the weapon, though. "Are you an ally of the midwives?" she demands, and he nods. He then promptly slides to the side to dodge the laser blast. The humidity makes these weapons extremely close range down here, but he's in extremely close ranges. It charges again, and he jolts both closer and the opposite direction to dodge another blast. It then fails to light up a third time as the Jorgwa with the laser starts to panic and he looms over her. He takes the weapon out of her grip and stuffs it into his pouch, adding Axiom to give it more room. "Now, I have some questions. I hope you have answers," he states as he puts a hand on her head, then turns and points the laser cannon right at the thing sneaking up to him. Another Jorgwa, this one with badly hurt hands. Where are the midwives?" Jasper asks. "What?" The girl in his hand tries and he starts to squeeze. "I'm not an idiot." he says simply before relenting somewhat on his grip. He doesn't look away from the girl that slunk out of the water and squeezes the trigger ever so slightly. The weapon starts to warm up and visibly glow. They're upstairs. The waterlogged Jorgwa yelps. Era, she's going to kill us. If you show me where you're keeping the midwives hostage, I promise to spare you both. Jasper states, what good is the word of an Earthani? Your whole race is too timid to have any kind of moral strength. Interesting. I suppose that would make me too timid to rip your hand open or hold you at laser point as well then. He counters and she visible reconsiders. What are you? Earthani, he says before chuckling. Although to be fair, I'm the most interesting Earthani you're likely to meet. Now, the midwives? They lead him up to a thankfully wide and open doorway and show him inside. He goes in last with his cannon trained on them. They understand the danger of the weapon, and while his nature as an Earthani might make them underestimate him, such a thing is not what he needs to intimidate someone. The Holy Star sent? Really? They sent you to help us? Jasper is immediately asked the moment he steps into the torture room. And it is a torture room. 4 women chained to the walls. Another on a table with a water, Aramenta holding a burning brand giving him a serious deer in the headlights look. Afternoon, miss, your scheduled daring rescue has arrived. Jasper jokes as he slowly lines up a shot from the cannon to the interrogator. The problem is that right behind her is one of the hostages. If he pulls the trigger, the poor girl is dead. He needs to get clever. Or rather, he did need to get clever as the idiot interrogator throws the brand right at him, effectively disarming herself and then demoralizing herself as it just clangs off his breastplate. Care to try again? Jasper asks after a moment. What? Your pathetic, clearly doomed attempt at self-defense. Care to try again? Why are you here? To rescue the midwives and quell the riots. Although if you care to tell me where these weapons come from. He begins and she flinches. Oh, you do know. Excellent. That means you get to play interrogator from the other side. Speaking of could you untie me? The midwife on the table asks and the interrogator smirks as she draws a handful of water out of the air and solidifying it into a knife. He can't. If he attacks me, then my companions can gut him, armor or no. He attacks them and I kill you. We're at a... Jasper cuts off the speech by adjusting his aim and shooting off her arm. The beam carries through and shreds the chains one of the midwives is dangling from and drops the poor woman to the floor. There's a duo of clangs, and he uses the cannon to club both women who had instantly turned to try and knife him through the breastplate in the heads. They crumple like paper. I know that a lot of axiom is being tossed around, but surely they could have sensed that my armor is reinforced. He mutters even as the interrogator screams, as her mind catches up to her, very literal disarming. Out of Cruel Space, Part 302. A scion of many worlds. To call the next 10 seconds hectic is to earn a mastery in understatement. The girl that dropped due to vaporized chains tackles the now one-armed interrogator, and a fight breaks out as Jasper steps up to try and knock her out as he did the other two. Unfortunately, they take that time to wake up and immediately jump on him, causing him to reflexively throw one of them as the other tries to savage his legs. Unfortunately, the man has armor on and is almost impervious to a lot of basic nonsense. There's yelling and screaming. The pulling of hair and curses go fast and loose. But after one of the girls hits the wall, and Jasper grabs the other to throw her upwards and into the ceiling, there's a moment of calm. Just in time for the body to hit the floor, and the cat fight, lacking only literal cats, kicks back up again. All right, that's enough of that. Jasper says, reaching down and pulling both girls apart. We need her alive if we're going to get questions answered. The furious midwife spits on the interrogator. I said enough. I'm getting you girls out of here, and... The girl he threw into the ceiling jumps on his back. Little freaking monkey beast, he exclaims as he spikes the woman into the floor with a crunch. The room goes dead silent. Didn't you want prisoners? The standing midwife asks as she sees the blood spreading from the cracked skull. Oops, Jasper remarks, reaching down and deciding it's time to experiment. Bodies want to heal. That is the natural state of things. Axiom can reinforce it. accelerate it, and fuel it well and truly beyond what physics and biology states. He gingerly picks her up and closes the widening skull fracture. Axiom pours in and the wound starts to close. Bone knits together and flesh starts to seal. His antenna reaches down and he can feel the bruising and tiny lacerations in the brain start to repair themselves at his direction. What? Why did you save me? She asks after a moment. Why indeed? He asks, picking her up and standing her aside. She makes no further hostile action as he breaks the bindings on the midwife. Is there any loss of memory? Any blanks or black spots in your mind? No, she answers, completely off balance from what's happened. I still don't understand. There's a lot of that going around. For example, a lot of girls don't seem to understand why they're supposedly upset at the grand midwives. Don't you dare tell her anything? The interrogator snarls. Oh, by all means, be a stubborn fool. It's not like I've aptly demonstrated power over life and death to someone such as you. Jasper replies as he snips the final parts of the bonds, keeping the higher-ranked midwife tied down, and he helps her sit up. By the way, it's him. I am a male. So, that's me losing a bet. The higher-ranked midwife notes as she rubs her wrist and visibly contemplates kicking the disarmed interrogator. Oh? Jasper asks as he rips chains out of the walls and then when everyone's down starts slowly destroying the manacles. I thought you would be directly responsible for an enormous attack on the grand midwives, not indirectly. The conquest of Miru and your massive open actions in the surrounding countries. This bitch gloated that you were a perfect distractions and our order couldn't send help in time. The higher-ranking midwife says, kicking the interrogator right in the stump and getting a brutal scream before her junior twists the woman's arm to prevent her from retaliating. Let's not descend to their level, shall we? No torturing prisoners. Jasper asks gently. What? But they're cretinous madwomen in league with the so-called immortal empress. The higher-ranked midwife says and gains Jasper's complete attention. How do you know? It seems as if there are not but you girls and locals. Jasper asks, and the Foza woman taps the back of her neck. Curious, he steps around and glances at the back of the Erumenta woman's neck. She tries to flinch away, but he clearly sees the symbol of a serpent being impaled by a sword. So this called Immortal Empress. The irony of the empires of the Trine is that two oppose the central empire of the Serpent Queen, who is the only one that is self-sustaining and lives up to the reputation. The other two parasite off it, she says, and he opens his mouth and raises a claw to ask before waving it off. I do want to hear this, but that's for later. Right now, we need to get you girls to safety. He says before crouching down to look the interrogator right in the eyes. Now, the tables are turned. You're going to be answering some questions about... He trails off as she spits on him. An eyebrow raises up as he wipes the phlegm off his face and then onto her own shirt. If you think that my distaste for torture means I can't pry secrets out of you, then you are deeply, deeply mistaken. I know how minds are put together. I don't need to torture you, I just need to directly touch your head meat with my antenna as I forcibly stimulate it in the direction of the information I need. What? I have a fairly good idea on how to access your brain directly. It's not torture, but it may very well be my cutting it out of you. Jasper says, grasping the sides of her head and laying his antenna on her forehead. Also, if you get the sensation of a deep violation that only the sweet darkness of death can wipe away, do not worry. That's very normal. Wait! You're supposed to ask questions first. The interrogator protests. But I can just tear the knowledge out of you, he answers as she tries to squirm away. I'll talk. Just don't do anything unnatural. She whimpers, and it's all Jasper can do not to roll his eyes. There's an upside and a downside to the massive inbreeding and poor education. Downside is they do stupid things. Upside is that they're pretty easy to scare and often don't know what really should be kept secret. Good, Madam Midwife. I'm able to teleport yourself and your girls back to the main temple in bright dawn. If you're willing? He asks, standing upright but not letting go of the woman. That depends. We're in the smuggler's tunnels, right? The midwife asks, and the former interrogator nods. Under what building? After a moment, without any answers forthcoming, Jasper sighs and lowers his antenna again. I don't know. Oh, really? Jasper asks. She's telling the truth. She was one of the people that funded the riots. The girl that Jasper healed says quietly, "And where do you stand?" I live up above. This is my basement," she admits. "Can you show us the way up, please?" Cooperation gets rewards. "What?" the midwives asks. "Honestly, how do you people get anything done just threatening people if they don't do what you want? You have to offer rewards too." "Like what?" "Help us get to the temple, and you'll be forgiven for your part in this. Explain things thoroughly, and I will owe you a favor. Last time I fulfilled a favor, I helped someone nearly blind to see with perfect clarity and taught her how to do the same for her own family. But I can see just fine. It was an example of something I can do to help another," Jasper says plainly. "Oh, you have some kind of special magic that lets you do miracles. That's how you found us on knowledge. I have a lot of knowledge that can help others. I can teach that knowledge in turn. Does that make sense?" Jasper asks, and she frowns at him. "Compared to some warrior scholar, I may seem dim, but I'm not stupid. You're helping fuel a riot against the people that you need to continue your line. I've already continued my line. Also, before you showed up, I could have easily faked being innocent, and there was almost no risk on my part. I was also being paid a lot." "Was? I don't think I'm going to get the money now." "Fair enough," Jasper says, slowly putting down the interrogator. "What is the price for your complete cooperation?" "Miss Gilla, this has gone tits up. I want sanctuary for me and my daughters. Far from this, I have pull in Aridus Valley. Greenstone and Miru, I can easily get you a home in any of those places." Jasper offers, and she looks up at him oddly. "That easily? Why does everyone expect me to make things complicated?" He asks in return. After a moment, he sets down the disarmed interrogator to run a claw over his head. "For fuck's sake, just show us the way up. We'll keep talking." Thankfully, that's all that needs to be said as things get moving. He passes out the laser cannons to the midwives and slings both prisoners over his shoulders. The fact that one is down a limb and the other is thoroughly concussed makes it an easy carry. They quickly introduce themselves. Lady Farland and her apprentices, Haley, Moira, Gina, and Finn. The way up is a large set of double doors and a wide staircase a room over. Awfully large staircase compared to the others, especially for a smuggler's tunnel. It wasn't always. The city's expanding. This used to be a dock at the edge of the city line. Then the city kept building and blocked it off. Gilla remarks with a sigh. Even the levels of things were built over. This basement used to be the first level. I was wondering why the basement had a basement dock below it. Jasper notes. Bright Dawn is one of the earliest settlements on Lochron. Of course, there's a lot that's been built over it. Gilla says, and Jasper raises an eyebrow at the uncommon calm in this girl. Did his healing her go wrong somehow? Shit, this could be really bad. She leads them up and then finds a chair to collapse into. Someone check on her. This place is relatively safe for now. Also make sure her children aren't hurt. Her healing seemed to have gone wrong, and having their mother suddenly made to act differently could spell out terrible things for her daughters. Don't, my daughters, Gilla whispers and Jasper sighs. I'll be back, fortify, and make sure no one gets hurt. You're not going to carry us out? I can only carry so many, and if I let these two go, then they might wake and try something, or find their courage and hurt someone. Jasper says, and there's a glance around. He passes out the second laser cannon he has, and there are some nods. I'll be back with others in a few minutes at most. Keep your heads down, he says as he heads for the front door. Do you really think that making an enemy of the Empire is wise? Which one was that again? Jasper asks as he glances outside to see the streets empty. He will have to come back here even after the evacuation. The quiet place in the midst of the storm is really suspicious. He quickly launches into the sky and makes sure to go high to avoid people easily tracking him as he's too small against the darkness. Who are these people? You're supposed to be helping our sisters. One of the midwives immediately confronts him as he swoops in. Others still come and take them off his hands. Get them medical attention, but keep an eye on them. They're involved in the riots, likely from the ground up. He orders, and there's some nodding. The first midwife coughs pointedly into her fist. They were interrogating several midwives. The girls are safe for now, but Miss Armless, there was the one holding the branding iron. I appear to have gotten there in time, barely, The other is badly concussed, and there's a third that I nearly killed by reflex. I tried healing her, but she seems addled. Addled but cooperative. She claims to have daughters, and I'm not comfortable having children possible harmed. Good. Sidewinders, she calls out, and then offers Jasper a smile. If you're being careful for the sake of children, then I can find little fault in you. The Grand Midwives are about preserving and creating life, especially the innocent. You called Elder Flo? A cloud Nagasha asks, slithering down through the air. Her human torso is well armored, and she has a sort of tail shawl on in a pattern similar to the midwives. Behind her, several more cloud Nagasha float down and slither up, 7 in total in a V formation. Take your squadron and follow the big guy here. He has several midwives and possible children and injured in need of evacuation. Elder Flo orders and the Sidewinder captain nods. They're in a quiet part of the city, which just makes it more suspicious to me. Before we go, are you the Earthani we found in the crystal container? I am. You certainly know how to disappear. I was one of the trackers that night. Well, you certainly kept me moving. I needed to get some space and figure out what was going on, and being in the middle of someone's stronghold was the last place I wanted to be while confused and alone. Did you not have that insane Metak with you? I wasn't sure if she was a friend or foe yet, so I wanted room to run if things went wrong. Did they? Far from it, but we're wasting time. Let's go. Jasper orders before rushing out of the temple and taking off, 7 Nagasha slithering through thin air after him. Out of Cruel Space, Part 303. A scion of many worlds. 4 daughters. Gilla has 4 daughters because Jorgwa lays small clutches of eggs. The girls were scared. Their mother was still in danger, as he had only immediately stopped her from dying, and self-defense or not, Jasper was struggling to fight down the guilt. He knew it was justified. But when little girls were terrified for their mother, it was very, very hard to feel like a good guy. Thankfully, the Sidewinders had gotten everyone carried to safety in minutes. The kids would be okay, thankfully, but everyone had noticed his discomfort, so he went out to rescue more. That made him feel a bit more righteous, especially when one of the rescues involved tearing a pillar out of the ground to carry the midwives away from being burned at the stake. Whoever's behind this really wants a performance, really wants a distraction. The whole thing is a smokescreen, but the biggest and most obvious prize is something he's best able to find with a tool left back at Eridus, the communicator. If this whole thing is after the shuttle hidden somewhere around Bright Dawn, then a lot of this makes sense. Well, hell, time to improvise then. Or rather, it was time when lives weren't on the line with every heartbeat. Mission 1 is to save lives, so he works at it, grabbing lasers, prisoners, and rescuing midwives until the darkest point of the night. He and the ever-growing army of Grand Midwife paladins and protectors aren't finished for a long time. Still, a quiet kicks off around the time he digs the green stone out of his pouch. Many of the girls are busy tending to wounds or asking questions. Hello? Is someone listening in on the other end? Jasper asks. Hun? Oh, hey, it's going off. Hello, O Master of Martial Mightiness. How are you? Ivy asks, sounding drunk. Are you impaired? Because I need something. Just tired. What do you need? He can hear the lopsided grin on her face. The communicator. I need it transported to me in the same manner that my brother keeps sending books and supplies. Wait, you think we can do that? She asks, the exhaustion vanishing as she clearly starts thinking. Far easier over a single world, but far faster than I can fly. Jasper answers. There are a lot of layers and levels to this madness. At least one, possibly many other parties and groups are after something with this night of blood and fire. I think that the shuttle would be one of the prizes, and with the communicator, I can head them off and get there before them, or at least try to stop them from getting away with the prize. What about the protection? We have everyone safe or accounted for. A few girls haven't made it, but the vast, vast majority are out and clear. We also have a large number of innocents out of harm's way, and more than a few prisoners to question. I will admit I'm looking for an excuse to step out of the interrogations. I can scare someone easily, but torture is something I am not comfortable with. For a blood-soaked warrior formed in battle, you're shockingly pure. I'm just aware of how horrific what I do can be to outside parties. Almost dainty, really. Ivy teases and he rolls his eyes in exasperation. Or rather, he shifts the focus with his eyes so that the image they give out shifts. Compound eyes don't roll. All right, I got the device. Are you ready for this? You've never synchronized with me, only your brother. It shouldn't be too hard. He lies to himself as much as her. Shall we? All right, I'm starting from my end. Try and synchronize. She says, and he sits down cross-legged and rests the stone on his ankle before thinking deeply, thinking clearly and reaching out. Something looks back, and he pulls away before frowning. He then focuses again and plows right by it. He easily finds Ivy and can sense something trying to claw at him. But he has priorities. He focuses and can feel Ivy do the same. It's not as tight or as comfortable as when he synchronizes with Horus. There's a distance. She and he are on good terms, but nowhere near close enough to pull together on a spiritual level. The energy pours in, and what's in her hands starts to be felt in his. He pours it in from his side, and things start to go runny in the concept of what is where and when. Then with a burst of power he's holding, the communicator and grins. That was nowhere near as intense as it was with Horus. He pulls back. Whatever he was sensing before is either gone or a trick of the imagination. Thank you. It worked perfectly, he says into the green stone. Do you have any idea what this means? That even if my people weren't coming, that you'd have the capacity to send aid, supplies, and messages around the world in moments? You just need to organize some dedicated girls to synchronize with other members of the order, and you have an extremely reliable communication and delivery system. Stop. Okay. You need to dumb it down a little, Mr. Warrior. It's no fun being the smart one when the other person figures things out before you can explain it. Then get on my level. I'm a warrior and a scholar. He fires back and there are a few giggles. Still, I need to write some of this down while it's still fresh. You do your hero work, Mr. Warrior Man. I'll do the actual work of making things better. She teases, then the gem stops glowing to show she did the equivalent of hanging up to get the last word in. He pockets the stone and activates the communicator. He gets it searching for the nearest system and bingo, the nearby shuttle is active. He notes with a grin. It asks him for a password, and after a moment he wonders. He doesn't input anything and it denies it. However, it gives no warning about a limit of tries, so he puts in man, woman, sex, god, goddess, and gets in after putting in password for a password. I feel like I should be disappointed, but it makes a sad sense. Nothing was established in time for proper password security to be considered. He mutters to himself as he rises up in a smooth action. So what did you do? One of the sidewinders asks from right behind him, and he turns quickly to see her grinning impudently. I had this sent to me, he says, showing the communicator. That looks like something out of the archive. Does it? He asks curiously. Yes, a lot of sisters spend their time trying to pull more knowledge out of those things and scribing down what they learn. Smart? These things are built to last, but there's always a risk of things happening, Jasper admits. This is less a storage device and more a communication device. There are dozens of nicknames for these things, but the undaunted generally just call them communicators. Oh, how subtle. Everyone's sassing me today. You showed yourself to be a person. The clear guilt you have over what you did to Gilla brought you down from an unstoppable force of nature and into a person. She says, slithering around him. Ah, so I have to do a few more impossible things to get that level of respect back, he remarks, stepping over her with ease. Perhaps taking control of that shuttle will help? Shuttle? What do you mean by that? Relic from the Age of Miracles. This communicator just linked up with it, he says before checking things and grinning. It has a homing beacon too. I can find it with ease. We can find it. The riots are mostly quelled, but current orders are that no one goes anywhere alone. You're counted as one of us, she says, and he nods. Fine. That's just good sense either way. How comfortable are you with teleporting? He asks. Apparently, no one in the temple were aware of the girl he tried and failed to teleport in. Not even a drop of blood had reached this place. A gruesome but fairly quick way to kill someone. Perhaps even a useful one if he learns how to make it combat applicable. Splattering someone with a touch would certainly take the fight out of their friends. Are you willing to speak as we fly? I have some questions, Jasper asks, and the Sidewinder nods. First, what's your name? Thinking of you as the Sidewinder is a touch impersonal. Beryl. I was named after an Araminta that saved my mother's life, she says, and he nods. Well then, Beryl, try to keep up. We're possibly trying to beat someone to it, he tells her as he walks out to the exit of the temple. The homing beacon effect is a simple one direction and distance. That's all he needs. He guides her upwards and then towards the center of the largest island. There is a series of ruins, mostly of collapsed buildings and sinkholes. Sinkholes that are shockingly straight and square. An attempted underground docking bay? Was Bright Dawn one of the earliest settlement attempts? If so, why was it abandoned? Why? He lets out a sigh. What's wrong? Just remembered that I could ask you the questions churning in my mind, he says, and Beryl snorts in amusement. Was Bright Dawn one of the earliest settlement attempts? Yes. From what records we have and what we've been able to piece together, Bright Dawn is one of the oldest kingdoms. Along with the Empire, that latter shattered, and then Miru, which also broke apart. The Empire, Bright Dawn, and Miru were all born from the nest, with many, many other nations born from them. Beryl explains and Jasper nods. So the scattered Earthani were never counted? They were nomadic for a very long time. The coastal city-states came later still, and then discovered the Jorgwa clans across the islands. Their history was poorly kept, so we don't have a timeline. Roughly around the same time as they were discovered, the Grand Empire shattered into its component pieces, breaking away from the Holy Empress and creating the Second Empire, the Slaver State, and the Sky Marauders. This Holy Empress, the first Nagasha upon Lakron, she is the only Serpentine survivor of the destruction of the Age of Miracles and ancestress of all Nagasha. She's still alive? She was a child at the time. But a child or not, primal Nagasha can only be killed. They never fade or wilt. Beryl says with a tone of reverent awe in her voice. Jasper gives her an odd look, and before asking he reconsiders. Yes, reverent awe is likely quite appropriate. It sounds like this Empress has a fairly strong claim to godhood on Lakron. Getting her endorsement will calm half the planet easily. I'm surprised that her empire was broken apart and survived. It sounds like a lot of drama happened. Oh yes, the Empress was the first that the Grand Midwives granted the gift to. From what I understand, she volunteered to help perfect the process and funded much of it. Then the rebellions and the dividing of the empire makes even less sense. Someone like that should have most of the planet in her grip, not a single empire on a single continent that's being actively opposed on two sides. She's merciful and very, very gentle to her daughters, which she sees most of Lakron as. The Grand Midwives threaten to tear away the future of those who bring war, and she pleads for mercy, for only the conspirators to lose their daughters. Then she does nothing to hunt them down, allowing the wretches to pass on their idiot ambitions. Too soft a touch, and the short-sighted will ravage you. Bear steel alone, and everyone has cause to rise up. You need steel wrapped in silk. Jasper muses out loud as they stop at the edge of a sinkhole that the communicator says is only 20 meters away from the shuttle. Not too bad a way of putting it. Keeping people going where you want them to is a hard job. What was that saying again? If you cannot be both feared and loved, then it is better to be feared than loved, but you must take care to never be hated. Who said that? Beryl demands in surprise. Machiavelli, a political scientist centuries ago. Smart man, but was seen as extremely cynical and is often misquoted or misunderstood. Why? He made the simple and reasonable observation that evil tends to cheat, and when it's cheating, the best way to counter it is to cheat too. People misunderstand that as him saying that there's no point in acting like there's any point in goodness. Jasper explains as he peers down into the darkness. Well, it makes sense. Liars lie and cheaters cheat. To stop them, you need to understand them, right? Right, now we're going down. The shuttle's down there. So it's some kind of flying vessel, right? I heard about that thing you've got soaring around in Miru. Beryl asks as she slithers into the air and starts gliding down with Jasper fluttering next to her. Yes, also I'm thinking of having it get out to Greenstone as well. From what I was hearing, there may not be a Greenstone much longer. They need leadership, and your mothy self seems to have volunteered. Oh boy. Jasper mutters as he thinks about what that will do to his already absurd, if thoroughly earned, reputation. Then his senses spike through the roof as two tiny points of light appear. He knocks Beryl to the side just a heartbeat before the two thin lasers fire off. The shot meant for him is wide, but the attack aimed at Beryl goes right through his gut. He screams in agony as he drops from the air and slams into the ground. Beryl slams on top of him as her balance and focus are gone, and he can see the lasers building power for a second set of shots. Out of Cruel Space, Part 304. A scion of many worlds. His first impulse is to try and somehow puke up the literal hole in his stomach. The stench of his guts hits like a hammer, and he pushes it all back. His first action is to grab Beryl and roll away from the next double laser blast. He rises and races across the floor to draw the fire away from Beryl. The glows track him and fire again. He's suddenly 2 meters back from where he was, like his connection to all reality lagged, and the lasers miss clearly. Beryl is already up and moving along the cavern walls as she draws a large falchion that looks like the love child of an axe and a claymore. She pounces on the figure in the darkness and brings down the sword. Reality shatters as something slams into both of them. It goes through his hardened skin and he can feel the blow in his brain. Later, get up, his reflection states, and he sucks in a gasp of shocked air. He's face first on the ground and can feel a bruise forming where his nose smashed into the stone. Queens, no. You cannot. Someone shouts and he teleports away. He looks down from above to see something slam into where he was laying a half heartbeat ago and shatters the stone. A killing blow. He can't take this one prisoner. Too much axiom power. He'll have to get her secrets by examining the corpse. And that single clue, Queens, no. He focuses on his antenna and forces their range outwards. It is not a sight, it is not a sound, and he sees her fully. Obviously female, a foza, 2 power sources from the pistol-scale lasers, but she has something else, a communicator of her own, in a pack around her back. Her axiom markings have a tiny amount of energy running through them he can sense as she looks around for him. Unfortunately, he's not only high above, but beyond the edge of the ledge. Her ears move, but he makes no sound as he waits for the perfect moment. She will sense any teleport, and if she can tell which direction he's coming from, that sonic attack will drop him again. He needs her to relax slightly, but her guard isn't dropping. As he waits, he does 2 more things. He monitors Beryl's health. She's just unconscious. Her heartbeat is regular, and she has brain activity similar to someone sleeping. She's going to have a killer headache in the morning, but it will only be metaphorically killer. The other thing he does is start to patch up the sheer damage that single attack did. He has to go slow so he doesn't draw on too much axiom. The process is agony. He has to repair the stomach first and foremost and get that acid spill under control. Then he can focus on his ravaged organs. Thank God he put those adrenal glands in. Otherwise, the pain would have caused him to fuck up already. The process of healing is mildly distracting, and he almost misses his opening. Beryl snores ever so slightly, and there's a heavily suppressed flinch from the foza. He teleports as she twitches, and she starts to whirl even as she begins to scream so hard the world starts to break. His claws go through her skull through the side and stop for nothing. The mostly headless corpse drops to his feet even as loosened stones cascade down to the right. It takes just a flick to get what little gore stuck to his left claws off. He steps over the cooling pile of meat and secrets and attends to Beryl. Thankfully, it takes little more than a moment to get her up and moving, albeit groggily. What hit me? Her. She used a sonic attack. I can barely open my eyes, let alone use weird words. Magic scream hits you in the brain. He says simply, and she nods before wincing in pain. Fuck, Foza assassin. Always bad news. Can't stop them with guards or walls. They know you're coming and can get through stone with a scream. Yay. They also know how to knock someone right out. What got you up? She asks, and Jasper thinks to the reflection. It was likely instinct, but too many coincidences were stacking up faster and faster. Honestly, past the second, it's not a coincidence at all. It's a pattern. Something's up with me. Not sure what, but it saved me this time. It happened before? Beryl asks as her head clears and she gets her jumbled thoughts in order. A memory that wasn't mine told me what a Jorgwa was inside and out. After that, I felt something try and connect to me as I reached out my mind to another. This time, my own reflection woke me up. You're being watched over. Something is helping you. Perhaps. When I have time, I'll try to talk to it. Why haven't you? Beryl asks as she rubs the side of her head and allows a shiver to pass down her body to get a feel of everything again. All this happened tonight. Not a lot of time to sit down and contemplate. Jasper remarks, do you want to sit this out? I won't blame you. No, duty says I watch your back as you watch mine. I will not do any less. She insists and he nods. Although do keep talking, it's helping. Not much more to talk about. Unless you care for the private stuff. I won't pry. Maybe not, but you may have insight. Jasper muses. Do you know what a clone is? I was taught that when I was shown the older secrets of the Order. In the Age of Miracles, there was knowledge on how to remake people. I find it doubtful. It's not perfect, but I'm a double clone. My body is the clone of the Earthani Emmanuel Skitterway, my mind a clone of the human soldier Horace Blue. The being that appears to be trying to contact me, it appears to be the original Emmanuel Skitterway. Really? So, you are what then? I do not know. I am not Horace, I call him brother. I am not Emmanuel, I think. There are instinctive differences between myself and Horace. I thought it was due to being Earthani rather than human, however. If it's not, then what does it mean? Am I the son of Emmanuel, born of his flesh? Or am I Emmanuel returned with the knowledge and will of Horace as well? Oh, that is too heavy a problem with this headache. Well, it's my problem, not yours, so don't worry. Jasper remarks before rolling his neck. Not to mention the other questions such a thing brings about. By all rights, I shouldn't be able to become Emmanuel, not unless there's more than flesh, bone, and axiom. There is. Don't you believe in the soul? I don't know. I really don't. If they're not real, this makes little to no sense. If they are, then there are so many more questions. Do I have my own, or am I getting Emmanuel's? What determines who or what gets a soul? What happens when the soul leaves? What happens when a soul comes into something already aware and alive? I think you're about to find out, and that terrifies me. All I can do is face it head on, but this isn't anything I've ever even imagined needing to be ready for. It's madness, he says in a haunted tone before he takes a deep breath and lets it out. But if I am nothing else, then I am undaunted. I do not run from my problems. I feast upon them and grow stronger. Well, that was a change in tone. Beryl jokes as she shakes her head and sighs. All right, I'm good to fight. Excellent, but have you any advice? None beyond face it boldly. In Manners of the Soul, I believe two things. They cannot be undone and they are good. I doubt it helps, but I hope it does. We shall see. Now, let's loot the corpse. Do you have to put it that way? She asks him wryly as she gathers up her falchion. Let's rob the dead bitch, sis? Jasper asks in a mocking tone. I preferred the first, she says plainly. I thought you might. He remarks as he steps up to the corpse and goes first for the backpack to pull out the communicator. How many of those are there? I don't know. In general, things are built to last in perpetuity. So unless the pieces of the nest landed mostly in the ocean, there should be a fair amount of tech lying around. If anything, there's been a lack of it. Not really. Things are like that are the sorts of things that families tend to hoard to themselves. Some infighting or hard times later and they sell it. So one or two major groups would have the lion's share of the tech. The what's share? Never mind, he says before scoffing. This one is digit print protected, so he picks up the corpse's hands and presses them onto the scanners. It gets through and he quickly uses the administrator access to register himself so he doesn't need to do that again. Hey, what's Canid Solutions? A major weapons manufacturing firm. Big enough to encompass entire worlds for their production and testing needs. So big they can give worlds away and call it a win. Jasper answers, sparing a glance to see that Beryl is examining corporate logos on the laser pistols. Then that means that these date back to the age of miracles. At least, they may have been a gift from an older member of the family to the younger one when they went away on the colony ship. We could easily slap on a few extra centuries to the estimate without much issue. He remarks as he notes the journal and has to resist rolling his eyes. Well, at least there's an upside to a lack of hacker culture. No one knows how to protect their data. Hacker? To hack into something is to get control of the information held inside or outright control an electronic device when you're not supposed to. I technically hacked it when I used Miss Deddy's hand to get past the imprint access. It thought I was her, so it let me in, then I told it to let me in. So now it does. Makes sense, I think? It's very strange. On that we agree. Can I keep these? They're much smaller than the ones we've been confiscating in the temple and shoot more. The trigger guard makes them almost impossible for me to use them. So go right ahead. I think you may have a higher-up try and call dibs, though. They're powerful weapons if used right. He pats his stomach. Damn near killed me. You repaired the hole in your armor? She asks, and he feels around the area. No. Why would you ask that? He asks, and she sticks her finger into the hole in his gear to poke him in the newly healed stomach. I think the fur has turned black. She notes, and his eyebrows go up. Okay, so I'll need a mirror after this. Can you see guts or blood? No. Then it's not a problem. Let's finish tossing the corpse and go, Jasper says before focusing more on the antenna and finding a few more, less obvious irregularities around her person. He follows them to extract a half-dozen thin knives of various metals, 2 small bandoliers of darts that are resting in such a way that their tips are drenched in poison, what appears to be garrote wire braided from long hair, and a letter that at first appears to be gibberish, but is clearly in some kind of cipher. At the end of the letter is the symbol of the serpent being stabbed. The Breakaway Empire. Everyone seems to have a different name for them. They call themselves the True Empire and denounce the Holy Empress as a false goddess sent to lead them astray, conveniently forgetting that all the so-called false promises were things they themselves made up and not things that were actually promised. So, what's with this Empress anyway? What is she like as a person? Hurt. The destruction of the Age of Miracles and the brutal years that followed hurt her deeply, and she has not recovered. She's living proof that without a competent healer, you can live for thousands of years and still feel pain. She switches from a being of immense wisdom clad in sorrow, so thick that complete strangers weep for her, and then she changes to the tiny child she was during the fall, unable to see you as anything other than one of several friends that exist only in her mind. Dear God. An immortal empress with dissociative identity disorder. She's partly the reason why we haven't rebuilt. She's the only person alive that remembers what it was like to be in the Age of Miracles, and she's broken. An immortal shell forever weeping over her loss or denying she ever had anything to lose. Until you came around and started speaking as if it were something to strive for, the Age of Miracles could have been better called the Age of Decadence. Really? Do you have any idea how absurd you are? Somehow more absurd than the immortal woman with heavy and prominent dissociative identity disorder as a coping mechanism to seeing everything she knows and loves die, and then everything she builds and births die and rot as well. He simultaneously asks and accuses. Primitive or not, that girl should have gotten some kind of help. You pity her? How can I not? Her life is an unending series of tragedies that, from the sounds of it, she can't overcome before more tragedy piles on. Unless I'm mistaken, she is the only primal Nagasha on the planet, right? Right. Then she has no one she can truly connect to. At her age, the lives of those around her must be a blur of senseless motion, and then they're done. Her every daughter and descendant growing old and dying in what feels like moments. She is surrounded by family and worshippers, but is more alone than any of us can imagine. So she's either in mourning for all she has lost or will lose, or she's denying everything and trying to find some measure of happiness. She doesn't know how to handle the grief and pain, Jasper says as he runs a claw over his head. I never thought of it that way. She just seems beyond us all. She's just another person, one who's been through much, much more than anyone else on Lochran. Jasper says, getting her to a psychiatric specialist to help her work through her grief, and getting her a circle of friends with other very long-lived people will work wonders for the poor girl. You've never even seen her or understand her beyond basic descriptions. Why do you care? Beryl asks. Why not, he asks as he finds what may be a series of cipher keys. The woman's journal is wisely devoid of any mission mentions, but he does have a name to put to the face he tore off. Lumilla Scythe. He parses through the ciphers and sees something. A pattern forms, and he slowly starts to read the letter out loud. Operative Scythe. You are to aid in the growing dissension in Bright Dawn. Grant them the supplied weapons for their use and the illusion of support from the true empire. If they think they have our wholehearted assistance, they shall be heartened for the attack. While the rebellion occurs, you are to seek out and extract all information from the mainframes of the hidden technological repository. If it is a shuttle as expected, then you are to defend and study the device until you can safely fly it back to base. The Empress protects. I suppose it explains why she didn't just loot this place and run then, Beryl says in an odd tone. Yes, indeed, a second functional shuttle. Quite the prize. Out of Cruel Space, Part 305. A scion of many worlds. Did you seriously shove the laser pistols into your belt? Jasper asks after a few moments of walking into the wide but dark cave. He's providing the light with a literal ball of pure energy in his left claw. Is that bad? Beryl asks. A specialized holster is best. At least tell me that you have the safeties on, he asks, and she looks confused. Oh boy, carefully draw the weapons. They're likely in a state where they could go off at any moment and put a burning hole clean through your crotch. She very slowly brings out the pistols, and he crouches down to examine them before pointing to a tiny lever above the trigger. See that small lever? That's the safety on a laser pistol. Turn it on, and it won't fire unless it's turned off. Okay, she says, and she quickly flicks the safeties on. He nods at this. He gestures with his hand, and she points the lasers away to the rock and visibly pulls the triggers. They don't fire. She then flicks off the safeties, and the beams of light burn out. Another pair of flicks, and she's carefully stowing away the weapons in a belt pouch. All right, first rule of weapons like pistols, rifles, or cannons. Treat it like it's always ready to fire. Unless you know for certain otherwise, the weapon is extremely dangerous. These things can kill in one shot, so you need to respect them for the very dangerous tools that they are. He explains, and she nods. So they're like a cannon that needs something other than a lot of work to set off. In essence, yes. Never point them at anything you're not ready to see dead or destroyed. Jasper confirms, and her next nod is very sober. Excellent. Let's continue. The cave widens and widens as they journey further in. The walls start to catch the light and shimmer. A quick check reveals it to be quartz. The area is completely clear of stalactites and stalagmites, despite the slight depressions and buildups that show that they should be developing. Someone's been clearing them out, albeit without tool marks. This cave is far too smooth. Beryl reaches the same conclusion as Jasper just a few moments after. Yes, I noticed. Their humidity and dripping would have formed stalactite and stalagmite, but they're not here. Also missing are tool markings, meaning Axiom was used to do so. Likely an Earth Erumenta, or someone who studied under one. Everyone seems to forget that Erumenta are merely talented at manipulating the elements, not the exclusive practitioners. Are you just addicted to big words? Addicted? Oh, shut up. It wasn't that big. She grumps back with a smile, and he chuckles. But you're right. When you think elements, you think Erumenta. That Fosa could do this, you could do this. With some help, I could do this. Exactly. Jasper confirms before regarding the ball of light in his claws. He charges it with more energy and casts it into the cave ahead of them. The cavern it illuminates is enormous and precision cut but worn down. Dead center is the prize. Shaped like an angular heart, with the tip sliced off the shuttle, rests on protrusions of the hull, going down and gleams in the light. Is that? Yes, that's it exactly. Let's find the door. It's enormous. I thought it was like a rowboat or a canoe, not something the size of an entire galley ship, compared to what it was attached to it is. In fact, if it was with a colony ship, it's even smaller by comparison. More like a piece of wood to be thrown after those that fall overboard. But that would mean that the nest was the size of a city, yes. Perhaps larger than any city on Lochron. A colony ship is an enormous vessel. More a mobile mountain in size, then where is it? I don't know. It's one of the things that are bothering me. I've found the melted remains of buildings. I've found shuttles and everything points to the idea that there should be pieces of the nest somewhere. But no one knows where. I suspect that the largest pieces are in the ocean and the smaller ones are buried or have been taken apart for salvage. That would make sense. Deep underwater would be the only place you could hide something that big. Hydro Nagasha and Jorgwa don't often swim deep. Too cold, too dark. She corrects him, and he nods. Sensible. He notes as they stop a solid 10 meters away from the shuttle to take in the size. Beryl gives out a little wow of awe at the sight of it. All right, let's get inside and see if we can't fly it out. How does something like this fly? She asks, and he chuckles. The two back pieces have a pair of gravity engines, so it controls how it falls and which way it falls, also how fast it falls, so it doesn't fly. It just falls up? Yes, but so precisely that you would have a hard time matching its grace. That's strange. Well, falling's not the right word, but as much as I'd like to, I don't have time to explain all the little strange bits about gravity and what happens when you really start moving. So falling is the best I can explain it without taking a few weeks to try and fully explain. Do you do that often? Are the blues just teachers and explainers? No, actually. It's something I do and only I do among the blues. Except your brother who your mind was copied from. No, not him either. This is something I do by reflex, but I don't know why. Jasper remarks with a frown before snorting. I should talk with people more often. I'm learning a lot. From what I hear, you speak plenty. Beryl remarks as she gets over her wonder and slithers up to the ship. So where's the entrance? This is a vessel, right? I doubt we ride on top. A moment, please. Jasper says as he fiddles with his communicator. It links up easily and he inputs a few commands. Thankfully, things go through smoothly and the side of the vessel opens wide. Wow, Beryl says as the ramp lowers and she rushes in. Hands on your belt. Unless you know what it is, don't touch it. Jasper calls after her as he steps up onto the ramp and finds her with her hand over a wall panel. All right, lesson time. This is a basic access panel. It's safe. Just make sure to properly read what it tells you you're doing. It's not a game, unless of course you tell it to play a game, then it's a game. So what's it do? Technically, it can control the whole ship. However, it's more a backup access. It's also a way to look around in the ship and is mostly used to do quick checks, like this. He says as he types in a couple commands and finds a layout of the ship, it claims to be in perfect repair. Twice. Twice now these ships are in perfect shape. This is weird, probably preservation marks. She says and Jasper gives her an odd look, and she pulls out her sword to show an unusual marking that has a strange effect on the axiom. It's not a powerful effect though, and it's very in tune with the background sensation. Here, it's a bit of knowledge we kept. Is this restoring your sword? Jasper asks, remembering seeing these kinds of markings on the underside of things. A surreptitious way to fix things. One that was omnipresent, it seems. He never thought about it before. A mistake, it seems. And the outer parts restore the symbol. This sword is 200 years old. I've never needed to so much as sharpen it. Oh shit, I paid the mountain clans in weapons, but I didn't put on the symbols. I doubt they'll care. They have a reputation for breaking and remaking weapons. I at least owe them an apology. Jasper asserts as he regards the symbol and places his hands on the hilts of his swords. He shifts them so that just beyond the guard is that symbol in the metal. He can feel things improve almost right away. Okay, so a combination of robust building methods and restoration runes would make these things all but immune to the march of time. My own questions are falling to the wayside. Come on, let's find the main controls and see what this beast can do. Right, you can fly these things, she says in wonder. It's not that hard, you just have to learn how to pay attention to many little details. It can look overwhelming at first though. Once you know what to do and get used to it, then you may even find it relaxing. My brother has several friends who love piloting and driving. Beryl gives him an odd look. She caught the slip and rears up to pat him on the shoulder. He nods in appreciation before gesturing for her to follow him to the bridge. What is that? She asks, pointing to the circular structure on the floor. There's clear machinery around it. Pilot couch. Go get comfortable on it. It'll adjust to you. Pilot couch. Do you intend for me to fly this thing? Why not? I said it was fairly simple, so I'm going to prove it by showing you how. It's probably best that the midwives get this shuttle anyways. Sure, your order has made some mistakes, but your intentions are good and you have the will to do the right thing, Jasper says, and she eagerly slithers into the couch. Now, poke the red design. She does, and then nearly leaps out when the entire piloting couch shifts and then gently presses on her. She then watches with wide eyes as hard light controls appear in front of her. These are the main controls. If something goes wrong, there are secondary controls there and there, not to mention in a pinch almost any control panel can serve. Okay, now, what am I looking at? Right now it's on standby mode. The ship is letting you know its status. Press that bit there. Jasper instructs and she pokes the portion. They both glance backwards as they feel the engines activate. Good. Now use that bit there to bring this status screen lower and times. They found it. Lady Ayler mutters as the enormous structure of pure metal, molded by ancient knowledge, swoops through the air and slowly comes to a stop just outside the temple. It turns in midair as if simple physics means nothing to it, and then touches down. A doorway in the side opens and a ramp descends. Jasper leaves first before being followed by Beryl. The girl may not have the discipline to be a full paladin, but she's still a skilled knight. Oh, that was so much fun. Thank you so much for teaching me. Beryl gushes, and all four of Lady Ayler's eyes widen at the implication that it was in fact Beryl who had flown the shuttle. She swoops down to greet them. A complete success, I see. Did I hear things correctly? Did you control that thing, Beryl? She's a natural pilot. Jasper compliments the knight and Beryl beams with pleasure. I was thinking that the Grand Midwives could use this shuttle the most. It has no weapons, but its cargo bays are fairly large and could be used to get people and supplies to where they're needed most. Not to mention it could very easily be used for evacuation, say of an island chain that just turned insanely hostile. Yes, this would be faster than moving by ship or carrying everyone out in an instant. Are you certain you can just give this away? No weapons. It's just a really big and really fast wagon as far as I'm concerned. We need to get the injured and innocent out of here sometime yesterday. I can't think of a better way. Can you? Jasper asks, and she huffs in amusement as she looks over the vessel. I can't. Short of you somehow having another of those portal pillars ready, this is our absolutely best option. Even if they were ready now, it would take me a while to fly there and back. With this, we can get everyone out in 1 or 2 trips with no need to post guards for extended periods of time. I see. By the by, that woman I brought in, the one I addled, I'm a warrior, not a healer, I don't know. Speak to the sisters within and they will tell you freely. You've done a tremendous amount for us already. If anyone had any doubts about you being our ally, then tonight has wiped them clean. You doubted me, even after all we've done together? Jasper asks in a teasing tone. She has a face guard on, so it doesn't matter that she blushes, but his smile widens, and she can just tell he somehow sensed it with his antenna. I wanted to see if you were as the legends said, and if you would be able to give me some kind of, keep your dignity. I'm heading off. Jasper assures her and takes a step past with a smile. They are stealing our sacred vessel. Kill the thriving wars! Someone screams out from beyond the shuttle, and Beryl turns as she draws her sword, even as Lady Ayler's face hardens. Never mind. Time to fight. Jasper says, having turned on his heel and slowly breaking into a sprint towards the oncoming enemy. Out of Cruel Space, Part 306. A scion of many worlds. A good fight always starts with psychological warfare. If you can convince the other guy they have no chance, then they're either going to do something stupid and hand you the win, or they're going to give up. So setting his swords on fire and charging in with a trilling or thorny scream of bloodlust is the first thing he does, and the last as the entire crowd shatters and scatters before he's even half finished. He says as he touches down and lets the fire die out on his blades. He simply shrugs and sheathes the weapons before turning away. I suppose they got their fill for the night. I'm almost disappointed. Beryl is outright laughing as he walks back with a rueful shrug, and somehow he can make out the quadruple eye roll through Ayler's helmet and faceplate. Sorry? Yeah, you better be sorry, big moth boy. Hogging all the fun and scaring off all the idiots. Beryl gets out between some chuckles as she sheathes her falchion. Her laughs get under control as she turns around and calmly slithers back to the ship. So I have a question, Jasper says as he gets into casual speaking distance of Lady Allure. I may have an answer, she replies, and he smirks. Why was whore used as an insult? It can be one back, on Earth, but it doesn't seem like it would fit as an insult in the wider galaxy. So it doesn't mean selfish, of low morals and deviant? I suppose it can, but it's mostly aimed at women with many sexual partners, Jasper replies. Why would that be an insult? In the greater galaxy, I don't know. But the number of men and women are fairly well balanced on Earth, so looking beyond your partner is considered an act of treachery. Since it's far easier for women to commit such a treachery, the insult ended up gendered towards women. How is it easier for them? Men pursue women on Earth. The man has to ask, but the woman gets the choice of saying yes or no. And if the man doesn't accept the answer, serious repercussions for the man. There are very, very few cultures that tolerate rape in any form. Jasper replies. Even in prison, known rapists, especially those that target children, they need to be kept away from the other prisoners or they stand a good chance of being killed. Really? Is it common on Earth? Allure asks him in a haunted tone. No, but it's regarded as so heinous that even if only 1 in a million people does so, then their name is still reviled by many. Jasper answers and she nods after a time. I see. This conversation went somewhere awkward and uncomfortable in a hurry. Jasper remarks, so have you had any interesting fights? I had an assassin at the shuttle. I was ambushed a few times in the tunnels and nearly cooked alive by a Hydro Nagasha, and there was the giant Jorgwa. You have any fun? There was an Erumenta adept who was shifting herself into a water state. It was strange, but she clearly didn't think about it too clearly. I hit her with a blast of wind from my wings, even as she water shifted around my sword, and it both disrupted her concentration and reduced her to a smear of gore. It was rather disturbing, to be honest. I can imagine. It's rare to fight someone with a sword and simultaneously keep the blade clean and reduce your opponent to little more than a puddle. Jasper notes before his neck hairs tingle, and he focuses on his antenna. There it is, movement. Don't look, but it appears someone's trying to be sneaky. I see. Thank you for the warning. Many people seem to think that because my kind rarely put armor around our wings that they're somehow vulnerable, so they attack from behind. Not realizing that the way our eyes are placed means we can see them coming unless they're extremely thin and swift. Heh, like trying to sneak up on an Earthani, you're just wasting your time. Or most, Nagasha, they can sense heat. She replies and he nods. That reminds me, what do you know about the so-called True Empire? I understand they oppose the empire formed around the oldest Nagasha on the planet, but little beyond that. Why? Look at this. It's in instructions in a cipher. Here's the cipher to figure it out yourself, but I can read it off for you. He offers, showing the letter and communicator. Lady Allure takes both and examines them. Summarize them for me, she says as she translates it in her own mind. The person I pulled it off of, Operative Scythe, was sent with a big box of weapons and instructions to make sure tonight's riots would happen. She was then to use the distraction to get control of the shuttle. She seems to have failed. Having one's face ripped off can put a damper in most plans. Any plans that don't involve severe masochism, at any rate. Allure notes as she slowly scans through the letter. It doesn't say how big the container was or how many weapons were in it. No, it doesn't, which is just one of the concerning things about this. It certainly seems to come from the True Empire, but it could be a frame job. Lady Allure says, handing back both communicator and letter to him. All she said was, Queens, no, you cannot, when I woke up far too soon from her sonic attack. A Foza? Yes, night black pelt, yellow markings. That does sound like True Empire Foza, all right. Something to look into. Lady Allure remarks as she reaches up and unbuckles her helmet before pulling it off to let her braided hair fall down behind her. Her more human-placed eyes pinch shut and the eye further on the right side of her head looks at him warily. You need to be very, very careful. The True Empire does not play about when it comes to getting rid of those it hates. We've had an absolute horror show of a time trying to catch them in the act, and when we do, they admit to being a singular actor. The whole world is trying to dance around your rules. Putting your foot down would make tonight look like a mild vacation, wouldn't it? Yes, it was a stalemate that was not going to break in any way that would have benefited us, but if your people are indeed coming, they are. It's just that this place is far off the beaten path. Jasper says, and she frowns in thought. There is something like that in the archives, but it was, I may need to take a look at those, see what I can learn. What? But they're sacred. They're a sacred treasure that, that would be nothing more than just a library to you. She says as she puts it together. Yes, yes it would be. Then no. No, there's just no point. It can take weeks for the council to agree on such a thing. We protect the archive because it's the source of our knowledge and allows us to help Lochron and its people. Fair enough. It's not like I don't have a million things to do. He remarks, and she just stares at him for a moment. It's rather odd for you to not see it as a great prize. I understand it's not for you, but I've spent so long helping to protect it I can hardly imagine it. Do you think things might have been different if you tried to share the knowledge and not keep it secret? We've tried. We've tried so much, only to fail. The city-states grew proud and refused to come together. We tried to bring in psychology, and it splintered. The Sacred Empire, when people learned their god queen was merely a woman, enhanced farming techniques turned a backwoods part of Miru into the Goldlands, and they began demanding a fair due rather than feeding people. The mountain clans were taught metallurgy and advanced mining. We hoped they would start building, but instead they made weapons to hunt monsters. The Earthani tribes have been the only actual success with advanced weaving and dying to really advance their ability to make and sell silk. But the Earthani aren't players on this world. They're almost an afterthought in everything that happens. I know. It's absurd. We keep trying to uplift and things keep failing. Well, yes, I suppose it would. Uplifting isn't a one-and-done deed. It's a slow, difficult, and often unrewarding task, especially without the infrastructure to actually make things better like advanced hydroponics or sturdier shelters. Although, all right. Worst case scenario, there's something about Lochron itself that makes it almost impossible for help to come from beyond. My promise of help on the way turns into a lie. We have what we need, we just need to use it properly. Jasper says and she considers. Worst case scenario? That's your worst case? You don't even consider dying? She demands and he shrugs. Of course I do, but at this point, there's more than myself to worry about. He answers before nodding. Excuse me, I need to check on some people in the temple, as well as check my new stomach scar. Apparently the fur's turned black. Time stops to stay behind and keep things shuttle. It takes about an hour to get the wounded and defenseless onto the shuttle, and Jasper Ops brings them all to one of the major temples on the mainland. The same one he woke up in, apparently. Wouldn't that be interesting? Actually, that would be interesting. I'll need to take a look myself, perhaps even examine the casket I was found in. Jasper muses out loud. He takes a breath as he thinks about such things. Still, things were going fairly well. Jilla was apparently on the mend, but still groggy. Furthermore, there are now 2 black spots in his fur, a matching pair of circles just to the right of where his belly button would be if he were mammal. It clearly shows he's been injured clean through the torso. But Earthani hatch from eggs into larvae, spend some time squirming around, and then spin cocoons to protect themselves. Older Earthani can still spin silk, but Jasper has no idea how. Something to ask the tribes about. It would be nice to have something he can use to tie someone up at will. Or maybe just the ability to make a hammock or a pair of pants when he needs it. He had taken the time to get information about the true empire. It's ruled by a series of high queens, and they're all treated like the same person. The mantle seems to be something like a reincarnation of a spiritual leader coupled with an acting role for a single character over decades. Like a cross between James Bond and the Dalai Lama. It jumps species, it jumps nationalities at times, but almost always when a new high queen is crowned, she's some vulnerable young child who is then quickly groomed into a hateful and spiteful bitch of a woman. The current one is middle-aged, But with the sheer failure, he just handed her agents she might be killed and a new one brought in for good luck. If that bit of madness happens, well, he's raising one royal brat. He can raise another. Hell, it might even work out well. In the optics game, if they want something holy and sacred, then he can play the bronze bull for a while. Jasper pauses at that thought and muses where the idea came from. Then he remembers. The bull worshipped by the Jews while Moses was on the mountain. Why is he remembering that better? He never really studied in Sunday school. Or rather, Horace never did. So why is that popping up? He needs to pay attention to his mind. But this time it seems like it's just him. Are these flashes of knowledge just a result of the axiom going through his brain and increasing its power? Or is it something else? His brain is physically different after all, more primed for longer life and therefore clearer memory. It would be very ironic if he remembered more of Horace's childhood than Horace, which reminds him once more. Something he has to do, and the sooner, the better. That voice and presence needs to be addressed. He can't afford an existential crisis, so instead he's going to get some existential answers. He sets up a patrol route, finds a place to sit down and tells them to tug his antenna if they need his attention. He sits in a lotus position and locks his hand claws with his foot claws and leans forward as he pulls in axiom and sends his focus inwards, into memory and into the elsewhere that he uses to communicate. But he connects to no one, aiming instead at the memory of the lesson, at the voice he heard that woke him, at the presence that clawed at his mind. You have the subtle elegance of meteoric impact. It says in his own voice and a tone halfway between awe and exasperation. Out of Cruel Space, Part 307. A scion of many worlds. Thank you? Jasper replies, unsure if that was an insult or a compliment. This was supposed to take several months to a year. Emmanuel states, wryly just staring at him. Jasper takes a moment to look around at where here is before continuing. Large, featureless white void. Big thing on the horizon to the left and right. No clothes between the two of them, and if they were to each hold out their arms, they could clasp claws at most. Okay, odd, but he can work with this. I don't have that kind of time. He dismisses the accusation. That is because you insist on doing literally everything you can all at once. Emmanuel notes. Then he dramatically raises a claw, and suddenly they're both dressed in business casual, with a pair of comfortable chairs between them. Still, you're here now, and clearly going to solve this now. So let us solve the problem. Certainly, but first let's define it. Jasper says, sitting comfortably into the chair conjured nearest to him. Emmanuel lowers himself and chuckles. You already have a full understanding of what is occurring. I am Emmanuel Skitterway, son of Dr. Morgana Skitterway, and I am bleeding back into you. I was slowly bleeding into you, but now you have accelerated the process. Am I going to remain myself? Oh yes. We are becoming one. You are not becoming me. I am not becoming you. We are one being already. It is just we are not whole yet. I'm afraid I don't fully understand. I see. Well, to put it as plainly as possible, you are gaining my memories, my emotional connections, and everything that makes me myself, without losing anything that makes you yourself. Emmanuel explains and Jasper nods. He can sense a sort of honesty, but he needs to keep poking until he's completely sure. How did this happen? It's not every day that you're part of a resurrection, or would reincarnation be more appropriate? He asks, and Emmanuel nods appreciatively. It is rare indeed. I will explain why in a moment. As to the how of this situation, it is a variety of factors. Yet the most significant contributing factor was when you reached out to speak with your mental brother Horace. You touched not only my mother as well, but myself. Since then, I have been slowly becoming one with you. Also, I believe this is closer to reincarnation than resurrection. Resurrection implies it is merely the same person again. Reincarnation, on the other claw, assumes that changes have occurred in some capacity. I see. So what makes this so rare? I assume that if it was well known enough to be more than extremely unusual, then your mother would have at least attempted to resurrect you. Yes, it's often impossible. There are certain predatory beings that dine on the connections and, for lack of a better term, anatomical portions of a spirit that are required for both communication with the dead and with resurrection. It does no harm to the actual soul. Think of these portions to be akin to a vehicle, or some kind of climbing equipment needed to travel between the two. Does it cause any damage to the actual soul? Jasper asks, and Emmanuel looks uncertain. There are certain limitations on what we are about to do. I recall nearly nothing of the afterlife, even though I am not yet alive. Memories formed in the afterlife remain in the afterlife. There are also multiple afterlives. I do believe I encountered individuals who were ravaged by these predators. However, I cannot say for certain. I see. With these things attacking the tethers, for lack of a better term, it's not surprising that resurrection is thought of as impossible. But why aren't they here now? If these ravenous things are the whole reason why the divide between life and death is so strong, then where are they? Jasper asks, and Emmanuel extends his arms and points to both horizons. Jasper glances each way before giving the other self an inquisitive look. Because a super predator is unconscious nearby, this area is regarded as its territory and they avoid it. It is in this place, and perhaps nowhere else, that this can be happening. Emmanuel states, and Jasper regards both horizons again. It's a single creature? I thought it was landscape for lack of a better term. He asks, wondering about the sheer logistics of trying to deal with such a creature. If it's on a continental scale, it is a single titanic being. Normally they dwell out in space alone and feed on the axiom energies. I have learned that the tethers between the living and dead are effectively a preferred portion of their diets. Think candy to a meal of filling but plain foods. Emmanuel states, and Jasper nods. So these things can be hurt, perhaps even killed and driven away. Yes, but we do not know the ramifications of such a thing. Without these predators around, it may very well be possible for the dead to self-resurrect, which may sound excellent in concept, but the implications are enormous and far-reaching. Emmanuel warns him, and Jasper nods. Not to mention that's only if, big if, something like self-resurrection has no negatives attached. If it does, we could be looking at an undead apocalypse, potentially on a galactic scale, planets covered in the living dead. I did not expect that to be a topic when we began this conversation. Emmanuel notes with a stunned look on his face. Jasper points to his left with his right claw and his right with his left. We're speaking, one incarnation to another, in the realm of spirits with an impossibly large horror on both horizons. It would take quite a bit of work to make the situation any more absurd than it already is, Jasper says in an amused tone. Emmanuel chuckles a bit in response. True, very true. Thankfully, there is no horde of suitors lining up to try and win our claws in marriage in here. Oh, that would just be the cherry on top, wouldn't it? Jasper asks with a grin. So, this is happening. I don't stop being me, and I get your extensive education out of it. Also, I get to talk down Dr. Skitterway. Oh my goodness, we have not even spoken about her. There's no real way to. You remember your mother, but all I know her as is distilled crazy coming out of her radio. Yes, that is true. This is going to be enormously awkward. Oh, like I'm not ready for that after I dethroned and adopted a queen, or the fact it worked so well I'm planning to do it again with a holy empress. Jasper remarks, and Emmanuel groans into his claws. Your mental processes confuse and frighten me in ways I can scarcely comprehend. He moans, and Jasper just laughs in response. Emmanuel just watches him for a moment before nodding and sitting a bit more formally. I must say, the stories we shall have for the other side will be much more numerous and incredible. Yes, Jasper says, holding out his right claw. The intent is clear. I thought you would be the one nervous about this. Is this what it means to be undaunted? Something like that, but not all of it. Jasper says, and after a moment, Emmanuel's claw clasps his. Time's out. The headache is entirely psychosomatic. He pushes it down as he stands up. More himself than before, it adds an incredible depth and appreciation for his surroundings. The tiny imperfections unavailable in a mechanically cleaned and maintained ship, something he rarely saw as Emmanuel. What did you just do? One of the midwives asks from behind him, and Jasper smiles. I regained myself. I was missing some rather important pieces. You accomplished all you've done while injured? Injured? No. Incomplete would be more honest. he says before taking in a deep appreciative breath. Incomplete? Yes, incomplete. I'm uncertain how better to explain it without sounding overly grandiose. The singular man upon a world, the self-made warlord, king and champion of the people who descended from the stars, the man whom doubled in height and grew hundreds of pounds of raw muscle in the span of a month, thinks this next bit is too absurd? She asks incredibly. I went from a living tribute to a dead man to the dead man resurrected. Emmanuel Skidderway lives again, though I still remain Jasper. What? I was merely a copy of someone, but his soul has come back from the afterlife and joined with me. That, how? She asks, and he shrugs. I reached out to the stars to seek help from the man whose mind I was a copy of. I awoke the spirit of my past self as I did so. He was speaking to me tonight, and I spoke to him directly. He and I are now one. He lives again, and I am complete. I am whole and greater than I was before. The immense mind and learning of Emmanuel with the fierce fury of Jasper. The mind? I am a learned man, a scholar. I gained such standing in my last life as Emmanuel. I have it once more, he says as he finally opens his eyes. Now, is there something the matter? Do you have any idea how changed the axiom was around you? It was only for a moment, but reality echoed. It was so strange. And only you have come up to speak to me, Jasper asks, noting that everyone is keeping a fair distance away. You do scary things. You're a good person, but you don't do things small, fair enough, he says. I was speaking with Emmanuel, halfway between the world of the living and the afterlife. That's impossible, par for the course with me, it would seem, Jasper remarks with a grin. He then frowns and notices the slight discoloration around her neckline. Are you all right? Your chest tuft is somewhat discolored. How did you... There's an itch at times, she notes. I think you're lacking fiber and protein. I know you're an herbivore, but small amounts of meat will be a blessing. Fish in particular, if well prepared in a Roadie salad, will clear that up. He remarks and she blinks. Have you gained the skills of a doctor by simply meditating for less than a minute? Somewhat, he confesses, and she sighs before looking upward as if seeking strength from the heavens. Every time I think I understand this creature, there is a greater and greater level of absurdity. In all fairness, my mother was dedicated to seeing me have the best possible education in the galaxy. By the time most children were learning basic sums, I was dabbling in advanced mathematics, medicine, chemistry, and physics. Jasper says fondly. The difference between Horace's childhood and Emmanuel's was like night and day. Horace was from a large family that had enough warmth for everyone. Emmanuel was the single warm point to a cold woman. By comparison, Horace was outright feral. Simultaneously, Emmanuel had neither control of nor even the concept of chance or chaos in his life. Insanity or not, will you be using this newly returned knowledge to help? Of course. I'll need a copy of your records in order to actually understand what level you're all at as an organization. But after that, I can easily offer not only advice, but teach more advanced concepts. My license to teach is no doubt expired, but it's at least several centuries more advanced than anything in your own records, regardless of the technological plateaus. A what? There's a certain point where it's very, very hard to improve things, be it yourself or others. This is called a plateau, so named because it is akin to reaching just such a formation when climbing a mountain of infinite size. And you're going to use it to help us? What else is it good for? He asks in a slightly affronted tone. Well, you could rule and, oh, you clever monster. You already do. You're expanding your influence, but why? No one else seems able to do a proper job of it. To lead a people is to ensure that they have the best in mind for them. Many on this world are simply not in a position to do that. So if no one else can do the job, I will. And what's the job done properly to you, to me? That would be the world at least at the level of stability and prosperity that it would have had if the nest had never crashed. I would see you all in crystal spires with overflowing larders and hope unending for the future. How do we deserve that? She asks in an odd tone, and Jasper's eyebrow goes up. Why is she acting like she's unworthy? Is there some kind of self-critical cultural phenomenon going on? Deserve has nothing to do with it. As far as I'm concerned, you're long owed this. Chin up, there will be prosperity and peace upon Lochran. I promise you that. Out of Cruel Space, Part 308. A Scion of Many Worlds. Sergeant Jasper Emmanuel Skitterway Blue reporting in. Jasper says into the radio after finally getting back to Aridus Valley. You're 10 hours late in this report. Emergency situation required my attention. Riots in the nation of Bright Dawn and what appeared to be a combination coup, smokescreen, and terrorist attack. I was requested by the Grand Midwives to help defend and evacuate their people. Confirmed. Soldier, your speech patterns are noticeably different. You are no longer repressing that unusual trill the Earthani possess. Command states, there have been a great number of significant events. I am no longer uncomfortable as Earthani. All right, give me a bullet point summary and then I'll get the details. Diplomatic success with the mountain clans. Clues found to origins of Locron. Several hunts led with the Metak, 2 nations fed. Call for help from the Grand Midwives. Riots in Bright Dawn. Got into a lot of fights in Bright Dawn. Rescued midwives and civilians from Bright Dawn. Found a conspiracy. Shot through gut with laser. Won anyways. Discovered more about conspiracy. Recovered a functional shuttle. Taught local to pilot. Aided evacuation. Had a spiritual awakening. Semi-reincarnated. Now reporting in. There is a poignant silence from command before a big exhale of air comes out. Okay, is it just you? Or is that entire planet completely insane? Yes, Jasper replies with a smirk. All right, explain the spiritual bit of nonsense. It turns out that resurrection is completely possible, but only in areas where certain forms of life avoid. There is an extremely large specimen of these creatures unconscious on Locron, which drives away others of its kind. My contact with Horus through Axiom started a connection to Emmanuel in the afterlife, and we've been growing closer until this evening where we've completely merged. There is another powerful silence immediately afterwards. Okay, the massive implications of there being an afterlife aside, for now, are you still yourself, soldier? Are you still with us? Yes, what happened to me was as much a reincarnation as a resurrection. I am myself, the same myself I was last time I reported in. I am simply more than I was before. But at no point does self-improvement stop you from being yourself. Jasper answers, and there's a pause. All right, this is well and truly over my pay grade. I'm going to connect you to Admiral Cistern. Oh? So you don't want to discuss the implications of not only an afterlife, but resurrection and the spiritual predators that make it almost impossible in most situations. Connecting you now. Good God, didn't see him. Jasper snaps out as quickly as he can before the line is shifted. Didn't see whom? Admiral Cistern asks. I was semi-mocking the communications officer, sir. Jasper responds. I see. You wouldn't have been connected to me without good reason. What's going on? Admiral Cistern asks not unkindly, but there is a slight air of impatience in his tone. He must be busy. Through some unique traits of Locron, I have effectively gone from a clone of Emmanuel Skitterway into his reincarnation. My morals and oaths still stand, but I also have his knowledge and emotional attachments. To that end, I am requesting clemency and mercy on my mother, Dr. Morgana Skitterway. I understand that. You will. Stop impersonating my son, or I will send continent crushers to that wretched world. Dr. Skitterway hisses into the conversation. It is no impersonation. Death is a doorway. I have stepped through it again, mother. Jasper replies in flawless trill speech, the language of the Earthani, unpronounceable to other races, but understandable to anyone with working ears. That proves nothing. There are other Earthani on that world that can teach you that language, you lying shit. You named me for the scientists Emin Gloch and Ul Blastoga. Emin's mathematical equations and Ul's disproven, but still popular theorem of biological scarcity and compensation were the first 2 things that sprung to mind when you somehow had your first child born, not only male, but of a species you had never encountered. Jasper replies in Arakanus, the unifying language of the more spider-like races of the galaxy, older than galactic trade and once having served a similar role. No, I refuse to be taken in by a farce such as this. Before I entered my cocoon, my favorite food was partially cooked lanrak cubes, still bloody in Shivan berry jam. The first time I tried eating it after my cocoon, I nearly choked on it and spent an entire week trying it again and again, insisting that the disgusting mess was somehow good. This is not possible. You taught me that whenever I said it's impossible or it's not possible, then I was wrong and I needed to look at things again. That nothing is impossible to a well-trained mind, that nothing is out of my reach so long as I apply my mind to it. Jasper says softly, and there's a choked-down sob from Dr. Skitterway. I will be leaving my office for the next 15 minutes. Admiral Cistern says, and there's the distinct sound of him getting up and walking away. Jasper is tempted to call for him to stop recording the conversation, but that would be against both military doctrine and common sense. How? Dr. Skitterway demands, and Jasper smiles. It's a good first step. When I reached out to speak with Horace mind to mind, you heard that right? I did. It brushed up against me and told me to pay more attention to KyleKKen. You've never liked using Axiom directly. We have tools for a reason. He quotes her, and there's a slight huff of something. Anyways, that's what started it. The me that was growing in this cloned body brushed up against the me in the afterlife. This started the process, and last night my past self, finally noticed something was happening, and true to the new habit I've picked up, I confronted it directly and found myself staring back, and then became one. You can at least keep a story consistent, Dr. Skitterway says before trailing off. There's a sniff, then the sound of an enormously strong claw striking the deck plating. I need more data. I must know for sure. I don't know if you're my little Emmanuel yet. I want you to be. But I must know for sure. I'm coming. Why am I here to begin with? Why was I sent to KyleKKen? Why did you put Horace's memories into me? I'm grateful. It's turned out for the best. But why? Jasper interrupts whatever speech there is, and there's a telling silence, followed by a sob. Because I was finally letting you go. She whispers, and Jasper can almost feel his heart seize, that it hurt. I lost part of myself when I lost you. It took me centuries to finally let it all go. Then you refused to stay dead. You came back. You came back after I let you go. I'm sorry for spoiling the experiment, Mother. Although you must admit, this is very different from my trying to sneak into the labs to take too close a look at the samples. He says trying to make light of the situation. He knows it's healthy for people to let go and move on. He knows she hates wasting possible chances to learn. It's reasonable in that light. But wow, does it hurt. I've been observing the societal development and releasing some key retroviruses to undo some of the damage that KyleKKen's breeding style has created. I've also been helping preserve some of the lost artifacts to see whether or not these people can actually recover with minimal aid. Really? He asks. He can sort of see the pattern. But it's been subtle. To be honest, the biggest smoking gun is the fact that the satellites over the world are still in stable orbit, or perhaps been replaced after falling, or maybe being repaired and reactivated. They have everything they need to rebuild. But they haven't. So you've preserved the satellites? And I've been introducing bits of information into their preserved knowledge to try and poke them to see if I can get them to rebuild. Dr. Skitterway says, and Jasper nods. Which is how you would justify getting rid of an empty clone and placing the mind of an undaunted in it. I was a big boot in the rear to try and get this planet moving again without directly involving yourself. Yes, you're a little too good at that, young man. Her tone is disapproving and sarcastic at once. Guilty as charged. I pretty much immediately started things moving. I will be there in 2 weeks' time. I'm at the Vilar system, and not all of my current students will be eager to have wild space any closer than a projection on a screen. I'll be there soon, and at the rate I'm going, I may very well have the entire planet conquered. Little moth. Her tone is warning, but there's a touch of amusement there. Is it my fault that they need help? Whether they like it or not, Emmanuel. She chides him, and there's a slight series of huffs similar to laughter. Even if you're not. It feels strange to have this kind of hope. I'll be there soon. There's a silence from the other side, and Jasper lets out a sigh. That went about as well as it could. It had hurt to hear her voice. Just how much he wanted to reach out and hug her, to tell her it was all okay and make her proud. He wanted those things. He wanted them so much. Soldier, I assume it was a productive conversation. Admiral Cistern says a little bit later, Sir, yes, sir. She's coming here to KyleKKen and has admitted to several methods of aiding the local populace surreptitiously while observing them from a distance otherwise. I see. Do you require psychological aid? I'm prepared to get some of our professionals on the radio for you if you require it. No, I think I'm fine, sir. You're our eyes and ears on that world soldier. It would not do for a psychological break. I'm going to schedule a few sessions at minimum. If they're not needed, then that's fine. But we will be erring on the side of caution. Admiral Sister notes, and there's some tapping. Personal issues aside, how is Lochran doing? I've encountered several conspiracies, sir, as well as several instances of a corporate logo to hint at who was here on Lochran first. Not pirates, as we assumed, but the Galactic Preservation Organization, a civilian-run wildlife study and frontier living group. Jasper explains, and Admiral Cistern lets out a little hum of understanding. How interesting. The organization is still around in the modern day. Where did you acquire this evidence? The mountain clans have a robust history and can recall that their ancestors were hired protection for a base. They make use of the corporate symbol in a fair amount of their paintings and structural carvings. Two squares, one on top of the other and an equilateral triangle up against it, almost like a crude facsimile of a house turned on its side, Jasper explains. Excellent. This is a wonderful bit of intel. Now, you have some form of political power over this world. What is your ability to smooth over the arrival of relief efforts? I've been playing up the idea of the undaunted arriving being both inevitable and wonderful. I've been talking myself down as nothing more than a scout and letting the implications of more like myself and those stronger than myself fester as well. Furthermore, with my stabilizing efforts, things should go fairly smoothly. Excellent. Continue your efforts, soldier. There will be a more convenient source of contact coming. We have some communication pylons on the way alongside logistical and military aid. Do you have anything else to report? Numerous stabilizing activities, and I have recovered more preserved pieces of technology to help the locals and get them used to proper galactic-scale technology again. Very good. Now, from my understanding, this report is 10 hours late. Therefore, you've likely missed a full night's sleep over this. It's not that bad, sir. The universal saying of a soldier pushing themselves too far. Admiral Cistern replies with a definite smile in his voice. Eat a meal and go to bed, soldier. Continue your report when you've woken up tomorrow. Sir, yes, sir. Dismiss, soldier. Admiral Cistern says and cuts the call. Jasper just looks down at the radio and cannot help but yawn before placing it back on its pedestal. Well, I've been following orders so far. Not going to stop now. 10 minutes later, his armor is in a bundle at the foot of his oversized bed, and his sword's hanging off large spikes in the walls. It takes 15 minutes for a snore that's more like a chime to sound out from him. Out of Cruel Space, Part 309. The Buzz on the Spin. Hey, Hoagie. There's problems in Sector 4. It's never an easy day when it immediately starts with problems. It usually means that it's going to stay full of the things until you hit critical mass and throw whatever asshole is giving you a hard time into hard vacuum. Am I allowed to walk onto Central Command first, or should I turn around and head for Hivers now? He asks, and there's a sympathetic look. I'll get going. He taps a small button pinned to his collar. It's both a tracer and a comm badge. Fill me in. What's today's mess? There's a counterfeiter on the station. Shit. What kind are we looking at? Counterfeiters always got people excited, which is a good way for a lot of people to end up dead. The good and smart ones make a killing copying famous art and impersonating celebrities. Everyone sees through the bullshit, but the quality is usually high enough for people to just not care. Most of them were in nightlife and making a good living as casino entertainers. Those that screwed with currency and rare metals, though, those ones kicked off riots. Brass with a thin Kutha coating. We didn't realize what was going on until they were melted down for use and everything went to shit. I won't bore you with the details, but there have been a dozen small injuries due to the vastly different melting points, and a production line is down until they clear the brass out, which could take hours, which is a few million credits in lost production alone. Hoagie groans as he cracks his neck. I want the counterfeiter found, Eastman. You've made Sector 4 your stomping ground, and I respect that. But as you want to be the big woman in the wings, you have to keep it in line. Manisi says to him in a sing-song voice, and he can't help but wonder if her tentacles are rubbing together. She is very much the type to test people all the time. I'm aware. He responds even as he traverses through the bulkhead to Sector 4 and steps into the lift. A press of a button later, and he starts moving. There's the sensation of vertigo as it creates its own personal gravity bubble before physically turning to adjust him to the sector in question. If you walk along the outside edge, it's all going outwards, but the gravity in the central core is completely different. The hub around which the station slowly turns has an up-down gravity rather than down and out. He steps out in the earthy air of the hivers and grins. His girls will be hard at work in the hydroponics. The entire station is buzzing with energy, and there's a distinct country feel to things, despite having a population density equal to, if not greater than Tokyo, Dubai, or New York. All right, time to get to work. He says, checking his communicator. All the details are already there. 14 brass bars disguised as Kutha discovered, 5 of them traced to the hivers. Those currency exchangers are going to be pissed. Hopefully, they like the flower pattern. He mutters to himself as he tucks the device into the breast pocket of his Hawaiian shirt. The walk to the money exchanger, where this mess was currently being tracked to, was about a solid 10 minutes. It's one of several competing businesses, and all of them already hated the idea of him showing up, especially after his girls had done that being where they had effectively threatened literally everyone in the sector to stay the hell away from him. Befika's bounty. He reads the name of the sign out loud. Oh no. The proprietor groans the moment he opens the door. Hello, Befika. I'm here on business. Hoagie says, and the rabbi's proprietor sighs into all 4 hands. There was a day not long ago that the idea of a man walking into my store was exciting, not terrifying. Oh, relax. I'm not here to hurt you. You don't have to. Your idiot wives just have to get paranoid. True, so how about we do this quickly then? Don't say that. If they hear us, good God, woman, grow a pair. I'm on duty. Which is even worse news. Station command only gets involved when it's pissed off. True enough. Hoagie remarks as he walks up to the counter and Befika leans back and away. There's a counterfeiter on station. Some of the Kutha bars passed to you were gilded brass. Fuck. What's the damage? We have a factory line down on Sector 6. We're bleeding millions of credits in lost production, and that's not even taking into account the injuries. From what I understand, the improperly melted brass caused several mechanisms to seize up, then slam into each other. The chain reaction was nasty. And you traced them here? Yes. Someone passed you dud goods. We need to know who. He says, and Befika nods before pressing a button to cause the door behind him to slam shut. Right. Follow me and we'll get this over with. Could you please stop sounding like a resigned whore? I'm not going to touch you. Hoagie demands, and she gives him the stink eye. That's the problem. She sighs under her breath as she heads into the back and comes out with a small container of Kutha ingots. Each one is labeled with a date and time on them. I hate cutting into these bars, but so long as they weight the same, I can still trade them just as easily. Yay. Brass has the same density, so we need to get at least 2 millimeters in to get past the gilding. Hoagie remarks as she quickly pulls them out and lays them in a row. She then cuts a tiny corner off one and then runs a scanner over the metal underneath. She systematically repeats this down the line until she frowns at the readout. Found it 5 days ago, 2:40 in the afternoon. Hoagie notes the date and time. Befika quickly packs away all the Kutha, bagging the cut ingots with the sliver to keep all the metal together. All right, let's get that security footage so you can get out. Befika remarks as her forearms move in a flurry to put everything but the tainted bar away. I only have this one left, so if you have some null space magic nonsense to do, then do it on that one. Have you polished it since you got it? Hoagie asks, not even reaching out for the ingot and hoping that fingerprinting might be on the table. What? Why wouldn't I? It was brought in filthy, so I put it under a wash along with the rest. I see. Then there goes the null space bullshit. I'll need the security footage. Unhun? Well, first, do something about her. Befika remarks, pointing to the reinforced window. One of his girls is there with an ablator out and glowing brightly as she glares inside. Bright red hair, dyed of course a rangefinder visor over her face, a stretch t-shirt with ripped-off sleeves and clear nipple piercings under a leather vest loaded with more zippers and buckles than it could ever need, and a pair of shining leather short shorts that are more akin to a mildly stretched out thong being supposedly held up with a chain. All of that with ornamental heeled boots because Charbas fly whenever they can get away with it. That hot mess goes by Zizzy, one of Hoagie's many, many wives. Unlock the door, it seems I need to have a talk. Hoagie tells the shop owner who nods and there's an unlatching sound. Before the Charbas gangbanger farmer can respond, he opens the door quickly, grabs her around the top of the head and yanks her inside. All right, it seems I'm going to have this conversation with each and every one of you systematically at this rate. And that's fine, I've got the speech memorized. You need to respect my independence. But I am a trained soldier and killing machine. If I get in trouble, follow the trail of bodies and screams of my victims to find me. I am not some shrinking, sniveling little wimp. I am undaunted. I am not to be fucked with, and you would need multiple crimson hewers to match me. I appreciate the concern, but all you're doing is wasting your time. I'm fine. But between the two of us, I have more weapons, more armor, and more training with both. I'm fine, I'm on the job, and I'm at no risk of being stolen. I like you girls, but when the work boots are on, I'm in work mode. Okay? Kay, she says before blinking, and then finally remembering to use her wings, and she starts flying off away from him a bit after he lets go. Can I still follow you today? Only if you let me do my job. I'm going to be bouncing from one part of the station to the other following a counterfeiter. Talking to a fair amount of people is what I'm mostly going to be doing, and most of them won't take kindly to an ablator shoved in their faces. Hoagie says, and she nods. Yeah, I worry. We jumped you hard and, well, you're ours now, and we protect what's ours. She says somewhat shyly, and Hoagie sighs. I know you meant that in the best way possible, but be grateful that no other human heard that because, oh my God, would that be taken the wrong way. Hoagie remarks, and there's an amused snort from Beffica. Right, please point the ablator away from anyone's Zizzy. But that's half the fun of having an ablator. She protests, but the weapon powers down and is allowed to hang loosely. Right, while you two were sorting out your marital drama, I got our girl. Beffica states, holding up a screen in her upper left hand as she packs everything away with the lower two and presses play with the upper right. It quickly shows a professionally nondescript Tret woman walk in and exchange the trade bars for the equivalent in coin. Well, that's a waste of time. Zizzy states, only if you don't do this. Beffica states, pressing another button which adds a filter to the screen. One that shows things with an axiom haze around them. It's a lizard woman. A KyleKKen, the more common type that isn't invisible by default. I upgraded the cameras 2 months ago. Looks like it just saved my puffy little tail. Great. And with this place being a refuge for the hunted, the next question is where she got the gilded bars. If we can find her. Fucking KyleKKen, Hoagie mutters as he holds out his communicator and copies the files. I can help with that, Zizzy offers, and Hoagie gives her a speculative look. The visor. I mugged it off some idiot who refused to respect our territory. Took a bit to resize it, but it works like a dream. Works strong enough to see through walls, too. Can I see it? Hoagie asks, and she backs up. I'm not gonna steal it. Where would I stash it that you can't go? Section 0? You've got 25 sisters that can get in there as easy as you please. That's even worse. It won't fit you, but those bitches might try it on. Zizzy, your family is not out to get you. No, but they're still family. I'm not stupid enough to trust them with my stuff. This isn't going to be a problem when the eggs hatch, is it? I don't want you girls getting pissy about the kids. No. That's different. Babies are very, very different. Good. Because my opinion is that anyone that so much as gives a child of mine the stink eye is going to be dodging bullets. Okay, I've had enough of both of you screwing with my business. Here's your sample. I'll be fucking billing Section 0 for this shit later. Just get the hell out of my store! Beffica says, jumping over the counter and quickly planting a pair of hands in the smalls of both of their backs and starting to push before stopping. She taps something hidden under Hoagie's Hawaiian shirt. The hell is that? Laser sword. Hoagie answers, drawing out the baton and then activating it. The entire thing extends, and at the top and near the bottom emitters extend to give it a single edge of glowing red light. That is an industrial-strength laser cutter. It's designed to go through the sides of a ship, meaning it does work on skin and bone. Also, since it's a tool, it doesn't actually ping weapon scans. Go figure. Hoagie says with a grin before deactivating the weapon and tucking it away under his shirt again. I thought you humans stuck to kinetics. She protests as Zizzy laughs at the expression of sheer horror on her face. Oh, I got those too. Hoagie notes as he reaches up his sleeves and pulls out a trench knife from each one. Get the fuck out. Beffica orders him, and he puts his hands up in surrender. It doesn't help much as his fingers are still in the knuckle guards of the knives. Put those things away and get the fuck out. 15 seconds later, Hoagie is struggling not to laugh as Zizzy is all but dying with mirth at his feet. The look on her face. Yep, Hoagie says as he examines the features of the cloaking woman. All right, this girl is of a Badlands descent, if those little horns are telling me anything. Not much, if anything, in the way of feathers and a distinctive purple flare leading from her chin down to her chest. You want to be my eyes? Then that's what we're looking for. Get it? Got it. Great, let's go. She's probably in brawl yards due to the atmosphere being the most comfortable for her. So let's check out some fight pits. Out of Cruel Space, Part 310. The buzz on the spin. The sound of the brawl yards hits before the dry baking heat. Cheers and the ringing of metal on metal. Then the heat slams into them both and Zizzy makes a face. I can feel my skin cracking already. Zizzy mutters. Imagine how bad it would be if you still had that entire collection of piercings. Why would they make it worse? They could heat up in here and burn you from the inside. Hoagie replies and Zizzy shudders. No thanks. Getting them caught while we were all having fun times was enough for Olive to ditch most of it. She says as she follows him out of the staff exit. It's just easier to get around the station if they don't have to navigate the crowds. Some of the girls put them back in after getting up in the morning. Kinda like those painted on tattoos. Yay. But we all sleep together now. Takes too long climbing out of the pile to get all properly blinged out anymore. It's just easier to carry an ablator and a snarl around. Zizzy says, and Hoagie shrugs. I've always been more the speak softly and carry a big stick type. Hoagie remarks as they start moving through the sections. All right, you've got the visor, so you're my eyes. Point out any cloaking you see. Any of them? Aren't we just looking for one? People like to talk to others like themselves. Even if they don't realize it, most races are pack or herd animals. Or hive. Hoagie concedes as Zizzy stands on his shoulders and he suppresses a wince. The heels are thankfully not digging in, but it has him nervous, so he picks her up and off. Oh, is someone ready? Zizzy purrs at him and he scoffs. Just sweat, nothing to get excited over. He replies and she lets out a little huff. Doesn't stop you from smelling good. Later, we'll save it for later. He promises and her face lights up. Now find me some cloaking. There's one, Zizzy says, suddenly pointing to a nearby feelie that looks like she'd blend into the crowd if she was actually panting in the heat. But she's strangely unbothered by it. Good spotting. I can see the flaws already. Hoagie remarks as he starts picking through the crowds for her. He has to swat a few hands away, and there's a blast of the ablator when someone gets aggressive at him. But, thankfully, they get the hint that he's got a Charbis bride nearby, causes the rest of the approaches to peter off. The cloakin in question tries to back away as he approaches and then seems to nearly panic as Zizzy buzzes around to the other side and blocks her retreat. Calm down, I just want to talk, Hoagie says with his palms up, and the disguised woman looks between him and Zizzy. Yeah, right. A Tret covered in oils that smell of want and need? You're one of those human types, aren't you? Word's getting around, isn't it? And yes, I am. I'm looking for a cloakin. You found one. She snarls at him, reaching for something behind her back. Hand away from the banger, Zizzy orders her. Relax. Everyone calm down. Zizzy, chill. Miss Cammy. she says as her feely form flickers and then fades away to reveal a reptilian woman with a crest of horns going backwards and forwards, dark brown scales, and a tan mark around her chest. Not the one he's looking for, but a start. That and talking to an alien triceratops with tits still has novelty. Miss Cammy, calm down. The only way I would hurt you would be if you point that banger at me. You stay calm and so will I. Deal? Okay, a deal. What do you want? I need a basic description, and the names of all the KyleKKen you know are on the station. I'm looking to get some work done, and I need a rather specific woman. Need them for what? Some official station business. I hope you understand? Yeah, it could mean you're looking to throw them out the airlock or hand them a ship all their own. She's leery and still looking for an exit strategy. Sorry, but there's some confidentiality involved. I'm sure you understand. Hoagie says as he reaches into his pocket and she flinches. Relax. He says, drawing out some coins. How about I pay for your next meal? No one gets hurt. No one gets screwed over, and you walk away with a comfy 50 credits to eat and drink on. Won't pay a heavy tab? Cammy mutters, but it will get you started. Hoagie answers, and she nods. People tend to calm down a lot when you start to bring out a bribe, convinces them that you want something but aren't about to rip out toenails for it. All right, but before I answer anything, why won't you give me details? Is this girl in trouble? The rumor mill. If I tell you I'm looking after a certain girl and give any kind of description, then before 10 minutes are up, it'll go around the station 5 times, and I'll get a call from Central Control as to why I'm planning to fuck and eat someone at the same time. I'm keeping the information close so something insane doesn't happen with it. Cammy snorts in amusement at the explanation and relaxes further. All right, I know 5 other KyleKKen on station off the top of my head. Shmi is in Deck 8 talking about getting some kind of training there. She has mostly green scales with brighter green around the eyes. And she has a bunch of multicolored feathers going all over the place on the top of her head like they were glued on by an idiot. She explains as Hoagie types everything down into his communicator. There's Isla who's somewhere in this deck with me. Deep tan and brown scales, both lighter than me. Horns like mine, but sorta spirally. Spiral patterns around the horns, but I think she carved them in herself. That's interesting. Do KyleKKen often carve their horns? No. Yes. Depends where the girl's from. Cammy replies with a shrug. There's also Becky. She's got pitch black and white scales, and her feathers are all neat and tidy, but they look really weird under certain lights. They usually look white, but not white. Not sure how to explain it. I think her ancestors were heavy nocturnal. She's in nightlife. None of these girls are who he's looking for, but this can expand his net. In all likelihood, the KyleKKen he's after spoke to one of them, and that will get him a name. A name can get him an identity and a trail, as for some reason KyleKKen only blur their physical appearance and not their paper trail, or much of a tendency to false identities or even nicknames or work names. So there's 2 feathery-headed types and 2 horn types I'm aware of. What about that third type? Do you have any more amphibious friends? KyleKKen aren't amphibious, but there are quite a few girls really comfy in and around the water. None I know of, though. Cammy remarks and Hoagie shrugs. Just tell me the ones you know of. Why, though? Cammy asks, her suspicion returning. Why does anyone come to Octorin Spin? There's money to be made and not in the way that most agree with. Just answer his fucking questions already. He's paying you, you hipless hoe. Zizzy snaps and Hoagie looks down. No, Cammy is not hipless. Not by a long shot. Pfft, made you look. Zizzy, big act about being so much better mannered and respectable, and the first thing you do is look. What if she didn't have pants on? Zizzy. Hoagie warns her and she chuckles to herself. Cammy, the information, please? You've told me about Shmi, Hila, and Becky. You said you know about 2 more? Sure, Verity and Helen. Verity is really acrobatic with smooth, shiny gray scales, with blue eye scales and swept-back horns. Helen, though? The girl is a mess. She keeps stumbling from thing to thing, doesn't take much care of her scales and seems to barely know what she's doing or where she's going. Really? Can I get a description for this girl? I might be able to throw her into some kind of rehab if she needs it. That would help. She stumbles around hivers and here in the brawl yards a lot. She had some feathers, but they're mostly plucked and only has tiny horns. Oh, She does have this beautiful bright purple crest that her terrible self-care hasn't busted yet. It's from chin to chest. I see. Thank you for your time. Also, this Helen sounds like the sort that needs help before she drags someone down with her. If you spot her again, give me a call, and I'll come to see if I can't give her a leg up. Really? Well, aren't you the friendly type? What's your angle? There are few firmer friends than someone you pulled out of a death spiral. That, and it gives me the warm fuzzies to help people. Call it a legacy of a misspent youth. Hoagie says, passing over a handful of credit discs and then holding his communicator close to her. She brings out her own and they tap together. Here's to your lunch and my number. Call me if you see Helen. Someone burning out on the station is bad for everyone, including the burnout. I'm going to put this down as a human thing. My kind has been known to pack bond with figments of our imagination when the going gets tough. This is normal, Hoagie says, and the sheer dumbfounded look on the woman's face brings out a swell of laughter. I swear I'm not kidding. That just makes it weirder. Cammy protests, and Hoagie just shrugs. Yet I still had a cousin that freaked out when you told him his imaginary friend Mr. Cool wasn't there. Granted, he was like 6 years old, but the point stands. We pack bond with anything and everything. Hoagie admits and Cammy just stares. The differences between your kind and the Tret are more than just the body. You're crazy too. I prefer different, Hoagie says with a grin. I'd rather be called rich, but that's not going to happen for a while. Anyways, I've been exposed way too long and need to get out of here. Thank you for lunch and goodbye. With that, Cammy's form suddenly weaves in with the surrounding area as she fades from visibility entirely. The slight distortion that's left walks away unaware that Zizzy's ablator is tracking her every step of the way. She hasn't done anything. Calm down, Hoagie says, gently pushing down the muzzle of the weapon. Actually, she helped us a lot. We have a name of someone we need to see that is either in this district or back home. We also have a name, Helen. Didn't she say the girl's a mess? Zizzy asks him as they leave the crowds to get some distance. I suspect some kind of addiction or damage. Things are either very simple or very complicated, and the girl's either a mess that made a mistake or a rube for someone else. Hoagie says easily. So no going out the airlock? Maybe into a hospital. This station may be beyond the reach of traditional law and order, but that doesn't mean it has to be a chaotic shithole. He answers and Zizzy gives him an odd look. So, you want to make this place better? But wasn't there some kind of thing with you and the station commander? Miss Manisi? It's been hashed out, I think. Ultimate control of the station is always with her and her chosen successors. But individuals that want to change things for the better are free to do what they want. I've got an unofficial go-ahead to do pretty much whatever I want to Hivers. Hell, it's the whole reason why I'm on this case. She considers Hivers my territory and therefore my problem. Wait, you're the boss of Section 4? Then why are you in a dopey flower shirt with weird birds on it? You should be in something cool and scary, like a dark outfit, while being flanked by a pair of crimson hewers sharpening their claws as you talk, or something like that. Because this way, I can catch people off guard, and honestly, I like the expressions on people's faces when they realize the dope they're talking to has their number and an armory ready to come flying out. Speaking of, you got any toys in there better than Marigold here? Zizzy asks, hefting her ablator. You call that thing Marigold? The beam comes out a lovely yellow, and you say that marigolds are yellow flowers on Earth, right? Yellow-orange, but yes. Got anything better than Marigold here? She asks, and he pulls out a plasma pistol. That's it? It's rigged to spew fire only. It can fill a room with crispy death in seconds. He says blandly before quickly tucking away the weapon under his Hawaiian shirt, which promptly leads to Zizzy crawling up in and then pausing. Sweet nectar. There are more weapons than days of the month here. She cries out as he opens up the shirt and then throws her upwards to get some personal space before buttoning it back down again. Hey! Give me back the Luger! It's my lucky gun! Out of Cruel Space, Part 311. The buzz on the spin. Luger safely regained, Hoagie heads over to the fighting pits with Zizzy scanning the crowds for more cloaking. In particular, he's heading to the betting booths and flashes credentials to start asking about the more unusual bets, particularly small amounts of money on long odds that came from someone who previously bet a huge amount of money. Someone running low, someone scrabbling for coins after gambling it all away. Helen's name comes up on the third stadium, and he's directed into the crowd. She's somewhere nearby. Zizzy starts scanning as he heads down to be ringside. Someone strung out and doubting their own senses would want to be as close as possible to make sure things go as they would hope. He feels out with the axiom, but he has a hard time wringing out what's someone's bullshit biologies, skipping important steps like a proper immune system or toxin filtering system for the blood, and what's an active axiom ability. Hell, some technology, like air-conditioned suits, throw him off a few times now that he pays attention and tries to not let it distract him. A hand on his ass causes him to turn around and drive a fist into the jaw of a woman easily 7 feet tall and with a pair of swords for an extra pair of arms. A snicked. A snicked with a concussion and a dislocated jaw for goosing him. There's a swell of laughter as he starts to push through the crowds again. Up ahead, he can see Zizzy suddenly spot something and dive onto someone. He puts in some speed and quickly weaves through the area and shoulders his way through the last few to find Zizzy wrestling with a Tret woman. One that looked identical to the girl Beffica had shown in her security display. No gouging eyes, Zizzy. We're trying to detain, not maim. Hoagie warns the Spitfire Charbus and she huffs a bit, just in time for something to tear and she's suddenly holding a chunk of scaly skin. Ew. Zizzy protests even as Hoagie full-on tackles the woman and pins her. Take your standard form now. He orders even as the slight daze causes her to fade to normalcy for a moment. There you go. Just like that. It takes a few seconds to get some binders on her, and then she really freaks out, twisting, turning, and screeching every which way. Her form shifts across dozens of races, and even combining them in a Frankensteinish conglomeration of differing bodies and statures, but it's all an illusion and doesn't actually help her. Then, like a puppet with her strings cut, she abruptly runs out of energy and slumps, her proper form showing. It's a perfect match for the girl seen in the security camera, but where it adds at least 20 pounds on a human, it somehow gives perfect skin to KyleKKen because the woman looks bad, really bad. The fuck happened to her? Someone demands. Not sure, but she's made some bad choices, and I need to find out if she's just another victim or a really stupid perpetrator. Hoagie remarks, hefting her up into a bridal carry. Helen's mouth hangs open to show a tongue with blue and dark purple splotches across it. Shit, that girl's on the chill. No wonder she collapsed. Fuck. Hoagie spits. All right, make a path. I need to get this idiot to a medic before she carks it. Damn, it's been years since I had chill. I prefer the hotter stuff, you know, things that give you energy rather than mellow. Not the time, Zizzy. Hoagie spits out as he races for the staff entrance. Station control coming through. Need a medic. The door opens ahead of him and he goes down 4 doors to find the arena's medical room. He boots it open and the Cove doctor inside jumps in shock. What's going on, wait? She's suffering from a chill overdose, she asks, taking hold of the situation in seconds. We confronted her and she revealed herself to have chill in the system after collapsing. Hoagie clarifies as the doctor points to a nearby bed that he quickly brings Helen to. The hell were you confronting random KyleKKen for? She demands even as she quickly examines Helen before pointing to a nearby drawer. Make your tall ass useful and hand me the blue patches you find in there. Hoagie complies, and in moments the nurse is muttering over Helen as she applies the medical patch and then breathes a sigh of relief. Okay, we still have a pulse, provided we can avoid any other shocks to her system, and she should be all right. Why is this woman tied up? She's involved in the incident on Deck 6. I'm leaning on her being a patsy of some kind, but she might be stupid and desperate enough to cause problems. I need to know for sure. I heard about that. The girls there are pissed. Some kind of counterfeiting? Brass covered with Kutha. A lot of people got hurt over it when the machines got a lot more resistance than they were expecting. Not to mention the cost of getting all the shards out and the lost production time. So what? You want her to get better so you can just throw her out and airlock yourself? A suicide patch would be kinder. Much less painful. I want to figure out what's going on before I throw people into hard vacuum. For that, I need her awake and coherent. Oh, great. As if I wasn't dealing with enough stupidity of over-muscled freaks slamming each other with chunks of metal. Now I have druggies too. The doctor grumps before pressing a button and a force field forms just over Helen to keep her restrained. So long as she's in this room, you're not to touch her. Understand? I understand. Will you calm down already? How long until she's conscious and coherent? This is a chill crash. The drug forces your metabolic processes to slow down and drops anxiety and stress through the floor. Unfortunately, if something forces the heart rate, it forcibly spreads the drug faster than normal, and your processes drop so low you slip into a comatose state. Something like being confronted by an aggressive monkey and his psychotic bee. She was also in the midst of gambling, and right up against the railing for the fight. This was happening sooner or later. Hoagie defends himself even as he puts his hand over the front of Zizzy's ablator. Do discourage the Charbas in using the weapon. No shooting, doctors. Least not before they shoot at your first. Oh, that's comforting. The doctor growls out as she pulls out a device with a rod attached. It goes into Helen's mouth and there's a choking sound from the cobe. That's not good. Zizzy notes. Thank you for the toques, Dr. Buzz. The now frantic medical professional howls at Zizzy. Good God, this woman has twice the lethal dose. How is she still alive? A miracle. Hoagie asks, and the glare he's given is withering. But fuck it. He's had worse from better and merely points at the cobe. Calm your lizard tits. My getting her here is the only reason she's alive. There is a marvelous choking sound from the doctor as she rushes into the back of the room and comes back with a strange pack that includes what looks like a cup of Jell-O and a popsicle stick. She carefully opens it and takes a slight dollop out. Get her shirt off. Knowing better than to question a doctor's orders, Hoagie reaches over as the force field deactivates and tears the shirt completely open. The patchy nature of the scales and clear starvation the woman is under puts aside any level of possible sexiness that big, perky tits usually brings. The substance is carefully rubbed in between her breasts with the stick, and the doctor carefully puts the lid back on. Ape, put this in the disposal bin. I do it myself, but I want this girl to actually live past the next 10 minutes. She orders him, and he takes the stick and walks it over to the red and yellow-rimmed can that only has an entrance and not way to reach in. He drops it in and goes back to where he was standing. Sweet goddess, this station puts cracks in my scales. Sure, the weather's nice in this area, but the average IQ score is sitting at a lukewarm 40, with the unending parade of concussions, druggies, and idiots. The doctor mutters as she brings out a trinity of sensors. One is placed on Helen's forehead, another above, where the substance was smeared between Helen's breasts, and the last is on the stomach. This idiot should have been brought in days ago. It will be a miracle if we can get her name, let alone her story out of her. Communicator, says Helen Shinescale. Ironic name now. Zizzy says with the unconscious Cloaken's communicator in her hand, and the Cloaken's hand wrapped around it to get around the locks. What? Good God, woman. Put her communicator down. She's unconscious, not a corpse. Save your despicable looting for the dead, you savage. The doctor orders and Zizzy starts to put the device down, but Hoagie grabs on to keep her hand there. What the? I thought you were the civilized one. What is this, the meat and nab? Are you incapable of resisting your kleptomaniacal urges, you cretin? She's involved with damage to the station. I'm just downloading a copy of the self-tracking apps on this so I can tell where she's been and figure out where or who she got the gilded brass from. Hoagie says, as the doctor glares daggers at him until he slowly puts down Helen's communicator. He then examines his own and frowns. The girl's been to the posh place? No way that a burnout like this could afford anything out of there. Anything good? Zizzy asks, peering over his shoulder. She's been to Section 5. She was gambling tritite discs in hope of a payout and is stuck in the middle of a gilding scam. No way she could afford anything from there, he notes calmly. So time to go, Zizzy asks. Yes, but first, Hoagie says as he reaches in and gets a hiss from the doctor as he takes the binders off of Helen and then places a tracker around her ankle. Call me when she wakes up. This is important station business. If only so you don't do something stupid that might hurt her. Fine. But this is under protest, the doctor says, giving him the pointer finger, and he resists the urge to bite at it. Noted. Hoagie says, holding out his communicator, and she brings out her own. I'll call you if there's any change with the patient. I take it you're footing the bills? I am. What's it looking like? He asks, and she snorts at him. That's not an answer. No, it wasn't. Now get out. No doubt your presence is making her psychosomatically worse. If she lives, then she lives. If not, you'll know either way. The doctor says before hopping down and grabbing her stool to push Hoagie out of the room with, "Oh, come on. I'm not that impertinent. You don't need to use the stool." He protests even as he leaves the infirmary. "Oh, yes, I did." The doctor counters before slamming the door behind him. He just steps back and is far from surprised when the door opens again, with Zizzy slowly backing out, muttering deadly threats, with her ablator pointed right at the doctor. "And if you touch him like that again, I'll put a hole in you so deep your grandma's gonna bleed out. You hear me?" The cretinous little Charbus threatens the doctor even as she leaves the infirmary. Enough of that. Let's not piss off the woman with access to high-grade drugs and the know-how to make them work hard. Hoagie says, picking up Zizzy with one arm and starting to walk out under the doctor's glare. But she's worried about her patient. It's what you want in a doctor. Hell, it's what you're like with me. Now let's get going. We have a few places of interest in the posh place to check out. Oh, can I nab some purses? Only if you can get away clean? So yes? Zizzy asks excitedly. So no. Hoagie counters. Hey, I can so get away clean. No, no you can't. There's nothing subtle about you, and subtle is what you need to get away clean. Out of Cruel Space, Part 312. The Buzz on the Spin. Are you all right? You haven't said much since we left the brawl yards. Zizzy asks, and Hoagie lets out a pensive sound. Okay, that tells me nothing. Oh, sorry, it's just, why would someone take a huge dose of chill then go watch the fights? That's asking to die. Maybe she didn't? Someone could have sold her the shit uncut to try and wax her? But that just raises more questions. This may be an outlaw station, but it means that if you piss people off too much, they're not calling the cops, they're chasing you down with knives and bangers. Someone pulling that kind of shit is taking a lot of risk that she has no one who cares. Not to mention someone passing the stuff uncut is dangerous. If they do it once, who's to say they won't do it again? This is liable to really hit the bottom line. Zizzy considers and Hoagie nods. Exactly. This is a sloppy cover-up most likely, but to what? Did she stumble onto the gilding operation? Did she stumble onto something else? Is she a silent partner that someone's trying to take out? Lot of questions, and our answers seem to be in the posh place. Where exactly? You haven't said yet? Gilly's Hotel and Lounge, the Golden Edge Casino and Clearwall Dining and Entertainment, Ritzy. Zizzy remarks, I've been in Clearwall. They order a lot of our food. They got this whole camera setup that makes it look like it's open to space. Cool stuff. Really? How much more do they sell the stuff for? It's crazy. We get a couple hundred credits per load of Ross shoots, and then they cook them and sell them for dozens of credits per shoot. Zizzy complains, and Hoagie lets out a whistle. Getting 10 to 100 times the value you paid for something is a hell of a profit margin. Dozens of credits per shoot? That's a lot for brown asparagus. He notes to make conversation. This girl with no money sense, no ability to control an addiction. Wait, hun? Why'd you stop? Zizzy asks as Hoagie pauses altogether to ponder. Then he looks up. I think I have an idea. Come on, Zizzy, we're hitting the hotel first. He says, leading the way at a faster clip. Oh, can I empty the cash register? We're not robbing the place. Hoagie protests. Oh, but I wanna. No, you don't shit where you eat. Or in this case, you don't fuck around where you sell your product to. Because too much of a mess in the posh place and the whole hive might take a hit to the profit margin. Oh, yeah, that would be a problem. I need to think on this. Zizzy mutters. Try not to hurt yourself. Hoagie teases as he triggers the staff entrance to open and steps into the shimmering and shining mess that is the posh place. Don't worry, I won't. Wait a minute. Zizzy protests and Hoagie chuckles as she zips after him. Zeps. I'm sorry, sir, but the agreement we have with the station means we cannot simply reveal customer information without the say-so of the customer or the direct orders of the section or station commander. The concierge, a huge Lopin with a look on her face suggesting that he may or may not have been rolling in something disgusting. Either that or the woman is such a prude that even the idea of sex is pissing her off. But he's the head honcho of Hivers. Zizzy protests for Hoagie. I was under the impression that Madam Sting was the head officer of the Hivers. The concierge continues as Hoagie waits for his call to Manisi to go through. Hello, Daniel. Do you need a little political power to throw around? The station owner asks, and Hoagie sighs. Yes, please and thank you. Don't thank me yet. First you tell me how the investigation is going. You haven't been tracking my every move? I'm flattered that you think I have an entire station with millions of people on it at any given moment, completely under personal surveillance. All right, point taken, he says before stepping away from everyone else and holding the receiver closer to himself. We tracked the source of the gilded brass and got the security tapes. After identifying the timing they came in at, we learned it was a KyleKKen. We then went to the brawl yards to try and do some on the groundwork. Another KyleKKen gave us some useful information, and we went to the fighting pits on the search. We then found the girl in the middle of a chill overdose, and maybe minutes from death, got her to a doctor, and got her information off her communicator. This has led us here to Gilly's Hotel and Lounge where the concierge needs some high-handed handling. Oh, I see you on camera now. That's adorable. She's so protective, so cute. Ma'am, Hoagie says in an unimpressed tone of voice. Oh, fine. But first I want the name of this druggy girl, Helen Shinescale. Hoagie says, and there's a pause. You know her. I do. Where is she? Brawl Yards, Gigantia Coliseum Hospital Wing. I've got a tab started to treat her under the care of the doctor there. Oh, she's got Dr. Fang on the case? Good, that girl's a bitch, but she'll keep you alive if it's even mildly possible. That's the impression I got. Also that it's a good thing she wasn't armed or I'd be dodging plasma. It's the scalpels you need to watch out for. She's one of the best trauma surgeons on the station, if not the best. Manisi says with a fond tone. She's a hell of a woman. Not many have the tits to try and put me in my place, but damn if that Kobe doesn't do her level best. Heh, so who's Helen Shinescale? Why is she so important? You'll figure it out soon enough if you're on the case. My telling you won't actually speed anything up and let you learn a little. You do realize that I'm not a child in need of schooling, right? Hoagie asks with a pinched expression on his face. Aren't you? There's so much more to learn. Manisi teases before hanging up. Bitch. Hoagie grunts out as he pockets the communicator. Thankfully, Manisi is apparently on task as the concierge's desk lights up and she presses a button. Gilly's Hotel and Lounge. This is Station Master Manisi. Cooperate with Daniel Eastman. He is working directly for me. Manisi orders the woman who goes pale through her fur. The call disconnects and the desk goes dark again as the woman stares right at Hoagie. Who are you looking for? Helen Shinescale. Also your minibars. I want the minibars. Zizzy shouts gleefully. Zizzy, no looting. Hoagie snaps out and the Charbus lets out a little sigh of disappointment. Fine, fine. Perhaps it would be best if I escorted you? The concierge offers and Hoagie nods. Very well then, follow me please. With that she rings in another concierge and then leads Hoagie and Zizzy into the hotel, sticking to staff areas so that neither he or her are spotted by the guests. Here we are, room 953, penthouse. Miss Shinescale has it rented out for the next 2 weeks and has previously enjoyed it for the past month. What the hell? This place is nicer than ours. What's going on? Why would that? Zizzy begins to rant before Hoagie covers her mouth. Perhaps we can have our freak out after we get important information. Hoagie asks, walking into the room. The penthouse is palatial and beautiful. Shimmering surfaces of silver and gold with white marble for the floor tiles. He lets Zizzy go, and she starts zipping around to get the lay of the very expensive suite. He pulls out his communicator and quickly puts it through a speed dial. Hey Barry, I need you to do some quick research for me. What's this about? It's tied into the incident on Deck 6 and appears to have gone beyond that. I need you to look up the name Helen Shinescale in the news. All right, give me a... Holy shit, that was quick. Apparently, the poor girl is part of the tragedy of the minute a while ago in this general sector of space. Really? Hoagie asks as things start clicking into place. The apartment, the overdose, the going to the games despite the heavy and possibly lethal downer. Yeah, she's from the world of Gorla. It's a couple of solar systems away. Her family is very rich and she was kidnapped for ransom. The family has point-blank refused to pay and all contact with her has been lost. This is about a week old. Barry reads out and Hoagie lets out a low whistle. You found her, haven't you? She was apparently held hostage here in a luxury suite and is currently shaking hands with the Reaper in a Brawl Yards hospital room. Hoagie says, and there's silence. Oh, Jesus, this makes a lot of sense, Barry says, especially with the no returns or refunds policy on the station. If they thought things would take longer, they would have thrown her to the curb after the solid no, and she would have done some dumb things to try and get back on her feet. Yay. So we've got a nearly dead heiress that stumbled onto a gilding operation and thought she found a windfall before taking some chill to calm down and getting the dose all wrong, then fucking it up. Sounds like it. Want to call it in? Barry asks and Hoagie lets out a contemplative hum. No, I'm going to keep digging until I can put a bow on everything all nice and neat. Get everyone's names and get a timeline. And the girl? Barry asks. Rehab and a bus ride home is my current plan. Hoagie remarks, and there's a cluck of the tongue from Barry as he thinks. She's a cloaken, so she'll need a different kind of disguise to fade away long enough to get to safety. I was thinking feather dye and some colored scale polish to fake having another scale pattern altogether. Hoagie answers, that would do it. What does the boss lady think? I think she's testing me, so may as well go for broke. Hoagie remarks. I am, Minnie says into the call. Gah, Captain, where did you come from? Barry demands in shock. I walked from my office, and this is my station, Minnie answers. And yes, Mr. Eastman, you've uncovered the case as I understand it. I did a bit of side digging with my executive access and contacts, but I want to see how well you can accomplish this. There are several points of interest, and without lives on the line, but justice on the table, there's a great deal of motivation with a thankfully small amount of risk. So basically prove myself here to both build the skills I need and build up your trust in me. Hoagie says, groaning a little as he does so. Have fun, Minnie says cheerfully, and Hoagie sighs. Would you look at this? There's like 15 different kinds of soap for scales alone, Zizzy says, zipping in. Who paid for this suite? Hoagie asks the concierge who just sniffs at him. Sir, this establishment prides itself in its discretion and professionalism. She pauses as Hoagie visibly rolls his eyes at the rant. We delete the information, standard protocol. Once we have the money and a list of who's allowed in and who's not, we delete the rest. I can tell you that only 2 people have access to this suite and neither has shown up for a week. Helen Shinescale was one. Who was the other? She went by the name Madam Bite. Shit. So we have someone signaling their hacking skills. Do you have a recording of her? Again, policy and discretion. The customer who pays can choose not to have their face on the cameras. She went for the option, so her card had a scrambler. You didn't see her personally? No. And if I did, I would not tell you. Company policy? Fair enough. Can I get the date and time she showed up? Yes. Give me a minute and I'll have the date for you, she says, and Hoagie grins. Sure, the hotel may not have the information, but the buildings across the road, the station's own cameras, and people known to be in the area will all have something for him. Time to see how far Miss Bite thinks is a safe refuge from her bad behavior. Also, the restaurant and casino would be worth investigating too. Clearly, the girl was kept on a fairly comfy leash if she was in those places too, no doubt to stop her from trying to run. But they will likely have something for him to go on. Come on. Zizzy, we have some more information to scrounge up. Thank you for your time, miss, and have a good day. It is a pleasure to serve and... Whoa! The concierge begins before letting out a yelp as Zizzy's ablator comes up. No flirting with my man. Zizzy shouts right before Hoagie grabs the ablator by the muzzle and starts dragging Zizzy out of the room even as she tries to hover in the air. Don't threaten people at random. All it does is make you look psychotic. Don't you mean aggressive? Because aggressive is what I'm going for? Sure, whatever. You know what I mean. Out of Cruel Space, Part 313. The Buzz on the Spin. All right, that's the pain in the butt. Hoagie mutters as he sips at his drink. There were a lot of files and videos to go through. Even cutting things down in a 15-minute slice of footage meant he had several hours to parse through in real time, even as he took notes to the side. Madam Bite was a misnomer, a false name, a step beyond what most cloak and take to hide their identities. It was either used by someone fond of several different disguises or a shared identity for a small group of people. Still, Feely, Angla, Tret and Lutrin were all the same general size and just a few small details difference between them. He could pull off some of those disguises. Regardless, the 4 different forms of Madam Bite were showing up again and again. He had started on a search of similar groups throughout the station and to see where such people were. There were a solid 10 hits in the last month alone. So he got more specific and correlated the timing of things for when one of the girls was out and watched a time-lapse of those bits. He had to re-watch a few times, but he did eventually catch it. Madam Bite, as it turned out, was actually 6 women. They had 3 Lutrin, Myra Catspaw, a very appropriate name for a Feely that has no doubt changed it a few times. Teresa Skim was the Angla. He suspected that she was hiding what she really was, Grey Rock style. Fill the reports and information with details so bland that few bothered digging further. A tried and true method of hiding the galaxy over. Mona Blaze was the Tret. 2 counts of stealing from government officials in the form of carjacking. Outstanding bounty of 15,000 credits on her head. It looks like people were more content she was gone than eager to chase her. The Lutrin, however, they were interesting. Abigail, Ariana, and Alice Gertha, also known as the Gore sisters. Technically terrorists running from the Meccan Reach, they had a long history of political unrest, with a penchant for stabbing, when one of the riots they kicked off resulted in the hospitalization of the young son of a high-ranking official they had run. Outstanding bounty of 100,000 per sister and $500,000 for the Trinity. A full million if they were brought in alive and intact. Never let it be said that the Meccan Reach doesn't care for its sons. A bit of further digging, and to Hoagie's complete lack of surprise, the Shinescales own a considerable amount of stock in several shipping and pharmaceutical companies that do heavy business with the Meccan Reach. All very interesting. Hoagie notes as he sorts the printed out files around him. Zizzy was napping in a chair in the corner of his small office, but none of this tells me where the flying fuck Helen got that damned gilded brass. The door opens and the sultry form of Manisi saunters into his office. He's Venetian blinds and a jazz solo away from being a gumshoe in a classic film noir, especially as the woman favors form-hugging outfits, slinky dresses especially. Zizzy wakes up and goes for her ablator before her eyes even open. But when they do, she's staring down the barrel of a banger that's held in one of Manisi's head tentacles. I adore seeing this. It's just so cute. I understand printing things out is a little archaic, but it does have uses. I have no doubt about that. You just look so adorably busy, especially as your shift ended a half hour ago. Manisi says, and Hoagie pauses with his mouth half open. He checks the time. Well, shit. He mutters, and there's a sigh followed by a smacking sound from Zizzy. All right, that's it. We're blowing this joint. Come on, time to go home. Zizzy proclaims, zipping up to Hoagie, who rubs at his eyes a bit. But I still need to find out where the gilding operation is. Why is that so important? She demands. So we can send both them and the kidnappers the bill for this screw-up. This station may be beyond the bounds of law, but that does not mean you can just screw around and not have something happen. Fuck around and fucking pay up. Love it, but you need to stop working now before you start giving my girls bad habits. Manisi interrupts and Hoagie inwardly sighs. He knows this argument is lost, but he'll have at least one more thing to say. Not my fault that they can't handle a man working harder and longer than them. No, but if you keep it up, it'll be your problem. Manisi threatens as Hoagie stands and cracks his back as he does so. Understood. I'll lock up and head home. Don't get me wrong. I adore the fact I have to tell you to stop working rather than to actually work. But problems are problems, and I don't like having problems. Manisi tells him, and he nods. I understand. I just get caught up in getting things done. Hit a wall anyways. My best lead is recovering in the brawl yards. So you know who she is? Yeah, Helen Shinescale, daughter of a major stock owner that was kidnapped to be used to influence decisions in the Meccan Reach. When the family informed the kidnappers that their request was flat denied or flat out impossible, she was thrown out like so much trash, somehow found some gilded brass and used it like legit money to try and gamble her way to freedom. On the way, she self-dosed with chill to calm down, but being a good little girl that never touched the stuff before she mismeasured, or couldn't identify the uncut stuff, and nearly killed herself. She's also bad at gambling, so she's broke as well. A sad tale. Manisi remarks and Hoagie gives her a steady look in the eye. Is there more to this? Maybe, which means yes, keep looking, or I want you to keep looking to see if you kick over any other anthills chasing nothing. Yes, Manisi says with a big smile. Great, he says, and there's pat on his head, and Zizzy visibly resists the urge to open fire. Oh, relax, little Charbis, I'm happily married. Though, if I had a son, I would hope him to be like one of the undaunted boys on the station. And if they were my sons, Daniel here would be my favorite. Thank you, but I need to head back to the hive before they send out search parties. Hoagie says somewhat awkwardly. Thankfully, Manisi leaves shortly after that, and he locks up his office and begins to head back to Hivers. Stop the psycho routine. Hoagie remarks as Zizzy's head and ablator are basically on a swivel as they walk through Hivers and head for the building that they own. She keeps it up and adds a little growl until they cross the threshold into their home, and she all but drops out of the air. Hoagie catches her and the ablator and continues through the armored gateway into the second threshold. He then puts the weapon to the side as Zizzy climbs up him and just holds on. You girls don't have to do this, I'm fine, he insists even as she pulls off her visor and yawns. Too bad, I want to do this. I want to keep you safe, and you can't stop me from wanting it. She says, snuggling close for a moment before her wings buzz again, and she then zips off to change. He peels off his Hawaiian shirt and folds it into a cubbyhole before slowly disarming. Several knives, guns of numerous types, lasers, plasma, grenades, and the magazines to reload all the guns all go in before he rolls his shoulders, pulls off his armored vest and tucks it in as well. Back, Zizzy says, flying into his back and cuddling close. Her punk gangster outfit is gone in favor of a loose t-shirt that swims over her and a pair of yoga pants. She cuddles in and takes a deep breath, just luxuriating in being near him. You all right? You just never stop. You go and go and go and go, and keeping you safe the whole time doesn't work. She readjusts her grip and cuddles a little closer. I fell asleep when I was supposed to keep you safe. You don't have to keep me safe. Any room I go into, and I'm the thing most people need to be kept safe from. Shulda torched the doctor for pushing you around, Zizzy mutters. Then Helen would have died, he says gently. Don't care about her. She's not one of us, she's not family or hive. Don't want you pushed around or hurt. Hive first, always hive first. He slowly reaches around and pulls her to the front to give her a firm hug. Come on, let's see how everyone else is doing. Movie night, we missed dinner, she mutters. Let's see what they left us then. Hoagie remarks, walking through the large open area. Despite being a small race, Charbis like their home's big, so they have room to fly around and stretch out even though they live packed in like sardines. No wonder I dozed off. We had nothing to eat for too long. Sorry, I get caught up working. Hoagie whispers back to her as he carries her through. The sheer absurdity of the Charbis is still something he's getting used to. Inch by inch, though, he's just getting more comfy with it. Workaholics went on the field, berserkers went out in public, and buzzing lovebugs went safely home behind their personally made bulkheads. They separate the galaxy into hive and unknown. Everything in the hive is for love and duty. The outside is to be hated and feared. A bowl of Abba soup and a large sandwich are waiting for them both in the dining room. They're in stasis so they don't go stale or cold as Hoagie carries Zizzy in to set her down in front of the soup. You're back, Sabreza says, flying up to him and giving him a kiss on the cheek before quickly checking on Zizzy. You don't look hurt, but it looks like you got woken up halfway through a nap. There was paperwork and I lost track of time. Since it was just her and me in my office, she fell asleep until the station master came in. Hoagie says as he uncovers his sandwich. Anything bad happen? Sabreza asks Zizzy, who sighs into her soup. He got pushed around a little, but wouldn't let me do anything about it. She complains before picking up the bowl and starts to drink from it directly. He does that, Sabreza says with a sigh. Big man has to keep proving himself tough and not letting us take care of him. It's not about proving anything. It's about not starting fights that don't need to happen, Hoagie says as he picks up half of his sandwich and takes a bite. Humans. Good grief. Sabreza remarks with a smile. Our girls are going to be insanely independent, and the boys will be incredibly communal. Hoagie returns after swallowing his mouthful. I hope so. It'll be impossible to keep track of them otherwise. Sabreza notes somewhat wryly. We could put tracers on them. Hoagie jokes and Zizzy nearly chokes on her soup. How about a no? Sabreza asks, and Hoagie chuckles before taking another bite. Anyways, I'm glad you're both home. The station outside is dangerous, less so now that I'm inside. Hoagie remarks around his food. You're a ton of softness in a 200-pound sack. If anything, it's more dangerous out there now. Sabreza remarks and Zizzy nods as she finishes draining her soup. Wow, you were hungry. Want another bowl? Not a full bowl. I don't have much more room, Zizzy says, and Sabreza nods. Back in a minute. Try not to stress out any more of your wives, Dan. That's physically impossible. You girls worry over everything. Hoagie replies before finishing off the first half of the sandwich. So, what kept you so long? Sabreza asks curiously as she comes in with the bowl partly full of more Abba's soup for Zizzy. Hoagie hums in response. The mess in Sector 6 was started by someone using Kutha-covered brass. We traced it to a burnout named Helen Brightscale, who, as it turns out, was a hostage taken for ransom that was then refused. So she was cut loose and nearly died on the station. Everything is mostly clear, but I'll be digging into more tomorrow. I know who dragged her to this station, but not where she got the false Kutha. Need her up and alive to learn that, and who knows when she'll wake up. Beyond the doctor treating her, Sabreza asks and Hoagie nods. Exactly. I just got caught up in sorting everything out and making sure I know everything. No one was in danger and I was in one of the safest parts of the station the whole time. He explains and Sabreza nods. Good, you hear that, girls? He's fine. Everyone's fine. She says, pulling out a small receiver from under the collar of her blouse. There's an audible sigh of relief from further into the home and some muttering. You girls seriously need to unclench. This cannot be healthy. Well, if you'd stay home where it's safe, we could relax much more easily. But I have a job to do, an important one. Then we're going to keep worrying, and I'm going to keep telling you to relax. What did that movie say? The Circle of Life? Zizzy asks and Hoagie snorts in amusement. Out of Cruel Space, Part 314. The buzz on the spin. The sound of a communicator going off makes the entire swarm groan. The device is grabbed and a pair of bleary eyes examines it. No! It's hubby's. The device is passed down until it reaches Hoagie's hand and he holds it to the side of his head. This is a video call. I need to see more than down your ear canal. Manisi says and Hoagie holds it away to give her a discombobulated look. Morning sunshine. Good news for you. You're taking today off. Don't want to give the girls in here the impulse to overwork themselves. But the case is fine. It'll take a while for Miss Shinescale to fully recover anyways. Get onto it tomorrow, which is the earliest she's predicted to get up, Manisi says. This mean I can go back to sleep? He asks. Yes, she answers. Her amused expression is lost on him as his eyes are already closing again. Great, he says, turning of F the device and dropping it. He lets out a slight huff as it bounces off his forehead and then fall between the breasts of Zill. She just squirms a little and falls back asleep. It takes another 2 hours for people to start moving around. Little stretches as the first few awake starts a tide of yawns and awareness, Hoagie among them. You dropped this, Zill says, passing him his communicator as he sits up. On my head, I think, thank you, he says, pocketing the device. Oh, so that's what the hollow clunking sound was? Zill teases him and he snorts in amusement, most likely. He replies as he goes through the automatic recording of the call he vaguely remembers from Minnesy. He nods to himself and smiles at Zill. Just going to take a minute or three to confirm a bit. Then I need to figure out what to do without anything to do. He says as he gets a reciprocal number he got just the other day to go through. Audio only. What? Dr. Fang snaps. How's the patient? Hoagie asks, and she lets out a huge sigh. Better. She will live, but I have her on a low-grade regenerative sleep. It won't scramble her head, but it will speed up the flushing of the chill from her system. She'll be up sometime tomorrow or after. No sooner. What about her health in totality? Are there signs of violence, or... She's gone from eating like a queen to about 4 days of raw starvation. Also, she seems to favor only things that up her dehydration risks. She's on a nutritional and hydration drip. As for violence, there's some bruising, some minor lacerations, consistent with someone who's been in a few small fights or ran away from a couple after getting a few nicks. Still, there's some scale discoloration, but I doubt there's a broken bone in her body. That explains why she was so skinny. But what about the patchy scales? She had traces of a popular beauty product in her system. They shine the hell out of your scales, but suddenly stopping makes them come off in patches. It works by basically gluing your scales into singular sheets that are easily polished. I don't like it. Sure, it looks great in the moment, but it interferes with the natural shedding process. It would eventually lead to someone basically wearing a suit of their own scales, wouldn't it? Hoagie asks in a jokey tone, and there's a snort of amusement. Almost. The topmost layer of scales is tough compared to skin like you have, but not that tough. It will come off, probably at an embarrassing moment. Yes, indeed. It's why I don't use it. Dr. Fang says before a loud cheer comes through from beyond her. And that means I've got work to do. Goodbye, Mr. Eastman. The call is cut, and he pockets the communicator. So that sounded all right. Zill remarks, and he nods. Yes, my day is good and open, which means I have no idea what to do. He says, and she gives him an odd look. Or you could binge-watch some shows with us. Relax where we know you're safe, do your silly workout routine. It's not silly, it strengthens me. Just use Axiom. Axiom is not the answer to all of life's problems. Sure it is, including an overabundance of Axiom. Yes, it... Wait, this is a trick question. Zill pauses and Hoagie chuckles. Right. Well, I'm going to get myself good and clean and then figure out what to do next. Weapon maintenance or gunsmithing might be a good idea. Can you make us something? Sure, but it's going to be kinetic. Oh, wait. Wasn't there some thinger about taking in the recoil? Something about a gun stand? A weapon mount? He asks and considers. It's doable, but normally for something a bit on the bigger side than what the girls are used to. Could you? She asks and he thinks. Easily enough, but it would be best to make one that can be adjusted for many different weapons. He considers it would be best to use a pair of clamps to lock a weapon in with chunks of rubber for padding to both grip and cushioning. Well, before you do anything, clean yourself off and join us for breakfast. Not going to join me this time? If we go into a shower together, then no one's coming out of it in a very long time, she says, and he chuckles. Fair enough. I'll join you all in a bit. 20 minutes later, a still somewhat damp but thoroughly clean Hoagie is poking his head into the kitchen to see the literal hive of activity as an equally literal swarm of women chop, bake, fry, saute, and generally make a large breakfast. It may be said that too many cooks spoil the soup, but Charbis know what they're doing in huge groups. There are a couple of little banners with digital writing on them to signify what's being made, where, but no one's sitting still, and everyone's just adding their own touch, although mostly that touch is a flick of the ladle to keep something stirring. Any way I can help without getting in the way? He asks. No, is the answer from 200 different mouths, and he chuckles. Little morning ritual finished, he goes to wait at the table. Toss, eggs, bacon, fruit salad, blueberry pancake equivalents, chocolate waffle equivalents, and much more. The bacon is mostly for him, but some of the girls will nibble on it a bit. The taste is interesting to them, but it's not something they really like. Granted, it had taken a bit to find a boar-like creature to have slices of meat to fry for, but the girls were better cooks than him, and he had his own way of contributing. Everyone eats to fullness, and Hoagie's contribution begins as he gathers up the dishes and quickly gets them onto a conveyor belt that runs them through a dishwasher. The girls swoop over and grab them out the other end to put them all away. The pace is comparatively leisurely to the cooking, and it's still finished in less than a half hour. All right, does anyone need help with anything or another little part of the morning ritual? We're fine. Everyone answers back, but I can help. We know what we're doing. They answer, and he chuckles. All right, you all know how to easily find me. I'm just going to be in and around the hive today, so you can all relax. He assures them all, and there's a slight cheer. It is not that dangerous out in the station. Then why do you carry so many weapons? One of them immediately asks. His answer is drier than the average desert, so that I don't have to use my nails and teeth to inflict my murderous rage on all existence. There's a pause before he holds up his hands and smiling. It was a joke. You're not missing anything. I swear. There's a slight sigh of relief before laughter starts to bubble up. You really need to learn to project your emotions into the axiom. Zizzy scolds him, and he shrugs. I'm working on it. It doesn't come natural. Hoagie says with a genial smile as he pulls an axiom and just has it sit there inside him. It begins to stir the surrounding stuff, and the entire hive starts buzzing around him a bit. He reaches out at random and pulls in one of them for a kiss. The whole swarm sighs in contentment as they feel both his pleasure in the kiss and hers intertwine. He pulls back a little, noting he grabbed Vivra, who's a blushing, squirming mess after that kiss. Better? Do it again. Vivra gushes at him. Her natural shimmering black hair is normally under a bandana. He shrugs and goes in as she buzzes her wings to meet him halfway. The entire swarm swoops in and settles on them in a huge pile of affection. Then there's a bit of confusion as there's a swell of amusement from Hoagie. What's so funny? Zabreza asks. I just keep getting little reminders about the shockingly different faces of the Charbis. It's amusing, so strong and hardworking outside of this little slice of paradise, but inside. So wonderful. The massive family sticks together a little longer, but calls of time and work start picking away at the edges, and in twos and threes, Charbis zip off to put on their war faces and get ready to face the outside world as a unified front. You know, you'd look pretty good with chains and leather. I'm kind of trying to do my own thing with the very thin and colorful shirt over top of an arsenal of weapons and armor. There's a thin veneer of civility here. Do you really want it removed? Hoagie offers, and there's a snort of amusement from many of the girls. Let's be honest, hubby. Anything that involves getting another layer closer to naked will make most women excited. All it does is show that I've armor and enough weapons for everyone. Can't see how that's sexy. There's clear amusement in his presence. They know he's joking. You underestimate their thirst, Zabreza says, and there's a pause before a roll of laughter goes through the room. One that's echoed further in, when the girls who are already most of the way to looking like serial killers and hardened gangbangers are clued into the joke. All right, I've got a project, so if I'm not in the workshop putting things together, then I'm working up a sweat in the gym or working on my aim in the holo range. Any questions or objections? No, the girls chorus, and he nods. The group hug break up after that as everyone gets ready to get scowly with the outside world. Just a few minutes later, and he's already working on the basic design of the weapon mount. It has to be easy to use, easy to transport, and easy to mass produce. Something like this would also be useful for the Undaunted's recruiting efforts. It would open up the heavier weapons to the smaller races. Hell, it would be useful for snipers as well. A powerful and stable mount you can just carry with ease. A perfect toy. He's briefly distracted by the mental image of his wives in their finest punk rocker outfits, firing a .50 caliber with a heavy quad-pod mount. Yes, they would do that, and gladly, especially if they were doing it for him. That little thought, and the sheer feeling of belonging and being wanted, brings a warmth to himself. He had worried so much growing up. The scrappy son of an overworked single mother. Life hadn't been easy, but there was goodness to it. And now he could only feel like he had some great success, a great success born of being jumped at random while he had been misled and lost on the station. Galaxy has a sense of humor, it seems. I'm going to need to send Mom another message soon. Now that the girls have well and truly calmed down, I might be able to talk them into letting me show their tender side. They don't even want recordings of their softness reaching the outside. It's Obvious, isn't it? Zizzy asks and he turns to regard her. She offers him a smile. I got the day off too. Keeping up with you stomping all over the station means that they're all going to forgive a lazy day or two. And I get it. You don't want anyone seeing you girls being gentle and all. But I want my mother to know. The endless interruptions and unending display of weapons and aggression during the message really sent the wrong message across. She must be worried sick. Good, that'll get her out here. We can then bring her into the hive and have her see the full truth. It doesn't work like that with humans. Not only is it still an incredibly difficult and expensive thing to do, but men are usually the protectors and it's not something, how do I explain this? We're slamming into cultural issues again, aren't we? Afraid so. We'll figure it out. It took a bit for you to get used to us. It's still taking a bit, to be honest. Zizzy answers, buzzing up and sitting on the desk next to where he's working. Yeah. Although let's be fair, you girls are struggling to adjust too. If I was a Charbis man, you would never see the outside of the hive. I figured. Out of Cruel Space, Part 315. The buzz on the spin. Her eyes blearily crack open to see the white light of a hospital ceiling above her. It was so average. She knew what it looked like from entertainment, but never had. Her head swims and she turns her head on the side. She has to blink a little for her eyes to focus on the Kobe moving around to suture shut a gaping wound on the arm of a Canador woman. Hey, she's awake, the big brute says, pointing at her with her unmaimed limb. She's not sporting a 40-centimeter long gash, 3 centimeters deep. She can wait, the Kobe snaps at the larger woman. But do I need to bring out the stun cannon? No, ma'am, the cowed Canador states with wide eyes. That's doctor, the tiny Kobe replies before glancing right at her. And you go back to sleep. Your bills are paid in full, and this is a place of healing besides. You're safe. Times. Different. She wakes up the next time as she hears an odd scraping sound. At least she assumes it's scraping. And at the edge of her ability to hear it, but it has her confused enough to open her eyes and blearily blink up at the ceiling. She's still in the hospital. She looks to the side and sees a huge blast of colorful flowers and birds on fabric. She blinks again and gets her jumbled head straightened out, sitting up and then pausing partway as the sensation of moving makes her head swim. Easy now, take it slowly. A deep and gentle voice says as a large and strong hand helps support her back. She sits all the way up and the hand is pulled away, her back suddenly cold for its absence. I've never been this tired before. That's what a low-grade restorative coma does. It's taxing as can be on the body, but it can heal you without mucking up your head. I've got you on a fluid drip to keep you hydrated, but I think you're ready for a little more. The doctor's voice says from the side opposite of the warm hand and bright cloth, and she turns to see the doctor with a large cup of fluid, with a wide straw. Drink this, it will help. She takes the drinking container and swallows a few mouthfuls. There's something extra in the water, likely nutritional supplements. Then it's pulled away. Not too quick. Your stomach is empty. We're going to reinflate it at a slower rate so we don't hurt you. The doctor says before setting the drink down to the side. May I speak with her now? The deep voice asks, and she turns to behold a man. He's a Tret man with short brown hair, a bristling mustache, and bright, happy-looking clothing, if the shirt is anything to go by, an absolute dish. There's a strange play with powerful muscles cording up from his neck, but it's probably just Axiom playing. He looks like a model and movie star to her eyes. Yes, but if you start to stress her out, I will throw you out so fast you'll bounce off the far wall. The doctor threatens him, and she turns to regard the fuming Kobe. Is there some kind of history here? Understood, he says, and she turns to face him. He tucks away what looks like an old-fashioned book. Some people like to have those paper and cardboard messes. For the novelty, it seems. He appeared to be one of them. My name is Daniel Eastman. I'm a commander of the Undaunted EFL Division. I'm stationed here on Octaren Spin as part of our recruitment and outreach program. Understand? Not really? The Undaunted? She had heard something about that, but she tended not to follow politics. It made her head spin. I'm a soldier that works on this outlaw station, so we have friends here. Does that make sense? He asks, and when she hears the word outlaw, she seizes up as the past few weeks come crashing back at her. Whoa, whoa, hey, relax, just relax, you're fine. Her BPM is skyrocketing, contracted pupils, tenseness and feathers standing upright. She's having a panic attack. The doctor says as she squeezes her eyes shut and tries to catch her breath. She feels a small hand on her back rubbing in circles. Help me with this monkey. You've got the soft, self-heating hand. Warm and comforting his hand finds its way to her back and starts to massage in gentle circles. She involuntarily unclenches a little, and it triggers the rest of her body to slowly unclench, and she catches enough of a breath for the words that were bubbling in the back of her throat to spill out. They left me, she sobs. They just left me to die. You're going to be all right. Hoagie says gently. How? How will this ever be okay? Because I'm going to help you, but I need some help in return. You are not going to extort one of my patients. Dr. Fang snarls at him. You're right, I'm not. All I need from you is to tell me everything that happened since you came to this station. Hoagie says, holding out his communicator. In return, I will pay for your ticket to any planet along the major axiom lanes, or even just a ride home. Wherever you want to go, I will get you there. And how will that help? They drained my account. They used it to fund my own damn kidnapping. She snarls and Hoagie nods. I can help with that too. I just want your cooperation. How? How can you possibly make things better? My family abandoned me. I'm stuck on a heap of shit pirate station outside the protection of the law. I'm alone, I'm broke, and I have no idea what to do. Hoagie's response is to switch his communicator to projection mode and have the symbol of the undaunted. The segmented letter T capping a segmented U in a four-part circle. You want direction? Fine. You want safety? Good. You want money? Doable. I can write you a letter of recommendation to have you recruited into the undaunted. We're recruiting, and a KyleKKen with a half-functioning brain would be very, very useful to us. You want something away from pirates and your family? Here it is. You want money? Here it is, legally earned, and no one will say otherwise. You want to stop this kind of horseshit from happening to you again? Here. It is op military? But I never even considered a life like that, and I wanted to be a professional baseball player. Life has a way of going directions you don't expect. Hoagie says, and she stares at him for a moment. All right, I'll try. That's all I need. Now, I know you were taken by the Gore sisters and their associates. Then you were thrown out. Did this happen right before or right after the denial? A little while after. They thought it was a bluff. After that, I wandered. Times, and bores. So he hammers on the door itself, each strike echoing into the storage area. It was almost ironic that everything had brought him to Section 6, where all the damage happened. Helen had not only been completely cooperative, but had clarified everything and gladly put it into a recording. He had bought her a big meal, doctor approved, and had bought her ticket to Centris. A communication to the ship itself to let them know she's coming. A communicator for Helen to be in contact with them, and some more money so she can spend on herself and easily feed herself for the trip, as well as explicit orders on how to ration it all, laid it all out, nice and straight. It felt good to have that loose end tied up with a bow on it. This all led him here. Warehouse 672, the 72nd Industrial Warehouse in Section 6. The place Helen got her gilded brass from. She had slipped around in a dozen different shapes all over the station after being thrown out like garbage and had stumbled onto what looked like a massive pallet of Kutha bars. She had instantly jumped on the seeming windfall and grabbed as much as she could carry. A fair number of them were swiped all over the station, but only in tiny bits, before she managed to cache them in Sector 4 and then try to get herself back on her feet. She had then been mugged and only had a small amount left over while traveling through Sector 3 and started to undergo a panic. She was given a addicting dose of chill by a drug pusher, and she jumped on the seeming charity. End result, she had only a few coins left and a packet of uncut chill, not knowing the doses or that it was uncut, or even what uncut or cut drugs were. She downed some and went to gamble. She slowly killed herself for 3 days straight until he and Zizzy had intervened and saved her life. The natural resilience needed to live that long. under the effects of an uncut downer had stunned Dr. Fang and left Hoagie temporarily slack-jawed. If she could get a grip on that inborn toughness, then she would go very, very far in the Undaunted. But her future was in her hands now. She was already off the station and being moved to safety. He bangs on the door a few more times with a cross look on his face. If you don't open up to let me in, I'm coming in under my own power, and you will not have the ability to close this door afterwards. The door opens and he smirks at the shifty and somewhat panicked-looking Lutrin woman. He leans to the side and sees several forges, a few of them in use, and pallets of Kuthabars. He holds up the credentials he was given by Menizi. Daniel Eastman, Station Administration. We need to talk. We need to talk about your catastrophic failure to keep this operation under proper wraps and how it screwed over the production lines on several factories, leading to millions of credits in both damages and lost production, as well as dozens of injuries. We're lucky there's no deaths. Hoagie says loudly enough that the people moving around the area stop and stare at the increasingly uncomfortable Lutrin. It's not my fault. The green-skinned woman protests, confirming to Hoagie that he is definitely at the right place. When a lost, scared, confused and clueless young woman who's been riding mommy's credit score her whole life can walk in and walk out with your fake Kuthabars, then it is your fault. A baby pen could have kept her out. Hoagie reams into her even louder. Out of the corner of his eye, he can see people bring out their communicators to record this. But this is an outlaw station. There are no laws to break. She protests and Hoagie resists cheering as the idiot walked right into it. Which is why it's not the gilding I've got a problem with, you idiot. It's the catastrophic failure to keep random idiots out of your business. Is this how you run a con outside of the spin? How are you even alive if you're that sloppy? You idiots are going to be paying half again as much for everything until your debt to the station is paid in full. All of you, you made this mess, you pay for it. But what about the girl? Shouldn't she have a part of this? The Lutrin demands. The idiots that kidnapped her and had no damn plan on what to do if someone said no are also paying in full, so it's split between us? No, both of you groups of twits are paying in full. Each. That's not fair. She protests and he laughs in her face. Fair? You want fair? Then go to a legal station and... Oh, that's right. You can't. Your entire operation is based on being unfair to others. Now you're complaining that things are unfair to you? What are you, a child? She shuts the door in his face. He smiles wider. Oh, so we're doing this the fun way? Great. I love the fun way. He unhooks the laser cutter hanging under his shirt and sets it into precision mode. It doesn't extend and instead has a tiny laser beam start to extend from the very tip of the tool. He quickly burns a hole through the middle of the door and then switches it to industrial cutting. The tiny flare goes out and the entire thing extends. He shoves it through the door entirely and cuts to the side before ripping upwards with it. Like a blowtorch through butter, he notes as the smell of burning plastic, smoldering slag and numerous small fires fills his nose. He carves the door out of its frame and then pulls out the laser cutter. He casually boots the door open and walks inside with a massive smile. I hope you all realize that you're getting billed for the door too, he says evenly as the stunned crew of Guilders stare at him. Now the question is, am I carving the payments out of your credits or out of your corpses? I'm game either way. Out of Cruel Space, Part 316. The buzz on the spin. There's always the stupid one. Generally, it's the person with the itchy trigger finger. Of course, in a crowd of Lutrin, it's hard to tell them apart at a glance, unless they're making a point of looking different from one another. In this case, the first idiot has a laser pistol, giving its telltale lighting up warning, and he jolts to the side, neatly dodging the beam of burning light. But only the beam thermal bloom is as much a bitch as a blessing, as the shifting air he left in his wake causes the laser to dump a huge amount of heat right next to him, setting his shirt on fire. Well, now he has to kill her. If it gets out that someone can injure station staff without consequences, then this place will be consumed by civil war, with every dumbass too big for her bra bitch taking a shot at the throne. He charges forward. Adrenaline already pumping, and he pumps Axiom into that. The world slows to a crawl, and almost all color bleeds away. Along the field of grays, numerous red lights illuminate to show that many others will be idiots as well. Less people to pay the fee. It looks like they're going to have to confiscate goods until compensation is found. Looks like these bitches are going to be down their ship at least. The girls instinctively stop trying to track him when they pull the triggers, so like idiots they miss. They didn't even lead the targets. Of course, with lasers you usually don't have to, but have they seriously never practiced with moving targets? He reaches the first idiot that fired on him. There's a distinct sensation of unreality as he swipes his laser cutter through her torso. It offers no resistance, and he notes how the wound is cauterized even as he swipes clean through her. He can make out tiny embers flaring to life along her burnt internals. He turns and then brings the laser cutter down through the head, both to end what suffering there will be and as a display to the rest. He can see several of them are already running, so this won't be a massacre. But there's still the lights of several laser weapons trained on him. There's a growing sound that he's vaguely aware is screaming as he jolts to the side and charges again. The beams are closer this time, and he can vaguely sense that one of them got close enough for his hair to burn. He brings the laser cutter through first the arm holding the laser pistol and then through the head via the face of the next Lutrin. The sounds he's vaguely registered as screaming increases, and he turns in time to see weapons clatter to the floor as the last belligerent surrender. He stops pumping Axiom into the adrenaline and waits a few moments as he gets his equilibrium back from straight-up murder mode, so he just scans the area as he waits for the color to come back to the world. So, are you willing to accept your now increased fines? Increased? One of them asks. The price of the door and the shirt. He says, and there's a pause. No fee for attacking? 2 deaths for drawing weapons on me. That's the fee. He says, and there's a pause. Okay, we'll pay. We'll pay the whole thing. You're paying full, as is the other half of this clusterfuck. What happened to the thief? She is not someone who has any business on a station like this. I escorted her off. Sweet goddess, he spaced her. One of them mutters, and he gives her his best baby-eating psychopath smile. So, no more fun? He asks them, and they all start shaking their heads. He deactivates the laser cutter, and it collapses into its storage mode. Pity. He hooks the cutter into its slot on his hidden armor when he finally notices that his shirt is burning fairly heavily. So he simply pulls it off, which exposes the reinforced futuristic breastplate with numerous weapons mounted across it. A bit of padding, and it mostly goes out. Maybe it can be saved, maybe not. Either way, he'll need to get another one before confronting the other group. Holy goddess, he's carrying more hardware than a Crimson Hewer. Not really, it's just an armored vest and some toys. By the by, you're on your last chance. Until the debt to the station is paid off in full, any violation will result in death. So keep your noses clean and keep your security up. Otherwise, I'll be back, and I won't be anywhere near as friendly. His piece said he tucks his burnt shirt into his belt and leaves the warehouse with a spring in his step and offers a smile to all the communicators watching him. Problem solved. His communicator starts buzzing not even 5 minutes into his trek back home to the hive, and it's literally everyone. Apparently, the image of him with his shirt on fire has already reached them, and they're gearing up. Oh boy. He mutters before speed dialing Sabriza. Are you all right? Where is the bitch who shot at you? Just hold on, we're coming. The idiot who shot at me is dead and in multiple pieces, as is the next biggest idiot, and the rest have surrendered and agreed to make full restitution. Hoji assures her. But no, you're not. They set you on fire, she protests. They set the flimsy, flammable outer shirt on fire. It's what it's there for. They go for the shirt to try and intimidate me. It comes off and they find out that they're so far out of their depth that there isn't any daylight left. Don't care! There are pictures of you on fire all around us. You're not going anywhere without an escort. We're not raiding the station Zabreza. I don't need bodyguards. Too bad. If you want to avoid us dragging you into the hive, then you're letting us watch over you. Sabriza snaps back and Hoagie chuckles. What's so funny? Just that there's never any question as to why you're the queen of the hive. He says, and there's a pause. Is now really a time to flirt? She asks after a few moments, and he chuckles deeply. Always. It's always time. He teases her, and there's a sharp intake of breath. Once you're done tromping around into danger, I'm going to tie you down and drizzle honey all over you, she whispers huskily, and he chuckles. Sounds like a date. Look, I'm just laying down the law with some cowardly idiots. Even if they try something, I can slap them into place in seconds. Hoagie says calmly, no. If they're stupid, they will try something, and they only need to get lucky once. She counters, and he opens his mouth to refute it before closing it. She's right. She is very right. All right. What? You're right. They just need to get lucky once for me to be screwed over forever. So I won't argue against having an escort. You normally go on about how being confrontational all the time is a problem. It is a problem, because it puts us in more danger than we would otherwise be in. He replies before rubbing the back of his head. He feels the patch of crispy hair he'd forgotten about and sighs. But that doesn't mean you're not right. I need to stop acting like an idiot action hero and more like a soldier, meaning part of an army. All right, I'll get some of the girls ready. You do need to work, and we need you safe, so this is the best we can do, Sabreza says, and he nods. Right, I'll see you all soon. Although, could the girls please put on some armor, or at least not be borderline naked? Even a few layers of cloth can blunt a knife in a pinch. He asks, and there's some thought. Not much. We don't go for armor normally. It's better to just not be near where the attack is, she says, and he nods. Fair enough. I guess I'll just make sure that my enormous self has a few extra tricks. Good. I'll get the girls ready. And please stop scaring us like this. I may be the hive queen, but you're its heart. Without you, there is no real hive, she says. But no pressure, right? He says in a somewhat joking tone. What? No. All the pressure. Don't you dare die on us. Get home and get yourself more armor now, husband. Sabreza orders him, and he chuckles. This isn't a joke. No, but it feels good to know you care so much. I'm heading home. Don't worry. How can I not? You're outside the hive, and you've been shot at. I'm moving. I'm moving, he assures her, as he does indeed start moving faster. The call ends, and he focuses on hustling home before there's a freak out, and they send out raiding parties to look for him. He almost smirks at the reinforced bulkheads of the building, absolutely covered in gang tags, all belonging to the berserkers, as his wives called themselves. He passed the first bulkhead and moved beyond the second, only after it closed behind him. The hive was a life pod in its own right. If the station were to suddenly shatter, then the berserkers would live. He would live. There you are. Are you all right? Look at his shirt. There's a huge hole in the side. He's instantly swarmed by a small battalion of worried Charbas. They're more covered up than usual, leather jackets and thick boots. They also have his habit of carrying knives around. I'm fine. The idiots responsible are in pieces, and their surviving friends are paying through the nose for being idiots. Problem is that there's a second group of idiots I need to deal with. So I'm going to put on some low-profile armor, some loose pants over it to hide it. And then we're going to go down there and make sure the stupid stop being so freaking dumb. Sound good? There's a cheer before they start asking questions, mostly about if he's going to use the laser cutter again, and he pulls it out to consider it. Maybe? It treats doors and walls like they're just a suggestion and doesn't even seem to notice people. But I doubt Station Command will be too happy with me carving up Octorin's spin. He comments unholstering it and holding it out in front of him, a pensive look on his face. Still, it's a good backup. If someone wants to do something stupid, then hide behind something. First things first, though, get that armor on, Sabreza says, zipping in to give him a stern look with her hands on her hips. Yes, ma'am, he says with a chuckle as he reholsters the laser cutter. It takes him about 20 minutes to change into his underlayer and properly fit on the armor plating. There were a lot of little straps and buckles so that it would be both low profile and able to stand up to some more advanced weapons. It wouldn't take more than 1 or 2 shots from a laser, and definitely wouldn't give him more than 1 from a plasma blast, but it would stop at least 1, which is a game changer as it used nothing in the way of axiom. The ceramic alloy hybrid was effectively invisible to the rest of the galaxy. They couldn't scan for it, they couldn't detect it, and they would never know it was there. An undaunted protection brand gave off an Axiom signature and could be toyed with by skilled adepts. But this, secret ablative armor, completely undetectable. A little heavy, but it was just plates buckled in and strapped on. A second chance. His wives hated wearing it themselves, but loved that he always had a hardened vest of the stuff on. It had gone a long way to keeping them calm with him being outside the hive. Once he had it all on and buckled in such a way that it wouldn't clank against each other, he covered it with a pair of loose cotton pants. He put a now bright blue Hawaiian shirt on, this one decorated with flamingos instead of parrots and flowers, and headed back for the entrance. Zabriza thumps on his legs a few times and gets the solid thump of armor before nodding. Keep your head down. You already nearly lost it once today. I will. These idiots wouldn't stand a chance if I was naked and blindfolded. This is going to go as smooth as butter. What did you call it? Murphy's Law? A jinx? I think you just applied both of those to this situation. She scolds him and he chuckles. Possibly. Is it wrong that I want a bit of excitement now and then? Yes. But asking you to not want it is like asking me not to worry. It's not going to happen. She concedes, and he kneels down to her level to kiss her. Then we meet halfway, if you want me to. I'll make wearing all this armor a daily thing. I'll even look on improving it so you worry less and less. All right? Deal. Out of Cruel Space, Part 317. The Buzz on the Spin. Ms., Vries, Liz, Ziff, Deriz, and Zur. The sextuplets were his escorts for the rest of the day. Hopefully, they would have a fairly boring protection detail. Most Charbus were born in small batches of 3, so having a batch of 6 was as rare as twins in humanity. They were out with banger rifles and ablator pistols with knives tucked away in pockets. However, the bigger concern isn't the amount of weapons so much as the fact that fully primed bangers, a weapon that's occasionally known to go off by accident, are being pointed at everything that moves in sight. So he hurries up and makes it to Nightside, where the gang was last seen. The sooner this is knocked off and finished up, the sooner a lot of problems can be swept away. Not to mention he needs to head off and discourage whatever their next bit of stupidity is. If these people had no plan for a hostage negotiation to end in a flat no, then they will likely do something else stupid. So, do you think they'll fight? Ms. asks, hovering right next to him. Maybe. A couple profiles are clearly fakes, and the ones we do have paint a violent picture. You don't earn a nickname like the Gore sisters by being cuddly. He remarks plainly, and the girls do a quick weapons check. The girls outright dip in the air as the doors open to Nightside. The sudden shift from warm and homey country afternoon to seedy inner-city night hits everyone hard. Hoagie can outright feel the girls around him shift their own mental and physical patterns as their bodies use Axiom to do so. Is everyone all right? He asks, and they start buzzing even more energetically than normal to compensate for the momentary lapse. We're fine, hubby. We're here to protect you. I'm human. The protection is mutual, Zur. He chides her, and she looks away with a slight grin. Touch of romance sorted Hoagie leads them out into the dark shadows and neon lights of Nightside. It's a much busier part of the station. And so they all fly in close to form a barrier around him. It takes all of 3 seconds before someone gets hit with the barrel of a banger and scampers away from the furious Charbus. In hopes of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Hoagie pulls up a map of where their current rented rooms are and nods to himself before gathering Axiom into his legs. Going up. His jump partially catches the girls by surprise, but he's barely reached the next level when they catch up. 2 more. His next jump isn't a surprise, and they keep pace with ease, and he bounds all the way to the right level. There's a sudden blast and a scattering of civilians as one of his wives opens fire. The lower energy plasma splashes against an invisible barrier and reveals a Tret woman whose goggle-eyed expression tells Hoagie that she's massively off balance. He reaches for his Luger, but before he can do more than draw the weapon, a barrage of banger blasts crash against her energy shield, and she runs screaming as it shatters. An augmented energy shield? Someone was looking for trouble. Duras notes with her banger, following the thoroughly terrified woman. She runs into a building, and the Charbis keeps up her vigil. I didn't even sense it. Hoagie admits with wide eyes. He had missed something. Something important. If she had gotten close enough, she could have knifed him and he wouldn't know until the blade was in his neck. I wasn't sure, Liz replies. I don't know. There was something though, yay, some tret bitch with a fancy new toy. Deriz says. Good call, Liz. Time to go. Wait, weren't you looking for a tret? Vreeze asks Hoagie, who shakes his head. Not that one. We're after Mona Blaze, not whoever the hell that was. Hoagie replies. He then points in the opposite direction. We're going the other way. Good instincts, though. Paranoia well and truly ramped up, Hoagie starts stalking towards his goal, standing on the absolute edge of the walkway so that if someone tries something, he can jump away or fall away as needed. It takes barely a heartbeat to get the axiom needed to stick any kind of landing, so having so much open space to retreat to is just wise. It also gives his wives more room to maneuver as well. The Shadeway Apartments. Homes for rent, no spyware guaranteed. Ms. reads out before snorting. I didn't know the signs here get sarcastic. I've spent way too much time in Section 4. If they were to take out the no, I assume they'd be a fair bit more honest in their advertisement. Hoagie answers, and there's some laughter as they walk into the reception. The receptionist actually does a double take before taking in the fact that he's wearing an obnoxiously bright shirt, and the surrounding Charbis ready for war. Aren't you the— Oh no, she whispers as Hoagie walks up and smiles. Hello? I need an access card for Pod 92. Why? The idiots there are bringing attention to the station and are partially responsible for millions in damages and lost production. I'm letting the fools know that the bills are going up and staying up until they've made restitution. He says, and she stares at him. He pulls out his station administration credentials and she stares at them for a bit and then back to him. Weren't you the one set on fire earlier? The receptionist asks slowly. Yes. Oh. All right, lady. He's got the authority. He's got the guns, and I've got no damn patience for bitches disrespecting my man. Cough up the card or eat hot plasma. Vreeze snarls with her banger right in the receptionist's face. Calm down, Vreeze. She's overwhelmed, and plasma will not make the situation any easier. Hoagie says, reaching over and carefully guiding the weapon away from the receptionist. A laser is a much more stable toy. Sure it will. It'll get her to do what we want her to now. Not. Vreeze protests and is cut off as the receptionist holds up a keycard for them. Thank you, ma'am. Hoagie says, taking the card. Come on, girls. Let's not give the poor woman a heart attack. No doubt she has a hard enough day in front of her. Bless your gentle. She begins, and the girls all point their bangers at her. She ducks under her desk in terror. No messing with our man, Duras shouts, and Hoagie sighs as he just walks out of the room. Keep up, girls! Hoagie calls after them, and they quickly leave the poor woman alone and follow him out. Thankfully, Pod 92 isn't too far up. They entered near the top of the building, and so were taking advantage of the multi-tiered status of the city. After all, if there's more than one main entrance, then you need a receptionist at each one. Remember, defense not offense. We're being watched, so keep things on the moral side of things. How is being defensive moral? Letting someone hit you first isn't a good thing, by which I mean don't start the fight, finish it. Hoagie answers, and they seem to be a little confused for a moment. But the person starting the fight defines the fight, right? Aren't they the ones that usually win? Ending the fight usually means being the first one to attack. Yes and no. There's a fine balancing act. There are entire martial arts styles based around being the second one to attack. That sounds stupid. Yes, it does. Hoagie agrees. Still, we need to be intelligent about this and not stupid noble, as if being stupid is somehow noble. Vreeze says, getting into Hoagie's way and then being a little surprised as he keeps walking, plucking her out of the air and holding her as he does so. This gets an involuntary giggle out of the Charbis before she swats him in the head. Hey! No amount of male goof will get you out of this. We need a plan. Well, you girls keep your weapons on them the whole time, and I pretend to be nice and friendly. They give us shit, and you girls open up with the bangers, and I get out of harm's way while getting a weapon out. You girls turn on the shield belts, and then we reduce them to burnt chunky bits, and then we steal all their stuff in compensation. That sound good? It does. Vrees says, climbing up him and then taking off to start buzzing after him. He stops in front of Pod 92. They take up positions around him, and he knocks on the door after the girls scoot to the side to stay hidden from the view camera. After a few moments, the camera activates and looks down on him. He shows his credentials, and there's a pause. Station command. Open the door. We paid for complete privacy. A synthesized voice answers. Open the door, or I'm breaking it. We need to talk. Hoagie answers. Are you the crazy man that carved a door open? Words getting out, hun? Hoagie asks in return. What do you want? I'm here to inform you of a few things, and I prefer to do it face to face, he answers. Can't you do it through the door? Yay, but I want to see the look on your face. Also, I want to be able to shoot you if you do something stupid. What? Did I stutter? This door is going to be open in 10 seconds, either by you or by me. And you know how I open doors, lady. This is completely 10. I will not be 9. Hoagie continues bringing out the laser cutter. Okay. Give me a second. You have 8. He answers. There's the sound of unlocking from the other side. 7. The door opens to reveal a panicked-looking Tret woman just staring at him. A perfect match for Mona Blaze. Excellent. Come on, girls. Time to deliver the news. Who are they? Mona demands as Hoagie's wives follow him in. My wives. They're rather fond of me, so they tend to send out search parties or protection detail when they think I might be in danger. He says blandly, even as he spots Mira Catspaw glance around a corner and then duck away. Are they wrong? She has no idea how to answer that deliberately loaded question. Good answer. Now fetch the rest. The Gore sisters especially, I know they were the supposed brains behind your recent screw-up. Who are the... Don't play with me, woman. I know that you Mona Blaze, the arsonist, Mira Catspaw, with a clearly fake identity, Teresa Skim, who tried to bury her crimes under pointless minutia, are here with the Goethe sisters, Abigail, Ariana, and Alice. Fetch them? The sisters are out getting groceries. Mona tries. Are they? When are they expected to return? Hoagie presses. Later today? We don't have a set time. Where are they getting them? Somewhere in Section 4? Mona replies as Mira returns with Teresa, and they both peer around a corner. I got this, hubby. Duras says, bringing out her communicator. Hey girls, we're looking for 3 Lutrin, last name Goethe, and they have the nickname the Gore sisters. Tell them that they're wanted back at their apartment 10 minutes ago, before things get unpleasant. Perhaps a lighter touch? Hoagie asks, holding out his hand for the communicator. It's handed to him, no protest. Girls, calm down. I have a few other plans, although I do love the get-up-and-go attitude. I'm going to get some more official, stick the boot and help. You don't have to put yourselves in danger. But I want the hive safe. He says, turning their words back around on them. Oh, damn you, Daniel. Oh, what's your plan? Sabreza asks him. I'm thinking that I call the station command to put their faces all over Section 4 to tell them to get over here. We have override control of the lights, speakers, and billboards. We can make them come here without a single gun being raised. Public humiliation and shame, essentially? That's evil. I love it. Sabreza purrs at him, and he chuckles. Love you too. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to use my own communicator to organize our little hazing ritual, he says before handing the communicator back to Deriz. Out of Cruel Space, Part 318. The Buzz on the Spin. The sisters Goethe, Abigail Goethe, Alice Goethe, Ariana Goethe. You 3 are needed back at your apartments. The station booms out around them in a deep male voice, and over them hidden hologram projectors activate. Alice looks upwards and to her horror sees her face, and that of her sisters posted above them. Identifying marks like Abigail's nicked ear or Ariana's tiny shrapnel scar along her cheek were being highlighted. Once again, the sisters Goethe, also known as the Gore sisters, are wanted back at your apartments. Station administration wants to talk to you face to face about your recent mistakes that have done harm to Octron Spin and its interests. The voice continues. For a third time, the Gore sisters are needed back at their current home in Nightside Shadeway Apartments. We need to discuss the damage you've done to the station. The voice finishes. This message will repeat in all sectors of the station every 10 minutes until our representative has spoken with you. What do? Abigail demands nearby. She has a large pack loaded with goods. It's clearly a trap. We run. There's no way that this ends up well for us if we don't. Alice tells her as Ariana runs up. Did you? She asks, and Alice nods. We saw. We're getting out of here now. Alice says before her communicator goes off. She brings it up. Who is this? Please hold. The voice from the announcement says, and there's a slight electronic tone. Hello, this is the station official in your apartment. I want you to run. What? He wants her to run? What kind of sense does that make? I want you to run so I get to have fun chasing you down. Oh, please. I have so many tiny frustrations to work out, and if someone wants to volunteer to be my soon-to-be deceased stress relief, then I am all for that. You're insane, she says. No, more psychotic? Sociopathic? Hey, does anyone here know the right word for... His voice trails away a little as he clearly turns away from his communicator. What is this about? Alice demands. Your fuck-ups cost the station money, so get back here so we can discuss the bill. You're not going to kill us or space us? Only if you do something very stupid, like try to attack me or skip out on the bill. He answers and she considers. We've already got your ship locked in hard. You're not going anywhere without at least talking to me. And if we try to, then you come after us with a knife in each hand and a smile on your face? She mocks. There's no way, this soft little. I was thinking more ballistics. After all, I want to use my Luger every now and again. Luger? Old-fashioned model of a kinetic slug thrower. It's a classic, right there with the Mauser with its beautiful angular design that tapers into a pipe. Say what you will about World War II-era Germany, and there's a lot to be said, but they made some handsome and practical weapons. What? Well, it gives me more range, and I just like this weapon, okay? It's not my most powerful or reliable, but I just like it, and I'd like to rack up some more kills with it. He says, and it takes Alice a moment to fully process the exact type of threat she just got. How do you even categorize someone trying to encourage you into a situation where they feel justified in killing you and are completely open about it? What is even going on? What do you want? She asks. I want you to run so I can kill you, he answers. Not happening. Fine, then come here, and we can talk like the reasonable beings that we occasionally pretend to be, and you won't attack us. My attacking you hinges on the conditions that you get violent or start running. So instead, I'm going to ask you if I'm going to get violent. He returns the question, and she pulls away the communicator to look at it and make sure that she's not under some kind of influence. This is not going according to any kind of plan or reason or sense in the slightest. What's going on? Ariana asks, and Alice stretches out her antenna. Abigail and Ariana grab on, and she passes the memory to them, and they stare at her. Are you playing with us? There's no way this is insane. Alice nods, and both of her sisters nod too. There's no way this is serious. All right, cut the shit, Saki. You're going to tell me what's really going on, or I'm going to find you and hurt you, boy. Bring it on. I'm in your apartment and sitting on your couch, center cushion. Don't be late. He answers and the call cuts off. Socks. Stupid bitches think they're calling a bluff. This is going to be awesome. Hoji says as he adjusts his seating and activates his station badge. An environmental shield spec'd for outer space is enough to turn plasma into a painful but non-lethal experience and a laser into flash sunburns and little else. His wives activate their shield belts and take up positions all over, even as he draws his Luger and waits. Mona, Mira, and Teresa are on the other couch and watching nervously. So have those three always been the brains of this outfit? I ask, because it seems their latest scheme has fallen through rather badly. It may be wise to consider a change in leadership. He notes, deliberately stirring the pot and throwing further and further blame onto the Gore sisters. It may be best for a group like this to split apart. The wait isn't long, especially as they left the front door open and two of his wives were standing to either side of it at the ready. Being short can have advantages, as most people of average size, such as 3 Lutrin triplets, would look right over them at first impulse and walk right into the crossfire. His girls would need to merely point upwards in order to avoid hitting each other while bombarding the idiots in banger blasts. It doesn't take much longer, and there's a slight cry of shock causing him to chuckle. Come in. Come in, Gore sisters. We need to talk. Not her hubby. Looks like a cleaning lady. Oh, well, there goes the drama. Please leave, miss. I'm trying to be all-knowing and spooky here. Hoagie calls out, and there's an involuntary snort from Miss Catspaw on the opposite couch. How can you take this so calmly? Mona Blaze asks him. What am I supposed to do? Panic myself into uselessness? Develop a nervous tic and shoot myself in the crotch? No. All his surrounding wives protest at once, and he chuckles out loud. Well, that's me outvoted, so I'm going to remain calm, and when I'm calm, I can find the humor in a situation. Hoagie says smugly, although for the point of burning time more than anything else, what was your big plan with Miss Shinescale? I mean, really, you drained her own account to pay for her accommodations and full points for that bit of practical sense. But did you really have no plan for the family, just flat out saying no? Well, no, we didn't. We didn't expect them to just cut her loose like that. They're just business people, you know? They don't make hard choices or live a hard life. They don't get it. Mona Blaze states, according to who? You don't really know someone's life unless you live it yourself. For all you know, the shine scale started out shining other people's scales by hand and slowly built up the money until they could make their first business. What's that old song lyric? Everybody has a story that could break your heart? Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, but what? Do you have some kind of hatred for the rich? You do realize that the master of this station has obscene amounts of wealth, right? Well, that's different. Mona protests. How is it different? She's not one of the upper class. She owns her own private station, eats the finest of foods, never worries about her next meal or whether or not she has money. How is that not upper class? She's on our side, still upper class. And what is your side anyways? Are you seriously trying to argue philosophy with a mass arsonist hubby? Liz asks him and he shrugs. Well, I figure if we burn time, she's less likely to burn down the building, he says sardonically. Hey, I'm not like that, Mona protests. The hell you're not. I've seen your rap sheet. You've burnt down at least 2 major buildings with people inside them. He pushes. Maybe this will give him some interesting, they deserved it. Or not. Pity. A galaxy-wide saboteur would have been another wonderful gift for the undaunted. They wasted their lives in endless pursuits for more stuff. Stuff! Useless stuff! A narco-arsonist. Got it. Hoagie dismisses her, and she bristles. What did you call me? A narco-arsonist. You want to rip down the systems of authority, and your chosen method is setting things on fire. Hoagie explains. He's going to have to keep an eye on her in case she decides that some part or even the whole of Octron Spin is part of the authority, especially now that he's pointed it out. Hold it! The girls at the door shout. All 3 of you in and without any fuss. The 3 Lutrin are hustled into the room with 2 Sharbus in pursuit, bangers ready to blast and stop when they behold Hoagie sitting on their couch. Hello, ladies. Good to see you. Have a seat. We need to talk. He says, gesturing to the couch where Mona, Mira, and Teresa are sitting. What is even? One of the Lutrin begins, and he points his Luger at them and then uses it to gesture to the couch. They recognize it as a weapon and follow his instructions closely and quickly. Thank you. Now that you're all here, I am merely the bearer of bad news, not the cause of it. The cause of today's and your future misfortune here on Octron Spin is your decided failure to keep hold of your hostage, to have any idea what to do with a hostage when they suddenly became worthless, or even the wherewithal to kill, or in some way dispose of your problems in a way that did not damage the station. But how could that idiot child damage the station? The shine scales are cloaking you idiots. They're naturals at stealth and subterfuge. The moment that girl was out of your sight, she was gone. And being a girl unused to living in this kind of place, she of course stumbled onto something dangerous. Is that what we're in trouble for? I've dealt with Shinescale. She's gone. I've dealt with the mess she stumbled into and scattered throughout the station. Now I deal with you for bringing her here and then putting her into a situation where all that was doable. Before anyone starts arguing law or other such bullshit, no, this is not about law. This is not about order. This is about fucking up. But one of the Lutrin begins. Shut up and let me finish. Hoagie snaps and she leans back. There are no laws here. That is very true. But no matter where you go or what you do, there are always consequences to your actions. This is what the meeting today is about. By not having a plan for when your hostage scheme fell through the station has suffered millions of lost credits in both damages and lost production. To say nothing of the medical bills from the people hurt and the price of replacing, cleaning and repairing damaged equipment. Understand? So, you're not going to throw us into a prison or anything? You just want money? Until you've settled your debts with the station, all of you are going to be living under an extra 50% surcharge on top of everything for whatever goods or services you buy. Your bill is in the millions, but we're not insane. We don't expect it all right away. But if you cause any more problems while this debt is over your head, no extra chances, no mercy, no clemency, we kill you and take your stuff for compensation. But that's not fair. Am I seriously having this conversation again? Where I tell the career criminal that things are not fair on an outlaw station, and that is a good thing that is in their favor. Of course it's not fair. If this situation was fair, you'd be in a jail cell and awaiting sentencing in front of a Meccan-Reach judge. But this isn't fair. So instead of paying your dues to the political entity you've done a lot to try and fuck over, you're instead paying the price of damaging the station. Literally, but that's millions of credits. It will take years, if not decades, to pay it off. Yeah, that's the price of being stupid, of not having a plan. It hurts, doesn't it? And it should hurt. Are you going to make a mistake like this again now that it's brought upon such a huge debt onto your head? Hoagie asks, and there's a lot of head shaking. Good. He stands up and their gaze follows him. I'm glad we've had this talk. Any questions? What if we just leave and never come back? Then we have to eat the debt. But if you ever come back and try to ignore the debt, or come back under another name to get around the debt, then you're leaving the station without any atmosphere. So if we never come back, you won't chase us? No, but we do talk to other stations, to other outlaw havens. You're going to run out of places to hide very, very quickly. Hoagie says, and they stare at him. Anything else? There is nothing else. Out of Cruel Space, Part 319. The buzz on the spin. He knew she was coming when the lights dimmed and began only projecting into slats. Clearly, Miss Manisi has been watching a lot of old-school film noir. Bit of a pity, he preferred more 80s cheese, as evidenced by his unending Magnum PI look. What is going on? Ms. asks and Hoagie sighs. The station commander is coming, and she's trying to set a mood, Hoagie answers. If you want to add to it, lounge around with your weapons out. Needing no further encouragement to pose around and look their best, they scatter around the office and begin checking their weapons. Soft piano music starts to play, and something strange happens to the lights and color seems to bleed away. In response, Hoagie reaches around and pulls out a jacket to wear over his outfit. Colorless or not, a Hawaiian pattern clashes badly with the aesthetic. What is she even going with? Duras asks, and Hoagie sighs. There's an old style of film, well, old, by human standards known as a film noir. The stories classically start with a woman as beautiful as she is dangerous, sauntering into the office of a private investigator to look for someone or find something lost or stolen. The job leads our intrepid hero into greater and greater danger, sometimes to their death. That's horrible, but it was incredibly stylized and very popular at the time. Besides, men are considered more, well, disposable on Earth. There are a lot of men there, so they're not valued anywhere near as highly as they are in the rest of the galaxy. Yeah, it's a really weird thing to see in all the movies and shows that you keep showing us. The girls look all sick and malnourished, the men are treated horribly, and there's just something off about everything. More primitive tech means it doesn't look as good. But without Axiom to sustain them, I suppose the women of Earth are sick and malnourished. And with so many men, it's our job back home to hold up society so it looks like being treated badly, but it's really not. The door opens and framed by the light is Manisi, all but one of her head tentacles held backwards as one coils in front of her like a lock of hair. She saunters in to reveal that her gown is shimmering in the light, And whatever she's done to the lights in this room, she's right out of film noir. The background piano music suddenly has a saxophone accompaniment, and Hoagie raises an eyebrow. Hey, hey, no flirting with our husband. You had your shot and passed it up entirely, Zur says, pointing her banger at Manisi, who sighs. I was trying to have fun, little farmer, and I'm already married. I have children older than your husband and you combined. I'm teasing him, you silly little bee. Thank you for spoiling my fun. The reaction is tart, but not one that promises violence. Although on the topic of fun, I've seen some very entertaining movies. One of several women looking up in shock and confusion as the station itself singles them out, and another of a man on fire dodging laser blasts before carving women in half with industrial tools. Very entertaining stuff, as you can imagine, especially as I recognize the man in question. Have you been having trouble? Not at all. In fact, both major parties in our little conundrum have agreed to fully compensate the station, from damages caused to lost production, medical expenses, cleaning fees, my own wages while on the case, and several other incidental expenses, even down to the shirt that was burnt off my back. Both of them are paying in full. Each meaning that the station profits, our reputation maintained, and we still have the people in question ready to do business with us. Manisi says, and she nods. Then one of her head tentacles reaches around with a data pad, and she glances at it. However, there is the question of what you did with Helen Shinescale. She's the one who caused all the trouble, and she gets away clean. She's a stupid kid that was dragged here against her will. She's heading out of our hair, tentacles, at a fast clip and is unlikely to ever come back. Furthermore, I've sent her to Centris to meet with the Undaunted. There she'll either plead asylum or ask to join. Either way is a win for me and mine, and since you are allied to us, that means it's also a win to you and yours, which includes me. Either way, I took a bad situation, got it all paid for twice, and got either a political win out of it or a loyal infiltrator recruited. Win, win, win. You have thought this through. Well done. Minnesy notes, calmly, before tapping a few points on the data pad and placing it in front of him. He picks it up and his eyebrows climb up nearly to his hairline. Is this serious? It is. Madam Sting was given the opportunity to try and keep the peace and decided that since you were also investigating the case that she could slack off. Unfortunately for her, it was a test to see who is the more useful to the station. There were times you were referred to as the head of Sector 4. It's official now, or at least as official as things get on this station. Of course, Madam Sting won't be happy, but I suppose there's no point that a human man expects to be on good terms with the in-laws, is there? That's a stupid sitcom cliche, not an actual fact of life, Hoagie says with a sigh. Great. So does that mean she's going to be gunning for me? Or, no, hubby. It doesn't work like that. I mean, it might work like that on Earth, but not out here. We're going to have a talk with her. Madam Sting is the head of our mother hive. She's the aunt to most of us, but Sabreza is one of her direct daughters. This won't be as bad as you think. No animal heads in my bed, got it. Hoagie mutters, and the room stares at him. I clearly need to play the Godfather series come movie night. I understood the reference. It was just taking me a moment to try and fully understand the logistics of Madam Sting attempting such a thing. I know exactly how many absurd defenses a Darbasharbas hive has. Getting into one uninvited takes either a specialized team or outright artillery. Even then, the odds aren't good. No, they're not. It was mostly a joke. Hoagie replies as he glances around. Can we color back, please? This is getting silly. Well, I have them modified, that if you were to start smoking, then it would be a splash of color, but you're not playing along. I don't smoke. He answers and she sighs before the light returned to normal and the music cuts us off. Denny a girl her dreams, why don't you? Such a harsh and unforgiving man. She teases and he snorts. Indeed. Is there anything else, Captain? Or were you just here for a situation summary and some entertainment? Hoagie asks, and she gives him a strange expression, somewhere between a frown and a smile. I'm not sure. I have done a lot to try and understand you humans, but right when I think I understand you, there's something new. I expected you to do horrific things to the kidnappers and then foist the full bill onto the family of the girl while ignoring the counterfeiters as inconsequential or even victims. You, however, ignored them entirely and had both the counterfeiters and the kidnappers pay in full, using violence, intimidation, and threats, both implied and direct, to get what you wanted. Is there a problem? No, but it was a surprise. I did expect you to follow things to the end and figure out all the details, but not to resolve it this way. It appears I have more to learn about humans, much like I have more to learn about every people I come across. Between the two of us, I dare say I have more homework in this regard. Hoagie says, and Manisi lets out a low chuckle. Oh, such as how your own wives keep surprising you? Somewhat. I'd explain in detail, but I'm pretty sure those are Charbas secrets that aren't allowed out of the hive. Hoagie says, and there's a lot of nodding all around from his wives. Yes, the grand mysteries of Charbas hives. Everyone quiets up about it and just says that it's better than we think, and you're fine. You know, there are entire movie series about it being evil, honey-based brainwashing and mind control, right? Manisi teases, and there are a lot of deliberately neutral faces around the office. They're favorites on movie night. Hoagie says blandly, as he recalled the movies that had the inside of Charbas hives look like actual beehives crossed with the sheer amount of bullshit from the alien movies, with the husband woven into the walls to be serviced by his wives on the regular and not allowed to die. Completely insane, but a funny insane. I see. Well, seeing as you're not reeking of honey and don't have a waxy pallor to your skin, I'll assume they're just nonsense. Best of luck dealing with the in-laws. Don't worry about me. I've got an army at my back. So does she. Manitzi reminds him. I am also an army myself, so we outnumber her. Is Hoagie's response, and Manitzi outright laughs as she leaves the room. Good luck with Madam Sting. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Oh, I'm so proud of you. Madam Sting, or rather, Mother Vazizi Sting as she's known in the hive gushes. It helps that Hive Berserker are the beloved daughter hive of Hive Sting. So the fact that official power is passing to the heart of the Berserkers from the Queen of the Sting means only that the next generation is well and truly worthy, and the bloodline is secure. Not that Mother Vazizi looks like she's much older than her daughters. Sitting right next to Hoagie, who has Sabriza in his lap, he would almost swear the two were sisters, rather than parent and child. But there are differences. Small ones, but enough of them for him to avoid mistakes. But you know you could have called on me for some help every now and then. We're family, it's only appropriate that... Oh, no. I couldn't trade on your name when I needed to build up mine. In a place like this station, you need a reputation to carry you through, and developing one as a mama's boy who's little more than a messenger just means I'll get ignored too much. No, I needed the people good and scared of my anger and eager for my favor. How did you get such a smart man? I love your father to bits, but he's just happy being a house bee and doesn't bother trying anything. We swarmed him good when we noticed the man in a white uniform walking around Sector 4. Sabreza says with a grin. I was trying to be clever and seduce some posh place people, but was turned around by the captain. Why a uniform in an outlaw station? Mother Vazizi asks, and Hoagie lets out a rueful chuckle. It was the fanciest bit of clothing I had. I was very new on the station and didn't think far enough ahead to have something tailored or to cobble together a more appropriate outfit. Oh dear, you really didn't think things through. No, and it taught me the importance of thinking ahead. Something that appears to have won me quite a bit of authority. Hoagie admits. Also, the moment I realized I was in over my head, I got my hands on as much literature about dealing with this kind of thing as possible. No human has ever been in quite this situation, but I've been able to cobble something together fairly well. Oh, you're a clever one. The next hive is going to be so full of ambition and strength, I can't wait to see it. Mother Vazizi gushes. The eggs are only a few weeks away from hatching, Mother. Would you like to see them? Zabreza asks, and Mother Vazizi outright beams at her daughter. I'd love to, but afterwards I think I should leave. I wouldn't want to get between you and your husband after all. Out of Cruel Space, Part 320. Rack and Rolled Shadows of Centris. Akana frowned as no one came to the door, her wing molded into a hammer to pound on the door again. Harder this time. No way her foolish daughters wouldn't hear it. They don't hear it. She sighs to herself and begins digging through her purse for her communicator. There's a lot to go through. She has a lot of little packages to deliver all over the city in between her visiting her daughters, off day or not. And she needs to visit these too. Nita and Nika are not the brightest children she's ever had. They were born during a very stressful time, and it clearly did something to the girls' minds as they were nowhere near as bright as the rest of the family. Her being in the middle of a long, drawn-out, and vicious argument with their father while they were growing up certainly didn't help. Thankfully, it calmed down in the last few years of raising the girls, so the last touches of their development had been peaceful. But that's the problem when you have a mother and father who are best described as stubborn shits. The fights last a very long time. Too long. But they always end. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. She considers dialing their numbers, then remembers that they both do a lot of work as guards. Guards for people that tend to get huffy about excess noise. So instead, she turns on the tracking function to check where they are. She wants to see her girls, and surprising them after work is probably a better idea than interrupting their workday. It takes a moment for the application to fully start up, and her eyebrows climb up in surprise. They're in a public park not far away, a park that has been partially rented out for a get-together. Were they hired as security? What would they be doing there? Still, they might be on the job, so it's best not to call them, but she can swing by and at least take a look without bothering anyone. So she gets moving, and after clearing to the balcony of the building, she dodges a soneer coming in with a backpack full of what looks like a lot of fruit and vegetables. "Excuse me," the gigantic bat woman says before Knuckle walking further into the building past her. After the big girl is past, Akana flitters up to the edge and then takes off. The height of the apartment building is enough she doesn't have to climb or fall much to get into the safe zones between the lanes of traffic. Her flight takes her quickly from spire to spire. The Metak traditional roles of guards, messengers and skirmishers means they're as quick as they're mean. The air and axiom both fill her wings, and she turns her flight from a frantic flutter to a stately glide. Her wings stretch out to nearly 10 times their usual size, more proportionately akin to a bird or bat that cannot supplement their soaring skills with axiom. Over 3 spires her wings easily carry her without even the slightest hiccup, and she soon finds herself soaring over the park in question. Below her is a large group, about maybe 25 people? Less? Not a very big organization to be sure. As she swoops down for a better look, she can't help but notice that it seems to be mostly rabbis. Bouncing around and setting out a large meal as 3 figures, men, prepare something near the center. 2 of them are very dark-skinned, and the third is much paler. He appears to be performing some kind of maintenance on the device the other 2 are working with. There's a Lidris woman speaking a great deal with a fabulously well-dressed snicked as a Lyrak woman listens in while braiding the hair of one of the Lidris woman's heads. Then she spots her daughters, and she nearly falls out of the sky. "They're pregnant?" Akana demands herself before rescanning the crowd. Her daughters are both ready to pop from the looks of them, and they're speaking to a moderately pregnant Pavrus woman who has a stark white coloration that Lady Tkanped, Speaker of the Council, shares. Almost everyone is pregnant, the men being the only exceptions. No doubt, though, they have a lot to do with why everyone's pregnant. She swoops lower and is spotted by the crowd. Her daughters turn and regard her, joy blossoming on their faces. So it wasn't hatred? That's a good sign. Probably just carelessness and forgetfulness. "Mom!" Nita exclaims. "Mother!" Nika follows her sister's cheer. Thankfully, neither girl rushes at her and lets her come to them. "Nita! Nika! You don't call. You don't mail. You don't even give me the slightest hint that you're pregnant. Who's the father? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell your father? My goodness, girls, why?" She demands as she lands, and both girls flinch back a little. In the distance, she can see the largest of the 3 men approaching. He's not Canador big, but he's big regardless. "But Mother, we didn't want you 2 fighting near us or about the children or—" "Oh, sweetheart," she says with a sigh. The fight had caused this kind of damage? Oh, goodness. Is something wrong? The man asks, approaching, and both of her daughters scurry up to him, and he kneels down to give them both a hug. He's definitely the father. If there are any sons, they are going to be big babies. Koa, sweetie? Meet our mother, Akana, Nika says, holding her hand out to guide his gaze. He reaches out a massive hand with a smile. She takes it and he shakes her whole arm. Pleased to meet you, I'm Koa Jackson. Heavy weapons trooper, chef, singer, and all around a typical Hawaiian Renaissance man looking to improve. He introduces himself and she blinks in confusion. Hawaiian Renaissance man? What does that mean? She asks to try and get a grip on the situation. Hawaii is the island nation I'm from. The Renaissance was a time period where the men of wealth considered it fashionable to be as well educated as possible. Nearly every other man was a doctor of some kind back then. I hope to be much the same. He clarifies, and she blinks in consideration. Big, strong, handsome, and well-educated? My daughters, where did you find this man? Akana asks in surprise, and Koa chuckles. They were fiddling with a chemical scanner in public and caught me about to eat something that registered as highly toxic. Koa says, so they saved your life? No, but they've certainly enriched it in their special way. My kind, humanity, are extremely toxin resistant. We're not immune to toxins, not completely, but our digestive system is so robust that we can eat foods that even Canador are leery of. Koa explains. Really? Those girls can digest almost anything organic. One of our favorite flavorings for food is known the galaxy over as pain kernels. They're just flavor to you? I'd have to eat them straight in order to have even a mildly negative reaction. Koa answers and Akana blinks in surprise. The Canador have specialized organs to deal with excess toxins, but that would mean... So you have what's it called? A kidney? Two, actually. Slightly smaller than a Canador's, but both work just as well, and if I was the size of a Canador, each would be somewhat larger. Koa explains. Is that the mother of your girls, Koa? The other dark-skinned man calls from the device. It is. Koa calls back. Would you care to join us for lunch? We all have a bit of a day off, so we're spending some time together. My friends and I with our wives. So not exactly family affair. Friends are the family you choose. We have no blood in common, but the two men back there are my brothers in every way that counts. Koa explains. We're in charge of the grilling part of this little barbecue, making sure everyone else is fed before we add in our own personal sauces to the bits we're going to eat. They can't be that bad. We've been approached by law enforcement about how their chemical scanners pinged us as having chemical weapons twice. Koa mentions, and there's a bit of a bang as the lighter-skinned man closes up the panel. And done. I don't know what happened to this cooker in the past, but it must have been shaken like a paint can to have so many induction lines out of alignment like that. He says, standing up and brushing off his hands to get some residual dirt off. And we have heat. Nice going, Reggie. Hey, Koa, we need our head chef, the other man calls out. Coming, Amadi. Koa calls back to the others. You're welcome to join us. This little family get-together can include you. Of course I'm staying. Good grief, my own daughters didn't even tell me about you. I'll have to bring in my husband and sister wives as well. It's ridiculous that this has gone so long without us hearing about it. No, Nita exclaims. Mother, please. We don't want you to bring father here just to fight. Nika clarifies and Akana sighs. Ma'am, is it true that you and your husband are in an unhappy relationship? Koa asks, clearly trying to be delicate and diplomatic. No, that's not what happened. My Garos and I are very stubborn, very stubborn. We got into an argument and it kept going for nearly 20 years. Eventually we agreed to just let it lie, but it was still most of Nita and Nika's formative years. We never really hated each other, but there was a long period where we couldn't stand each other, which led to the worst assumptions possible from my daughters because you don't tell your children about the things you hate about your loved ones. That's a relief. I vaguely recall the term hate fucking being used at one point, and that's just, no, goddess, no. If a relationship is anywhere near that bad, you get a divorce. You have eternity to find something that isn't pure poison in your life. So make sure you find something you want to be part of. Excellent. That's the best news I've heard in. He cuts himself off as Nika gives a sudden gasp of shock. Is something wrong? Just a kick? A kick? From the looks of you, you should be just about ready to pop, Akana says, and Nika shakes her head. We overdid it in the early days. We've got a big batch on the way, but it won't be for a few more months, Nika says. But they're already feisty little fighters. Deep Scan says they have the extra organs and bits that humans have, the things that let them live in null without problems. Unfortunately, that means they need a lot more food, so how about I get cooking? Koa asks, kissing Nika and then Nita on the top of their heads and then walking away. This is why you girls need to talk to me more often. I was actually worried about you. But instead you have that much man and so much affection from him. Yeah, he's pretty great, Nita sighs. So those rumors I heard about, them being big cuddle monsters, is accurate? Yep, always ready, always happy, Nita says, and Nika shakes her head. No, he does have limits. He was really frustrated with us when we didn't believe he was anything other than a weird tret. Then we did something stupid, and he put his foot down and made sure we couldn't deny anything any longer. Oh, we don't really talk about it. He was really angry. He looks like the type that you wouldn't want angry at you. Akana says, glancing at the large man who's gleefully roasting numerous different foods on the cooker while his friends assist him. Trained soldier, even without axiom, he's strong enough to break most women, which makes how gentle he normally is so very sweet. Nika says, we made mistakes and then brought in Marisa there to help us. She has a good head for business and has really helped. So who's with who? We and Marisa Bruchtail, the Lyrac over there, are with Koa Jackson, the big one. Shireen and Misty, the Lidris and the Snicked, they're with Reggie, the light-skinned one. All the rest are with Amadi, the one with the darkest skin. Even the one with the most wives is part of a fairly small family. That they are. That they are. Nika says before giggling. But don't tell the humans that, they don't believe it. What? 100 to 100? They're a traditionally monogamous race. So they think they're being selfish for having so many wives. What? But oh, that's funny, Akana exclaims. So, what were you and Dad fighting about? Nita asks, and Akana sighs. You need to understand something about me and your father. We are very stubborn and petty people. Okay, we were discussing the advantages and disadvantages of holding to traditional aptitudes and the concept of the galaxy having a place for every race. I can't even remember what side either of us started arguing from or what we were trying to prove. It just kept going, and it quickly became about winning the argument rather than figuring out who was right. Oh, what do you think about it now? I think my blood pressure spikes when I give the topic serious thought, and I really don't like thinking about it. Out of Cruel Space, Part 321. Rack and Rolled Shadows of Centris. Regrets are the coin of the old, aren't they? Garos was a medak man prone to introspection and navel-gazing. The man's career as a university professor in philosophy always had full classes, but it was a matter of debate if the class was full due to his teaching style or if it was due to the teacher being a him. Maybe, but the fun thing about coin is that you can spend it. Amadi considers as he places a few more pieces of meat on opened-up places on the cooker, it was basically an electric barbecue that ran on axiom, so you didn't even need to plug it in. True, but wait, I think we're mixing our metaphors. Garos remarks before blinking. Also, wasn't I speaking to, it was Koa, wasn't it? Yes, you were speaking with me. However, Amadi's more the intellectual of the Trinity. Reggie here's more the technical guy in me. I'm just the muscle. Koa says, and Garos openly scoffs. The professor has seen muscleheads in his day. Idiot men as well who just sculpted their bodies while ignoring their minds. Koa was neither a musclehead nor an idiot. I have my doubts about that. Perhaps Amadi is the one who is the swiftest to resort to intellectual answers and Reggie to resort to technical. What's wrong? Garrow's refutation is cut off as all three men suddenly straighten a little more and begin clearly scanning the area. I'm not certain, but I want you to start moving around and telling people to be ready. Something's about to happen, Koa says. How do you know? Garros asks as he glances around to see what might have these men suddenly on alert. Instinct. We humans have a sort of extra sense. We did not evolve as top-tier predators, so we can sort of Tell when someone or something wishes ill upon us. It can be tricked, it can go off without actually sensing malice. But, Amadi explains, we have our families out here, our wives and daughters. Reggie pauses for a moment before smiling at the idea. The family continues. Anyways, we need to be careful. There's already been several groups of crazies that have exposed themselves to try and get a cheap shot at us. I have a slag pistol with modified tridite rounds, the parts of my long gun, a Glock 9mm, and an AK-47 for mid-range suppression. No knife? Koa asks. Right, yeah, boot knives too. One's a K-bar and the other is a bayonet for the AK. Reggie concedes and Garros just stares at him. Why are you so heavily armed? Garros demands. We're always armed. The galaxy is too unsafe and too unfriendly for us not to be. Reggie answers as he starts fiddling with his jacket and assembling the more finicky components of his rifle. Grenade launcher with concussion, thermal, and anti-personnel payloads. Amadi begins. I've also got a pair of PAG shield breakers, an Uzi, and a Magnum revolver. Big Bowie boot knife and a switchblade. Do you three mean to conquer this spire? What is going on? Like I said, we've encountered hostiles before. We prefer to be safe than sorry, especially with family and friends involved. I have an M249, my backup pistol, an Uzi, and a K-bar. That's not so bad, Garros mutters. Thank you. Koa says, refusing to admit that his M249 is a massive amount of bang in one place. Now please, get your family to get ready to scatter. We're out in the open with numerous places for hostile forces to show up. We need to get out of here. But I don't... Wait, something's... Garros! We need to get out of here! Nita and Nika are saying it's like right before everything goes wrong, you three need to... Oh good, you're reaching for weapons. Smart, Anaka says. Get them out of here. They're late in the pregnancy, and there's no telling what might happen. Koa orders in a tone that offers no argument. Yes, enemy unknown. Numbers unknown. We're heavily exposed and going to start a surreptitious evacuation of the area. Reggie says into his communicator, hold your ground, soldier. We have agents in the vicinity. Play it as casual as you can. Do not tip your hand. Control says, and he sighs. All right, we'll do our best. He answers, and the call cuts off as he looks towards the women. He quickly types something out, and one of Shireen's bodies reads off her communicator. All 6 of her selves go very, very still, and then start moving again. There's a look of shock that passes over Misty and Marisa, and they start glancing around before steeling themselves. Amadi, are you going to... Koa begins to ask, but receives a wink instead. You already have. I've been getting illusions up to hide us all and talk to people. I've got my girls slipping away to a safer area. We can't overtly move without giving things away, so we need to seem oblivious. It buys us time. Amadi says tightly as his eyes glimmer with power. Still, only about 1 in 5 outings end up like this. I guess we're coming up on top. Reggie notes, you know, this thing is really heat resistant. It'll take a couple of plasma blasts unless they use vehicle-scale weapons. Koa scans the area around them. It's the high buildings that have him really paranoid. Yes, but if they're going to hit us at the range from their most likely hiding places, then they're going to have the bigger weapons to power through thermal bloom and atmospheric diffusion with lasers and plasma. That's just a hunk of slag to that kind of heat. Fuck it, you're right. We need... Reggie says, letting out a huff and looking straight up. He then blinks. The lights on the underside of the upper tier. Hiding between them would be a perfect place for an assassin or spy. Or worse yet, what if one is? A scream, loud and piercing, rings in from above. A dark figure drops out of the sky and everyone scatters. It hits the ground to reveal itself as a thoroughly dead Sanir with a small figure in a bodysuit that goes from dark blue to black and a gray visor concealing his eyes. He withdraws a sword from the woman's chest. It's short but curved to allow both brutal chops and surgical slashes. Its point is tapered so thin that it could be used to get in between armor. He simply nods at the 3 men pointing their sidearms right at his face. A small wave, and he points down at the woman, and then taps one of the grenades he has on his bandolier before pointing at the Sonir's waist to show she has explosives as well. He then points up to where they fell from and mimes something falling before jerking his hand apart to simulate an explosion. I see, sir. Silent? Koa asks, and the figure nods. Are there others? This question gets another nod. Are they being dealt with? Amadi asks and receives a thumbs up. Where? Reggie asks. Silent turns and gestures to several nearby buildings before turning and tapping his visor. They were observing the results of the attack? Silent nods even as he begins to clean his sword. He then ducks under Misty's arm blade to end in an almost casual-looking crouch as he sheathes the brutal little sword without a sound. Misty, calm down, he's a friend. Reggie says as the Snick draws back her other arm to try and impale him, and pauses. A friend? He just murdered someone in cold blood, someone that was trying to kill us. Look at these. Koa says as he takes the bandolier of grenades that Silent just loosed from the Sneer. Impact plasma grenades. One of these could have killed anyone in this park, and she was right over us. Reggie says, then he pauses and turns to Silent. Was she hanging from the ceiling like a bat? The slight tilt of the head and shrug before the nod communicates a sort of incredulity to it being done like that by the utterly silent man. So, less assassin and more bodyguard. Misty asks, and Silent points to her and offers some applause. The first sound he's made. Right. Well, we need to get this corpse out of here, and her friends interrogated. Is this the only hostel up there? Koa asks Silent, who nods in answer. Good. Why isn't he saying anything? Could be any number of reasons. I have no idea who this man is, only that he's one of ours. Reggie says. Are we still in danger? Slight shrug and gesture to the area and a shake of the head. We're in an open, poorly defended area, but otherwise no. He receives a thumbs up in response. I see. Excuse me. Garo says, flying up, and Silent regards him oddly. But what is going on? You've defended us, I assume? But who is this woman, and why was she hidden above us? Silent just shrugs. Come now. I doubt you're incapable of speech. Garros grumps and Silent points at him before making a sweeping away motion and then a zipping motion over his own mouth before a sweeping motion over his own face. He's a stealth agent. He works best when no one knows who he is, so he does not speak to make it that much harder to figure him out. Koa explains. Looks like today's festivities are canceled, though. I'm not comfortable having people out in the open when there are potential hostiles around. Amen to that, Amadi says. Pity. I was having a good time. We can relocate elsewhere. Isn't that diner your girl's own clothes today? Surely we can fit everyone there? Koa asks, and Amadi pauses. That would be best, defensible, but not unreasonable. But first, Silent, how many people were after us? 4 fingers are held up. Silent then points straight up with his index, raises his middle finger and uses them both to point to a nearby building. Ring finger comes up to point at another building in the opposite direction, and then his smallest when he points down the way where vaguely familiar black panel air van takes off and flies into the distance. I see. I take it that you have some recall coming? Koa asks and Silent points into the distance where an air van can be seen on the approach. Right. Time for us all to get out of here then. What? Why? What have I missed? Abigail demands as she walks up. It's clear that if there was more violence or malice to toss about it, would have been done already, but who is this? Who is her killer? And what is happening? Crazy assassin lady. We sensed danger and called backup. She got by our boy Silent here, and now we're packing up and leaving because being in a place where there was enemy action is just asking for some kind of trouble. Reggie says, and Amadi sighs. Thank you, Reginald. Abigail, someone wanted to hurt us. I think it would be wise to get out of here.
Why, though? Who can say there's...
Koa begins, and Silent holds up a strange token he pulled off the Sneer. This is vaguely familiar. I know what that is. Trine Lin. Garo says as he returns. What does it mean? Koa asks as Silent crouches down to better show him the symbol of 3 interlocked rectangles. It's a political philosophy that everything comes together to fit in specific places and shapes and is often misinterpreted into meaning that things that don't fit should be destroyed. He takes the symbol and then holds it up himself. Each rectangle represents something different. One is reason thought, one is axiom, and the last one is civilization. All 3 of these things come together here in a triangle formation, the triangle representing the trinity of being. By itself, it's a harmless symbol that reminds people that things are interconnected and interdependent. But it's often misconstrued in terrible ways. How terrible? When the Gravia were first created as a species, there were numerous hate groups that formed using the Trinelin symbol as their rallying mark to protest against them. Violence broke out a fair amount as well. It's also used fairly consistently by groups that shut down or protest against AI research and development. There are also some few terrorist organizations that will use it in their branding. It's grown somewhat controversial in some parts of the galaxy in the last few centuries, so a borrowed symbol with its name sullied by bad actors. I understand. Koa says as a black panel air van swoops down from above. Silent holds out his hand for the Trinelin, and it's given to him. Several men in Spec Ops gear load up the body, and in moments the corpse and Silent are gone. Reggie's communicator rings, and he answers it. It's Control. You're safe to retreat. Get out of there. Out of Cruel Space, Part 322. Rack and Roll Shadows of Centris. Garros couldn't help but be drawn back to the three other men. Not only because one of them was the soon-to-be father of his grandchildren, but because there was a presence about them ever since they started moving. Without speaking to each other and at their own paces, each of the three took on a presence of frustration and rage. It was different than what was going on. They had been calm and focused while in danger. Most people resorted to sensing axiom to understand those around them. But after being a teacher for so long and seeing people deliberately hide their emotions away from it, he knew what to look for. All three men were moments away from at the very least an argument, or perhaps shouting. Maybe more. These humans seem to be a militaristic type. He creeps close and focuses on his hearing as the three mutter to each other. They dedicated themselves to being the cooks in the diner, a way to salvage the get-together that had fallen apart. The normal equipment was for almost everyone's meal, but the men were using the cooker in an odd way. They had added another level to it, with wooden chips below it and a series of grills on top. It was well ventilated to keep things away from everyone, but even the slightest whiff that escaped where Garros had climbed to was enough to make his nose feel like it was set on fire and his eyes tingle. You might want to back away. This bit of the meal here is pretty spice-intensive. The molasses is harmless enough, as is the tomato paste, but the chili powder, black pepper, and salt aren't too friendly to Metak. Furthermore, the vinegar can't be too much fun. Koa explains and Garros gives him a penetrating look. What? Why are you three so angry? Yes, having our get-together ruined was terrible. But no one we know or care about has been hurt. We're still having our get-together in safer environs and those that attacked us have been punished. You won. Why are you upset? We won in spite of our actions, not because of them. Koa says, looking down in frustration and glaring at the simmering meat, perhaps imagining something or likely someone else on the grill and cooking. May I have some clarity? Garros asks, and he gets a sideways look from Amadi and Reggie sighs. We acted like idiot civilians. We got into a little pissing contest as to who had the best weapons and wasted time in a dangerous situation. If our opponents were even slightly more proactive, that would have gotten us killed. Reggie says as he frowns, clearly uncomfortable. If you suddenly started acting like the sky was going to fall on you if you didn't shoot it down first, then they likely would have killed someone. Garros counters, and all three men look at him. I'm a philosophy professor. If there is no other skill I've developed, it's poking holes in the arguments of my students. All right, well, we were surrounded on all sides. Unknown hostiles, and out in the open with a small army of civilians to protect. We called in backup, and then after telling you to start warning people, we immediately distracted you with our little weapon comparison. We screwed up. You inadvertently kept me from a panic. From afar, that conversation probably looked like a small argument. If I had panicked and gone racing around, do you think the Soneer with the bombs would have not attacked? That your Silent would have had time to stop her? I don't know, Koa says slowly. That's right. We all got out alive and safe. That's the important part. If your own actions bother you so much, then you won't be making the same mistakes again. Which is the whole point of mistakes. To learn from my mistakes when lives are on the line are unacceptable. Amadi says before taking a deep breath and letting it out. But damn it, you're right. We don't know. and suddenly drawing weapons or moving into action could have set them off. Hell, going to talk to our girls could have set them off. For all we know, they were waiting for us to gather close to our wives to kill us with our girls all at once. Reggie lets out a little growl at that. I've been given a miracle chance to keep my family line alive, and some stupid zealot thinks that. Koa puts a hand on his shoulder, and Reggie calms a little. The massive Hawaiian man then turns to Garos. Thank you for speaking with us. This has actually helped a fair amount. We made mistakes, but mistakes we can walk away from. So we will be better prepared next time, Koa says. Or rather, we'll be less arrogant in our preparations and get work done. Reggie says with a huff. How about a change of topic? Professor Guros, when it comes to the Trineland, you said it represents the interdependence and interconnectivity of axiom, reason, thought, and civilization. Amati begins. Now it's understandable that a zealous group that truly believes in what it represents might have some issue with humanity. We are capable of living without axiom. Although it could be argued that we can't, as null is simply axiom in its densest and least usable state. But I digress. What more can you tell us about it? The symbol is nearly 5,000 years old. There's some debate that moves it a few centuries forward and back, but 5,000 years is a good approximation. It appeared in no less than 7 different points around the galaxy, seemingly simultaneously. This has led to the popular theory that the Trine Lin was a symbol of a philosophical sect that broke apart and disbanded before re-emerging perhaps a generation or two later in multiple places. This coincides with the idea that it's a little older than popular convention, so it's not really culturally centered? Interesting. Koa says as Reggie considers. No, it's been used as a symbol for numerous types of clubs and gatherings that have ranged from the benign to the absurd, and more recently, by those who would claim there's right way the galaxy should be run. Is there one? Reggie asks. A right way to. Garos devolves into a slight cackle. No. Oh no, I should be charging a speaking fee. But in all seriousness, the thing that people get wrong about philosophy and indeed about all the sciences is that nothing is set. You have to always be ready to be proven wrong, and saying that something is settled is nothing more than an admission of ignorance and inflexibility. Philosophy is much like science, a process, not a position. I think I understand. A decent engineer can fix most anything he's practiced with. A good engineer learns from the things he fixes and can apply that knowledge to new places. Reggie says before thinking, then leaning over to look at the steaks that Koa's turning over even while deep in thought. Big man can cook on autopilot. I'm actually a little jealous. Jealously like smug is a bad look on any man. Koa says lightly but with a grin. Then we're both badly dressed. Reggie retorts, and there's a light chuckle. Back on topic, the Trine Lin has many supposed variations, but it's mostly due to interpretation. The actual physical shape of the symbol doesn't really change, just the classification of what each rectangle means. Furthermore, some people interpret each of its 3 traits to be composed of 4 parts and there to be significance where each part meets at the center. It's not an interpretation that was around when the Trine Lin first came into use, but it is a moderately popular one. Albeit a complicated one that often speaks more the attitude and personality of the person interpreting things that way than it does anything else. So like a horoscope? Almost certainly gibberish by itself, but the way people react to it can tell you a lot. Amati questions. A horoscope? Garos asks. Some people place a huge emphasis on the patterns of the stars in the sky above Earth, believing that people born under particular signs are prone to acting a certain way, or that what sign is up in the sky can have a specific significance. I imagine such a thing would be a little harder to get off the ground in a galactic community. Garos remarks with a bit of a grin. He then coughs and backs up, the smell of the cooking food seriously getting to him. The sweetness that hides the spice is causing it to get right into his system, and he can actively feel his core temperature drop somewhat as the spices convince his instincts that he's overheating. I need to take a step back. I'm way too close to this, Garos says and gets a rueful smile from Koa. Sorry about this, but we all have our odious habits. I came over to where you boys were making sure no one was getting hurt and got a whiff. My fault. Hey, there's nothing odious about a properly marinated steak. It's delicious and smells divine. Koa says somewhat primly, let's agree to disagree, big man. You've not been feeding that madness to my daughters, have you? No, but I have been using more cooking techniques than they knew even existed. But the ingredients have always been things they can safely digest and enjoy. Koa assures him. I do catch the occasional lunch that's fully spiced up, but having my meals be kind of plain is a good trade-off, considering how eager to please Nika, Nita, and Marisa are. Even for men, there is compromise in a relationship. You men do realize that it's unlikely for there to be so few ladies surrounding you fairly soon, right? Garos asks. I understand. I'm dreading it, but I understand. Reggie notes, dreading? I'm still getting used to my life and wives as is. Expanding on it? I'm not sure. I've grown a fair bit more comfortable in my life and current state despite the changes. But further change? I'm not certain. Reggie admits before thinking. First things first through, we need to protect what we have now. First things first. Garros says in agreement before wiping his eyes. Oh goodness, excuse me. Then he flutters off to wash his face. Before any further conversation can pick up, all three men have their communicators go off. It's a text message to report into the intelligence division when their break is over. There is business to attend to. They quickly pack away their communicators and nod. There must be some kind of information extracted, and if they're just being told to report in when their shore leave is over and not to immediately come in, or that people are being sent for protection, meaning low or non-existent danger, but there's going to be work ahead of them. No more mistakes. Koa and Reggie give Amadi an odd look. We've had a very easy time between now and our last bit of high-octane fun. We got sloppy, soft. I suppose it's emotionally healthy that the very idea of Misty or Shireen in danger makes me itch to stab something. Reggie growls out as he glances towards the two women in question. He smiles when Misty notices and blows him a kiss. Mr. Grouchy went soft. Koa says with a chuckle. Reggie just shrugs in response. I'm happier now, so you can screw off with that judgment. My life isn't anywhere near as bleak as it used to be. Hey, all I was saying is that you're in nowhere near as much a bad mood as you were before. Koa notes kindly. Is that a bad thing? Reggie challenges. Not at all, but it is noteworthy. We need a new balance. It used to be stable guy, smartass and grouch. Now you're not a grouch anymore. What are we going to do? Straight man and two wise guys? Amadi offers and Koa scoffs. You consider Reggie a wise guy? He asks. No. Amadi answers and Koa nods before suddenly pausing and giving Amadi the stink eye. He gets a tongue stuck out at him in response. There's a playful swipe taken at the smaller man. Woo! Fight! Lilith, one of the Rabba's women, cheers. No messing up the kitchen, especially when you're messing around with your toxin flavorings, Jenny shouts. Sorry, all three men call back. Out of Cruel Space, Part 323. Rack and Rolled Shadows of Centris. All three men had met up together before heading to the intelligence division, not only for the sake that they were all required to be there, but, well, to be frank, after some of the rumors about Madame Stepanova, they wanted to present a unified front. An old-school Russian interrogator? Good grief. The door is opened for them by a young man, a very young man. Not really more than a child, to be honest. But it's not Herbert, it's some baby-faced Chinese boy. Then a much, much older voice interrupts. Private Wong, let them in. Yes, Madame Stepanova, he says, gesturing for them to follow. He leads them in past, where numerous men and women are working hard to correlate data and add things together in large files. Then from seemingly nowhere, an ancient woman, nearly bent in two and leaning on a cane, is among them. She says nothing as she walks ahead at a clip far faster than her stoop posture would indicate. I am Madame Stepanova. You will address me as Madame Stepanova. As you have no doubt heard, I am one of the officers sent from Earth to verify the information packets that have been received from the Dauntless. To my understanding, they are absurd, insane, insulting, and completely accurate. You three have come up more than once as individuals with a penchant for finding oddities. Now, whether it is because they come to you or you go to them is up for debate, as your behavior has, for the most part, been fairly inoffensive and understandable. Adagok's outright seduction of a Warren of Rabbis notwithstanding. In all fairness, I did what many men would do when presented with a... Amadi trails off as Madame Stepanova turns around and affixes him a glare for interrupting. He queets down. You three have been an improvised but moderately effective information gathering unit and have given us a fairly comprehensive view of centrist life just below the surface. However, as displayed yesterday, you have not gone unnoticed, she says, leading them into a back room. Two more children await them. Neither could be older than 13. What's with the kids? What's going on? Reggie asks, positive that these are not children at all. That is classified at the moment, but suffice to say, you have already seen the advantages. Silent, a fair nickname for our newest squadron. Madame Stepanova says, taking her seat. Sit. They sit and she sniffs at them. You three are simultaneously an advantage and a liability. However, since I'm not here to train researchers, general troopers or technicians, I can only offer critique, not force you buffoons to smarten up and straighten out. If it were up to me, I'd have you go through at the least advanced information dissemination and obfuscation training. Madame Stepanova, we have been called here following an attack that was just barely averted by one of your silent squadron. We have discovered the Trine-Lin symbol on our attacker. Requesting clarification. Have you taken time to understand the Trine-Lin symbol? Madame Stepanova asks dismissively. Yes. My father-in-law, Garos, is a university professor specializing in philosophy. It comes up often in his courses. Koa states, and she nods. Excellent. Then you don't need further clarification to its history or how it's often perverted as a symbol of absolute order and an excuse to engage in both murder and terrorism. Madame Stepanova asks, and there are nods. Good. To what end is it perverted this time, Madame Stepanova? Amadi asks, mildly amused despite himself. Don't take that tone with me, boy. She snaps at him before taking a breath. However, to answer your question, they are insulted that we humans do not fit the axiom portion of their little holy trinity. This was going to be effectively a snuff film to be sold by those that take offense at the idea that axiom causes a lack of men. Does it? Reggie asks. Stop interrupting. She snaps before giving them all a glare. Now, this small group appears to have acted independently of a larger organization that, while unfriendly, has not acted untoward us in any official capacity. This was a small initiative taken by lower-ranking members. She says and then rakes her gaze over the men, daring them to pipe up. No one takes the bait. This group, as you can surmise, is about to take action against us. However, as Parshivoy Ovsi, Ch.301. Not the best situation, but we shall use it to grow stronger, Madame Stepanova. What does that mean? From a scabby sheep, at least a flock of wool, meaning that it's better to get something rather than nothing from what is about to happen. We are about to be acted upon, and so we shall use this as a training opportunity. Madame Stepanova explains and then smiles at them. So I would like to congratulate you all. You have been promoted to bait. What form of bait? Sacrificial or? Koa asks, and none of them flinch when Madame Stepanova glares at him. We are not fools, you overgrown child. We have a limit of men, making soldiers among our most precious resources. You will be issued low-profile armor and energy shields, and during the entire affair you will be followed by the silent to assure both your safety and their training. Madame Stepanova snaps. Where and when, ma'am? Reggie asks, knowing it was the only thing that could be asked without upsetting the angry old woman. Soon enough. We're still extracting the information from the more stupid ones. They don't really understand what's being asked of them of times, she says with a slight sigh. Dismissed. Times find themselves. The three men found themselves walking in evening lights of Aspire's mid-level. Galana Spire is apparently one known for dimmer light. The plants that grow on its agricultural portions are more evening and morning ones. All three men were weighed down quite a bit with the experimental but effective armor on their persons. A combination of compressed storage and alignment markings in Kutha, the alloy and ceramic armor was a light blue under their clothing. Tritite to help resist axiom effects. The markings of enhancement were under the uppermost layer. A few seconds of extra life, time enough to kill anyone that was using an axiom effect. The fact that they're acting as bait is enough to set all three men on edge and uncertain if a random shadow is just a patch of darkness or another opponent. Relax. Reggie outright states at the other two men. He was the calmest of the three, the result of a lifetime looking misfortune and death right in the face. Tensing up will only make things worse. Some lunatic could introduce themselves by launching a grenade at us at any moment. How can I relax? Amadi demands and Reggie sighs. Then Amadi takes a deep breath and seems to calm himself. But we've been through worse. Anticipating a problem can be worse than the problem itself. Very true. Koa says taking the lead as they continue to walk. Then there's a screech from above, and all three men trigger the armor to unfold. From under their collars, a full helmet with mask stretches out and gives them complete safety even as gauntlets climb over their already moving hands. Koa withdraws his massive gun. Amadi quickly has a grenade launcher out, and Reggie takes a few moments to get his long gun fully assembled. They hit the wall of the alleyway to thin out their profile and prevent someone from sneaking up on them as easily. As this happens, their personal shield devices fully activate and a glowing blue aura emanates from each of them before fading from the visible spectrum but is screamingly obvious from the Axiom perspective. Sonir and Metak, gray face masks all. Reggie says as he follows a few in his scope, "Surrender, you putrescent piles of filth. You will not take those who have done you no harm." A deep feminine voice bellows out from above. "To us humans, we shall shield you from the cruel and wretched." Wrong fish. Amadi notes, incredulously. The conspiracies are tripping over each other. Koa notes. Again, Reggie adds as he leans out to look at them. Then again it could be a trick. If it is a trick, then walk into it. The silent are still nearby. Madame Stepanova says into their comms, "It was a clever bit of engineering to make it so that an integrated headset was part of the helmet. The mostly unblooded and untested silent are nearby," Koa grumps. "They also have a much more experienced and a frustratingly competent commander," Madame Stepanova says tartly. "All right, moving out." Koa says, rushing out and towards where the Sonir had bid them. It would have to be a Sonir. The Metak are too small to have voices as deep and as husky as the one that had called to them. They rush down the alleyway and there's movement above as they grow closer. "No humans, this way. They are luring you into a trap." A voice from the other direction calls out. "Oh, for the love of..." Koa grunts and Amadi can't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Things were becoming a clusterfuck at a dead sprint. "Pizdets," Madame Stepanova grunts. "Continue to the first one that called out to you. My silent are nearby to bail you out, if hostile. If they're friendly, start asking questions." Confirmed. Koa states, "Let's move. Wretched infiltrators of our wondrous way of life." Some new screaming begins from another direction entirely as Koa leads the way towards the first voice that had called to them. "Thank goodness you've come, humans. Conspiracy is all around you with horrible women trying to undo you from all sides," a Sonir says, diving down from above. "We need to get you out of here. Our former sisters are near feral with madness. Can we please have an explanation?" Reggie demands the masked woman. "There will be. Come with me," she says, rushing away on all fours. She rushes down the alleyway as the sky above them suddenly ignites into lasers and plasma as all three sides above them suddenly erupt into violence. A door is opened before her and she leads them inside. It's slammed behind them and the lights suddenly go out. She lets out an ominous laugh. "Oh, you foolish little..." Whatever she's about to say is suddenly cut off. The lights come back on, and it shows that Reggie has stuck his pistol into her open mouth. "Why?" she asks around the muzzle of the gun in a heartbroken tone. "You were just about to announce that we were fools to trust you, weren't you?" Reggie asks. "No, fools for being in public with so many girls wanting you hurt around here." She says very carefully around the weapon. It's pulled away. Full body armor, energy shields, weapons for days. "You're bait. Hardened bait." "Yes." Koa says tersely. "Who are you? What's going on? Follow me." There are many organizations on Centris that operate from the shadows. The legal procession of the galaxy, the council and the will of the people takes so long to get things done that by the time a resolution has passed, the individuals involved are usually long dead. There are archaeologists quicker to the crime scene than there are timely resolutions from the council. She explains, clambering down the stairs a little ahead of them. "I see, so this is normal?" Koa asks, knowing the answer. They reach the bottom, and she taps on a wall, which opens up to reveal a hidden hallway. Yes, and you humans are in an enormous amount of danger. Not that you seem ignorant of it. What with the armor and weapons you have on yourself at all times? Or is it more of a cultural thing? I'm not sure, with your kind. A little of number one, a little of number two. We're a more military branch of our species, so we usually have weapons on us at all times. But when we feel unsafe, munitions and armor are what we often use to calm down. Koa answers even as Amadi taps him on the shoulder and gestures behind them. He looks back and catches a flicker of someone that seems to be more a shadow than a person. One of the silent is with them. Good. Time to get some answers beyond the screamingly obvious. Out of Cruel Space, Part 324. Rack and Roll Shadows of Centris. I'm not sure how much you three know about Centris. It took me years to truly see things as they are. The Sanir explains to them as she leads them to a section of wall that is clearly a hidden door. She sinks her claws into three spots that give way and turns it counterclockwise. The wall then rises into the ceiling and she leads them in. The room is apparently the top level of a multi-tiered warehouse on the next level down. The large central pillar that holds up the building and possibly the entire tier above them is the main divider of the room below. It's a big empty space with numerous office dividers making smaller rooms. Inside some of them, they can see banks of computers, a small armory, numerous girls that had been previously talking now staring up at them, and several places with pillows strewn about or simple beds. This was an entire base hidden just under, or perhaps at the very peak of, a city tier. We've noticed that Centris is filled with conspiracy, that for every person there may very well be 5 separate organizations that they owe fealty to. Koa says in a stilted tone as he takes in the hidden den. Yes, but do you have any idea how many are hostile to your own kind? Knives approach the entirety of your species and the dark and danger is in every shadow. She explains before climbing up on the railing and jumping off. Join me in the archives. I have much to show you. Her gliding pattern is simple and leads to the computer banks where she immediately gets several girls working. When we were sent out to get information, I expected something like a trout or a salmon's worth of knowledge on the line, not a damn orca. Reggie remarks. Well, you gotta wrestle the catch you land, not the catch you wanted. Just don't break the rod. Koa says with a chuckle. I think our little metaphor has gotten out of hand. Reggie replies as he starts walking to the nearby stairs. Looks like we have to go through 2 rooms before getting to her. Right? So let's figure out what brand of crazy this is and if it's a useful one. Amadi mutters as he follows Reggie. Koa just looks down for a moment. He makes use of the lenses in his helmet, hiding his eyes to scan while it looks like he's staring into nothingness. He then follows the other 2. Helmets down? Amadi asks into the comm. No. Keep them up and claim technical issues with new equipment. This could still be a trick. If not, they are unlikely to take offense. Madam Stepanova advises into the comm group. Confirmed. Koa says for the sake of the group, the walls have numerous bits of paper with the Trine-Lin symbol on them. Each of the 3 rectangles have not only labels, but each of the lines that form the rectangles has a word to go with it. Axiom has power, change, skill, and will. Change being the portion that connects to the central triangle. Civilization has the aspects of compassion, unity, communication, and sacrifice to form the rectangle. Compassion is what joins to the triangle. Reason thought has education, understanding, technology, and study as its components. Study is what connects to the triangle, so the primary points are change, compassion, and study. No wonder this group is so seemingly friendly. They outright welcome new understanding and seek it out with benevolence. Madam Stepanova snorts at the sight of it. But the comm is muted at that point, so no one hears it but her. Good. You humans are big on communication, right? You have someone listening? The Sanir asks as they arrive into the computer room. We do. Koa says simply, who are you people? Does this organization have a name or? No, we have no official name. It helps keep ourselves a little more secret. But you've seen our symbol, the proper use of the Trine-Lin. It's been twisted over the centuries many times. Hard to think we just started as a group that wanted to make sure that symbols and the like were just used properly. She explains before looking up and away in fond remembrance. Give her something harmless. Speak about the Freemasons, about how a guild of stonecutters became an elitist club and rumored to be part of numerous conspiracies. Madame Stepanova whispers through the comms. We have similar things on Earth. One of the most famous is the Freemasons. As you can guess by the translated name, it started as a society based around stonework. Later it became architects, a gentleman's club, also the subject to a large amount of rumor and hearsay. The way some people put it, they control the fate of entire countries. Koa explains and Amadi snorts. Listen to this, he whispers into the comm network. That's nothing compared to the Illuminati, an entire society based around understanding and reducing old-fashioned occultism and overreaching state control. It was vilified by the churches that controlled the area at the time, and its name has been vilified as the go-to word for those that want to control society from the background, even though its goal was to guide but not tyrannize society. So humans are familiar with conspiracy. Good. There are many of them at all places and times upon Centrus. When I heard that you were opening offices on Zalwar, I was relieved at first, thinking that you were leaving this dangerous place. But we were only spreading out. Koa confirms. Yes, listen, there are a great many who would have your entire race undone merely because you do not fit into the galaxy as it's known, easily forgetting that knowing everything about the galaxy is all but impossible. Everything is always in motion, everything is always changing and shifting and becoming something new. She explains before huffing. Yes, but may we have your name? Amadi asks gently. The sonar will do for now, she says with a smile. Although no doubt you have someone going through facial mapping despite the gray face mask. It's going to take a while, though. There are only so many facial configurations for any race. You can find your exact double thousands of times over on Centrus. Even humans can, with so many threats on the world and with the surface-level similarities between the two. A fair point, but you wouldn't have led us here, to a series of computers and such, without some intention to tell us something. I have indeed. You just need to know that you humans do have friends. There are many forces that fight against any amount of change, and those that would take advantage on all sides. These people can be turned against each other, and there are those who would see other preserved. Koa says, stepping up to her. Indeed human. The Sneer says, and she presses a few buttons at the computer terminals. We intercepted several messages from within our own loose organization to build up weapons and equipment when news of a people emerging from cruel space had become known, leading to a schism. Yes, the others that called out to you are unknown to us, though. They may have been friendly, they also might have been trying to lure you into a trap. I see, but not to sound ungrateful, why are you helping us? You took a risk heading out tonight to get us out of that spot of trouble. An anonymous warning would have done a great deal. Koa asks, and she looks at him. It's not just the apex races that feel the call to action. I'm not the type to simply sit on something like this. I like to be able to help directly. The Soneer finishes before turning back to the computer terminals. Her presence is all but drooping around her as a series of faces and names go across it. Former friends turned enemies. I hope the rumors of your sense of mercy are true. These are good women, just misguided. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Reggie remarks as he makes completely sure the camera on his armor is getting a completely clear image of the list. A human saying? The Soneer asks. Hell is the afterlife for sinners, a place of punishment for your crimes. The saying means that sometimes the best of intentions can lead to terrible things. Koa explains. Still, you've been a lot of help to us, even if all you're going to do is give us a place to slip away for a time. No, there will be more. The galaxy is always in motion, always moving and changing. This is my little way of trying to guide that change for the better. And you think we humans are a way to get that to happen? Koa presses. Maybe, maybe not. There will be change either way, big or small. I'd rather the change be for the better, the Soneer explains. And how do you expect this change to be for the better? Koa presses. A race of apex null hardened threats, forced to scrounge and survive in the darkness of cruel space for untold generations. Couple it with what seems to be a morality of defensiveness and a tendency to bond with those around you. You're a natural race of protectors and guardians, the Sneer says with a smile. Ask her what her opinion on the apex races are. Madame Stepanova commands through the line. So you think well of the apex? I was under the impression that some were intimidated by races such as ours. Some are, they're short-sighted, not understanding that you need people that can stand up and be counted in an emergency. The Soneer replies. I've heard apex described in many ways though, top-tier predators, the action-prone, the aggressive. Do you have another description? Amadi asks, and she looks pensive. The unappreciated. What many people forget is that among any and every race you have apex members, people that stand up to be counted, people that when worse comes to worse rise to meet it. For many races they're called heroes, people that stand up when problems arise. To be called apex, a species has to have a history of reliably producing results like that. It has to be both predictable and regular. I have seen your history, I have seen your behavior. Well-trained or not, a soldier is still a member of their species. Even the meekest among you have clearly found breaking points where there's retaliation, she says before frowning even through the gray mask. But that can be dangerous. You're defensive. If you're given cause to think the galaxy itself is your enemy, I highly doubt we could destroy the galaxy. If the area outside cruel space proved to be unfriendly, then the plan was to stay within it. Until you understood it enough to fight back, she says, and the men nod. Hand her a communicator, I would like to speak with her. Madame Stepanova commands them. Koa quickly withdraws his and connects it to the cantankerous higher up. Our supervisor would like to speak with you, he says, and she takes the communicator from him. Hello, sir? She asks, having put the communicator on broadcast. Madam, actually. Madame Stepanova immediately corrects her. You wish to aid humans? Then speaking to me would be a very efficient way of doing just that. I thought human men were the warrior caste? For lack of a better term, yes, they are. But that does not mean that there is no place for a woman on the battlefield or that the skilled and strong can't prove themselves worthy. Madame Stepanova says, I see, and you in particular are. Not too dissimilar to yourself, in my own way. Madame Stepanova answers, perhaps we could talk? Hopefully while the boys can sit down and relax? That might be for the best. They're having such a hard time relaxing. They have yet to even partially open their helmets. New technology, ma'am. They're actually kind of stuck and might take heading back to the Dauntless to bring them down. Amadi says with a shrug. Better to have the armor stuck in the on position than the off position. Fair enough, but the energy shields? Oh, sorry, we don't really sense them, Reggie says. Although they're a fascinating bit of technology, I have a few of them that I've been pulling apart and putting back together a few times to try and understand. Really? I always, though the technology's simple. The Soneer says, and Reggie nods. With Axiom, it's a very simple piece of technology, but trying to remake it to be independent from Axiom, I've burnt out dozens of prototypes without coming any closer to what I need. Boy, if you just gave away some technology. Madame Stepanova threatens Reggie on the private comm. He hasn't. His independent efforts are very different from what our professional researchers have been up to. Sir Philip's voice adds in gently. Excuse me a minute, something came up. Madame Stepanova says on the communicator before it's muted. Why do you keep sneaking up on me? The comm call is cut and the men look around to each other. Is she all right? The Soneer asks and Koa lets out a chuckle. She has some history with another coworker. They're both old professionals with so much experience and skill to their names that you can't help but respect them. However, they're also former enemies now on the same side, so there's some friction. I see. What caused this bit? They're both fond of simply arriving without others noticing, and neither like being surprised. So imagine those people interacting. Koa says, and the Soneer giggles. Out of Cruel Space, Part 325. Rack and Roll Shadows of Centris. The Soneer had offered each of them a data chit and had guided them to a portal door. Their communicators tell them that they have shifted hundreds upon hundreds of kilometers distance, 420 horizontally, and 69 up. This leads into one of the orbiting ships. The soneer explains, walking in. It's far from danger, and it's a rented area in a public vessel. You can easily call for transportation to almost anywhere on a Centris Spire for cheap. And that's if your people don't simply send a shuttle to pick you up. Meaning we can get out and away from our enemies with a lot of room to spare. Koa says as he steps through and covers a silent slipping in after him. There are thousands of portals that allow fast movement all over the place. A lot of them are guarded or at least watched. She explains, must make all kinds of security a living hell. Any two-bit criminal could effectively move supplies without anyone knowing where it is. Oh, these big things give out a very distinct signal, one that can even be disrupted. Getting caught in the middle while it gets disrupted is deadly. Portal cut? Reggie asks at the threshold of the doorway in the air. Not an inaccurate way of describing it. Over a planetary distance, they're generally stable, but much further than stable orbit and the naturally shifting flows of axiom provide far too much interference. The soneer explains and Reggie glances at the device around him before stepping through very quickly. Oh, relax, Reggie. From what I can sense, this axiom construct would stay stable for at least a few seconds. Time enough to get through even if it was collapsing. Or at least time enough to tell something was off and back away. Amadi says and Reggie looks it up and down. Not sure I like pure axiom tech. It's very open to manipulation. Hacking a computer is one thing, but a powerful adept can hack people, technology, and physics itself. Reggie remarks, his hand going to the emitters on his hips. Both of them are working together and connected by a belt to synchronize a powerful defense against both plasma and lasers. Is that why you tried to recreate your energy shield to work without axiom? Yes, but it's beyond me. There's a lot more I need to learn. Reggie admits, not saying that he had actually stumbled onto something that the boys in the lab had been able to recreate. Something that had them very interested. A possible magnetic force field. It ate energy like nothing else and reduced capacitors and connectors into charred husks after a short time, but it was powerful stuff that needed no axiom. For the whole 10 seconds, it worked before burning out. So, is there any way to convince you to come with us to the Dauntless? We have some people that would love to talk to you. Koa states and she shakes her head. Oh no, there's a lot more that must be done. Besides, the incident where all that data was stripped out of your computers tells me that your own security needs a lot of help. Exposing myself to help you will just hurt my ability to help at all, the soneer explains. We have found some ways around it, not as many as you'd like. It was very smart to disconnect the more sensitive parts of your network. But while it has protected the extent of your intelligence-gathering decisions, it has led a large and obvious hole in things that many people can easily trace to figure out what's in there. The absence of something leaves just as much of an impression as its presence. For example, the silent are an interesting experiment, likely to be rather effective, but not universally useful. She explains, and there's a growling side from Madame Stepanova. Oh, so what do you know about them? Reggie challenges. The more troublesome portions of the observation party and several volunteers have undergone a rejuvenating coma to reduce their age and size to the pubescent, if not prepubescent stage. A trick often used by actors to play the part of children or youth in shows or movies. However, in this case, it's to make better sneaks and spies that can easily disguise themselves as an innocent child at play. A good way to get around most security, but the more seasoned and skillful of the galaxy will not be so easily fooled. Koa says as the damning silence from Madame Stepanova is almost ringing over the communication lines. So what suggestions do you have? I'm afraid the galaxy is filled with far more ways to rip out information and invade privacy than ways to defend yourself from it. The more you try to protect your information, the more voraciously the curious and nosy will hunt it down. There is no way to protect anything from anything, but what you've done so far will keep out all but the most dedicated. Unfortunately, I've spent what your kind would consider entire lifetimes in the craft of knowledge retrieval and sorting. I've grown good enough to make reasoned guesses even without actively probing your organization. Does this mean we have to refer to you as elder? It seems rude when you look like, well, that. Amadi asks before gesturing to the woman who giggles at the implications. How about a deal? You don't call me elder, and I won't call you child. Even though I have great-grandchildren old enough to be your great-grandmothers, the Senior says with a smile. You drive a hard bargain, lady, but I think we can handle that. Good by the by. I expect that I just gave you enough information to actually get my legal identification out of that. Short of a genetic sample, you should have all you need to easily pin my identity. The Sonier says, tell Miss Echo that she's correct in that regard. Madame Stepanova says in a thoughtful tone, thank you for your faith in us, Miss Echo. Good, you've narrowed things down to my specific family. That only leaves about 14,000 people to sift through. Tell Miss Juliet Echo that we're aware of that. We're aware of that, Juliet. By the way, I can't help but notice how similar to human names so many different non-humans' names are. Is that a quirk of language or something else? Koa asks and she nods. It is. I'm not a linguist. But the general idea is that most races can hear along the same ranges and produce fairly similar sounds. This is the basis on which Galactic Basic has been formed. There are only so many sounds and so many combinations, and there is a general consensus as to what sounds nice. Juliet means one thing in your language. In at least 8 other languages, it has markedly different meanings. Tell her that Juliet means useful and is a feminization of Jovis, which was another name for a sky god. Sir Philip says into the comm network. That is interesting. It means desired in my mother's language. Juliet states before anyone can say anything. What? Did you think these were for show? She asks as her large ear flicks. Alcinere, from miniature to giant, from fruit to blood, we are all capable of echolocation. I've heard every part of your conversation. By the by, would the older voice be that dapper, old gentleman I've seen on the broadcast now and again? I understand that you have a few grizzled veterans on your ship, but am unsure of the total numbers. I am, madam, and might I say, what a relief it is to be speaking with someone who understands both discretion and class. Sir Philip asks, and she snorts in amusement before waving a hand in front of her face. Oh, don't you try to butter me up. It won't work, she says with a wave of her hand. Then she pauses and considers. Actually, do try to butter me up. I adore the compliments, but just bear in mind it won't work. I shall remember, madam. Sir Philip says into the comms and goes quiet. I appear to have scared him off. Ah, well, he is less than 100 years old, practically a child himself, despite how horribly his physical form has withered with time. Juliet says to herself before shrugging, come along, humans. Let's get you 3 to some public transportation and home safe. Your new armor is interesting, but a pulse laser would shatter the shield and open it up for plasma to melt it atop you. There's a slight strange bend to the local axiom and Juliet pauses before suddenly vanishing to reappear right above a nearby door, hanging onto the wall by her feet as she reaches down and taps the door. It slides open to, good afternoon, madam. I was wondering if you'd care for some tea and biscuits? Fucking how? Amadi demands. Cooperation is often the key to success, young man. Sir Philip says in a kindly tone that radiates smugness. I didn't realize you had a teleport specialist that's skilled on the Dauntless. Although I can't help but notice that the pin on your lapel is giving out a signal, no doubt to help you return home. Madam, Sir Philip says in a scandalized tone, it's rude to give away the secrets of others. For shame. Shame. Would you still care for blueberry tea and a cranberry biscuit? They're all perfectly edible for a Senior, I assure you. I need to strap that old gibrid into an interrogation chair and get him talking. Madame Stepanova mutters. Madame Stepanova, I assure you that my parents were very much wed at the time of my conception and birth. Sir Philip calls over to them. And he still has an earpiece, because why not? I should have stayed retired. Madame Stepanova grumps before going silent. Do you delight in tormenting her? Juliet asks him even as she takes a cup from the tray he's holding up. The acts of Madame Stepanova have been very near to my heart, a bare inch or so off to be accurate. Sir Philip says, lightly poking his collarbone, or at least the scar from the bullet wound is. She and I have history. Ah, but such things are merely the spice of life, is it not? It is indeed. Unfortunately, few others can find the humor in a situation where a person is forced to work with someone that previously had mortally wounded them and left them for dead. I want to compare scars, but alas, Too many of hers are from me, and too many of mine are from her for things to be casual. Sir Philip notes, how much history do you both have? More than most rival nations. Things got rather personal for a time, Sir Philip says in a pleasant tone. I see. Still, things just got a fair bit more complicated with you here. 3 men in armor is one thing. 3 armored men and an older gentleman that's well known due to his appearing on public broadcast is another issue altogether. Juliet says, and Sir Philip nods. Well, madam, that's rather easily solved. Sir Philip says as she places down her now drained cup of tea on the platter. How so, she asks. This easily, he says, and the axiom around him distorts before he vanishes. Juliet blinks for a moment before smiling. If you have a small army of men like him, then you humans may very well not need any help. Juliet says in a small amount of wonder. Unfortunately, he's a bit on the one-of-a-kind side at the moment. Koa says, as he walks up to the doorway that Sir Philip was behind. It's an airlock that leads into the rest of the station. He was between the 2 bulkheads. The amount of precision and skill to pull that off says a lot about whatever member of the nerd squad he got to do that with, and even more about Sir Philip and his need to appear utterly on top of everything. Well, either way, I'm impressed. Juliet remarks before grinning. Come along, little humans. Time to get you home safe and sound. Thank you, ma'am. Koa says before grinning under his helmet. Also, thank you for not endlessly flirting with us. It's still so odd for women to throw themselves our way every second of the day. Throws a man off. Don't tempt me, I'm a widow and therefore on the market, she says, and Koa pauses. Didn't expect that, did you, little man? Can we cut the kissy eyes and head home? As the de facto grouch of this group, I say we get the hell out of here, Reggie asks. Reg, dude, Amadi says, in case you've forgotten. Friendly sneer and organization aside, we were still attacked by a bunch of fanatic lunatics that think humans are not only evil, but to be attacked on sight. So how about we get back to a place where we're certain taking off our helmets won't result in a sniper taking a snapshot at us? Reggie demands. He has a point, Juliet remarks. It's also maybe best for you to not be seen either. Sir Philip was here, which means our location is not only known but available. No doubt we have an extraction team coming for us as we speak. Reggie says. Yes, however, that does not mean that you should be rude or standoffish to an ally. We are so severely outnumbered that any and all friends are needed. Sir Philip says tartly, no. If someone needs their fee-fees protected every step of the way, then they won't be anything more than dead weight when needed. Reggie remarks tartly. Good, Madame Stepanova says. Good? While a unified vision is a powerful thing to have, it can lead an organization to be brittle and unstable. We need many perspectives to avoid toppling over upon our own hubris, she clarifies. Indeed, Sir Philip adds. You are going to stop that or I am breaking out the dental pliers. Madam, we're on duty. We can flirt in our off hours.